Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Warden Kart Club's Autumn Cup. Here we are in the northeast of England, just outside of Sunderland, or almost on the coast. My name is Joe Bradley. I'll be with you over this two-day meeting, and alongside is my effervescent colleague, Johnny Palmer.
Effervescent.
Welcome to the northeast.
Thank you. Yes, basically your backyard.
It is absolutely my backyard. I live literally 2 miles from here.
Every time I come and visit you, 212 miles from my home, you bring me to Warden Law. But this is the first actual meeting, officially arranged meeting, that I've ever been to. You've plunged us right into a qualifying session as well.
We have. We've got qualifying underway. Just to give you an idea of the format of the weekend, it's the Autumn Cup here at Warden Law. It's the jewel in the crown of the Warden Law Kart Club season for 2023. It's the second running. The inaugural running of the Autumn Cup was last November in 2022, and here we are creating a bit of history here in North East Karting with the Autumn Cup meeting. It's a two-day meeting, but it's a separate race day here today on Saturday and a completely separate race on Sunday with heats and a final and trophies for both days. However, we then amalgamate the times and the points scored, I should say, across the 2 days, and that gives us the winner of the Autumn Cup. And not only do they win a fabulous trophy from the Warden Law Kart Club, which they get to keep as the Autumn Cup winners, but also we've got some fantastic prizes, which we'll get into later. At the moment, we've got the last few seconds of Bambino class qualifying. The Bambinos are out there, the youngsters already completing their qualifying session. Johnny, we've got 14 karts in the entry, only 12 karts have qualified so far, and we're going to have a bit of a rundown as we get to our first checkered flag, of the day. We've got timed qualifying, which will form the grid for both of our heats. From qualifying, we then go into the first heats for all of our classes. Then we have a lunch break. Then we go into the second heats, and then the positions from heats 1 and 2 will finalise the grid starts for the all-important finals going into this afternoon. But right now, it's 6 minutes of qualifying sessions, and that time, Johnny, just ebbs away very, very quickly.
It does when maybe the first few laps are you really getting your eye in. We had practice early this morning, so really that should have been got out of the way, but it was only 6 minutes again, and 1.2 kilometres this circuit. So first few laps, if they're a bit dodgy, then you really are going to have to, jivvy yourself along to get a good grid starting position. Well,
certainly with a 1 minute 12.82, the pole position time for Sebastian Crawford on the number 6 Bambino. He will share the front row of the grid with Albie J. Stubbs on the number 96, 1 minute 12.96, only 0.14 of a second, 14 hundredths of a second there, splitting the first two karts in the order. It's Calman Simon will share the second row with Freddie Blackshaw. Brady Atkin will share row 3 with Arlo Gamble, and then on the fourth row in 7th and 8th, Ethan Pearson, Benjamin Slivia, Summer Upton and Abel Hutton are 9th and 10th, and then 11th and 12th, Phoebe Rogers, Verity Crawford. Tyler Gruffity just came out there at the very end and posted a time there, but Tyler will start 13 with Sullivan Crawford, who I think had to retire from that qualifying session with a problem. Hopefully see Sullivan out on the grid when we get started with the first Bambino Heat. Next out, though, we've got the Honda Cadet, so we stay with the kids. And the Honda Cadet, Honda 200s here, sealed engines, with some very great prizes up for grabs here. The winner of the Autumn Cup in Honda Cadet will get an engine rebuild from RPM, and that's got to be worth, quite frankly, a chunk of cash.
You would have thought so.
That's a great prize.
It really is. So, everything taken apart, and I don't know, bit of maintenance done. But
I think,
some tuning.
RPM provide the engines. It's kind of a fixed formula. When you in car racing, we have like spec formulas.
Yes.
Well, the Honda Cadet karts are sealed. That stops any creative innovation. It stops a checkbook war. And you might think, well, this is just karting. It can prove to be, and it's from experience that we've had people spending fortunes on, not just thousands of pounds on a Cadet engine, but tens of thousands of pounds on Cadet engine in previous years. That's why the authorities have been sensible, and that's why we go to sealed engines from RPM, and everybody's on an equal footing.
just seen the Bambinos. So would you move from the Bambino category into Honda Cadets, or is there some overlap there in terms of ages?
It's all age restricted from 6 to 8. You are eligible for Bambinos. Once you turn 8, or in the year of your 8th birthday, you can then move into the cadet kart class.
Okay.
Yes, and then you move from cadets into one of the micro cadet classes, and then into junior Rotax when you get. Well, it's sometimes there's an overlap of age, but there's not an overlap of size. And as your child grows, you may want to get him into the next category because he or she is going to be disadvantaged as they grow taller and hence grow heavier. Because the heavier you are, there's a disadvantage. You've got to break all that weight, you've got to accelerate all that weight, and it's the laws of physics that then come into play. So, depending on how much Yorkshire puddings you're going to give your kids on the Sunday lunch, depends on what category of karting you're going to put them in.
But your point about height is a huge one, though, as well, because you can be fit as a butcher's dog, but if you grow to over 6 foot, then larger bones just weigh more, really. Yeah,
well, yeah. I mean, this year in the NKC, we saw a chap called Harry Wainwright who ended up winning the 177 category, and he's just turned 16. He moved at 15 into the seniors a year ahead of schedule because he was getting so tall. He then continued to get even taller and moved from the lighter senior Rotax into senior Rotax 177, which was the heavier class, and he's going to win the championship. So he's a very tall lad for 16,
Mm-hmm.
And now he's gone off to college, so his karting's been put on hold. But he was mechanicking at the Formula Ford Festival, was Harry Wainwright.
Excellent.
Hello, Harry, if you're watching.
These karts are on treaded tyres, I've noticed as well, so similar to the Bambinos.
Well, I think that's because of track conditions, Johnny.
Okay.
The Bambinos run a treaded tyre
all the time.
The cadets don't. They run a slick or a wet. And at the moment, all right, I haven't given you a weather report. The weather forecast is for bright sunshine, however, very, very cold. It's going to be like 8 degrees. And anything under 10, if you're outdoors all day, you're going to really find it cold. So you need to wear your top coat, even if you are from the northeast. So at the moment, the track is quite slippery and damp purely because it's cold, and there are damp sections. And I find at Warden Law, the track takes a little bit longer than perhaps some tracks do to actually come back to full dry. But we are going to see that transition into a full dry, and we'll see the other classes maybe on slick tyres very shortly. But it seems to be the order of the day that these cadets are out on a treaded tyre.
Yeah, pretty much across the board. I did about half a track walk earlier this morning. Not because it's
commendable, I've got to say.
Not because it's a ridiculously long circuit, but because the driver's briefing then began, and I thought I want to go over and listen to that and see what's being said, what questions are being asked. All very interesting. Dan Ashton is the race director.
He's the man in charge this weekend.
So I had a good chat with him, learnt out all about how these very smart LED lighting boards work, but there are also marshals out on track as well. I just noticed it was almost a sort of overnight film a little bit on the track surface that's going to need a bit of sunlight really to burn off.
The track here at Warden Law is the home of Karting Northeast, which is if you are out there and you're thinking about getting involved in karting, then coming and hiring one of Karting Northeast tyre karts is a great way to introduce yourself to how to drive a racetrack. And they'll teach you all of the fundamentals and the etiquette of racecraft and race driving, and etiquette being the main thing when you actually get to competitive karting. So it's a very well used venue, and hence we've got quite a layer of rubber on there.
Yes.
The rubber goes down on the track. And so, you have got a fine film of rubber, and then the morning dew, which would have been the slippery bits that you were feeling underfoot.
Totally,
you could actually feel it underfoot, how slippery it was.
I mean, it felt very temporary because there's been a little bit of fog this morning, and as you say, morning dew as well, and the sun was coming up, and very, very nice sunrise. Don't often see that in my day, Joe, I have to admit. But no, it's very pleasant walking out, but just, underfoot it was very just slightly slippery, and I thought this is going to be interesting for the first few practice sessions, because Bambinos were out at 9 o'clock this morning, and this was only 30 minutes before or so. But that will improve through the course of this morning, I'm sure. Right in front of our commentary position, we've already had at least one spin, so clearly there's a bit of there's grip out there, but if you get slightly off a racing line that is starting to build up now, then it's a bit dicey here and there. therefore these sessions are very, very useful. That's why there's practice initially. Qualifying obviously so more important, and only 45 seconds of this Honda Cadet timed qualifying to go. Before then, it's 2 heats for everybody, isn't it? And a final much later on today. Yeah.
We've got the current Honda Cadet British champion with us this weekend, Ryan White, Kart 47, out there on track at the moment. Congratulations to him on lifting the MSUK. Vera Tools, British champion in the cadet class. Great to have him here. Quite a story from Ryan. We'll talk about that in the race, because right now we're into the final, coming up to the final 10 seconds of qualifying, and it's Ralphie Branscombe who's on the pole by a margin of 0.7 of a second from Morgan Cooney. At the moment, they're sharing the provisional front row of the grid. It's Thomas Potter and Toby Turner currently on 3rd and 4th, then Tristan Gilfillan and Ryan White 5th and 6th. Riley Blakemore, Hugo McCluskey 7th and 8th. 9th and 10th is Jake Gibbon, Harry Clark, and then rounding off the 11 car field, Archie Garner. Not much in it at the front. 7/10 is a larger margin than we've become expected to. As the checkered flag flies, Ralphie Branscombe currently just waiting for Morgan Cooney to come by and take his checkered flag before I call that a pole position going into the heats. Morgan Cooney still out on track, still one of the karts that have yet to take the checkered flag. So at the moment, and there it is, the checkered flag flies for Morgan Cooney. So it's Branscombe on the pole position by 7/10, just over a tenth down from Morgan Cooney in second. Is Thomas Potter is in third. He's got a huge margin of 7/10 to Toby Turner, who'll start alongside. Oh, and there's a little amendment. Riley Blakemore there, right at the very last, goes up to 4th. So it'll be Riley Blakemore who will start right at the very end there. 1 minute 61.55 for Riley. And he will start alongside Thomas Potter on the second row of the grid. It's Micro Rotax out next, Johnny. And for anybody who's... I was going to say tune in, but it's not tune in these days. It's log on, isn't it? For anyone who's logged on to the live stream, Micro Rotax, it's a 125cc motor, heavily restricted. It's fundamentally exactly the same Rotax engine that you will see in all of our Rotax classes. From this Micromax class all the way to Senior Rotax. It's just got a different restriction. Heavily restricted to bring the speed down from the engine, to keep the speeds down, so that what is effectively a Rotax Cadet. It's very, very similar. It's very similar in performance, not just on the straights, but in the corners. And karts already out trot. They've been released from just behind us here. We are in the Joe Bradley Suite at Warden Law.
You've missed a word out.
The Joe Bradley Memorial Suite. I thought I was future planning, yes. So we've got a fantastic view of the first turn here at Warden Law, haven't we?
It's tremendous. And I hadn't realised when I've been in the cafeteria and also in the corporate pit lane before, quite how banked this first corner is. There's massive camber in your favour, but it does mean if you're slightly offline and in the middle of the road, it's almost going to throw you towards the grass and the tyre wall as well. And we had one coming right towards us not too long ago backwards. Thankfully, loads of speed shaved off before the kart left the road entirely. And then these S's that follow next, this sort of snake from left to right, and then you go into the dog leg. Is it the really tight right-hander?
Yes, it is. That's the dog leg, yeah.
Which is tricky. I mean, again, from our side where we are, you don't get a great view of that, but it was nice very early this morning to be on top of that. Because it's very easy, I can see, to get that corner wrong.
Well, let's just follow Luke Millward there around. He's at the horseshoe part of this track now, which is a never-ending left-hander. Kart 38 there, just about to post his first fastest lap across the line. Out onto the start-finish straight and down this relatively long, well, it is a long straight here. And this is the part you were talking about, Johnny. This is the banked section of Turn 1, isn't it?
Yeah, so, right in on the apex there. And then you've got to get the kart over to the left for the next sequence of corners. And that's the dog leg rattling over the curves there.
Through St John's, the left-hander, which has got an off-camber in complete contrast to Turn 1, along a short straight towards the first of the centres. This is called the Centre S. It's more of a centre hairpin 1 and a centre hairpin 2. That then brings you out to that curving entry into the back chicane. Using the curbs on the right, then the left, and then rattling over that curb on the exit. The back straight, it's not a straight at all. It's a back curve, really. And then look at that, into the braking area there for the Gasworks hairpin. It's a downhill sweep you're keeping the momentum. And you know what, Johnny? It might be a passing point, but it's very tricky there because it's a really, really fast corner. Because of the way the road falls away, you can carry lots of speed and get away with a few mistakes even across there.
Yeah, the drop-off from entry point to exit is really quite considerable. Again, cameras tend to flatten the track out, although you get a good perspective of how banked that first corner is. And then this, I would imagine, is a really rewarding section of track. But
that's been described to me by a few karters. One renowned karter described to me the dogleg is the most difficult section of kart track in the country.
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, you're coming at it at a really high lick. You know, that sequence of S-bends or the sweepers at
Brian's Bend.
Okay, so Brian's Bend
named Brian's Bend after Brian Hornby, who was a big. He was small in stature, but massive in personality. And unfortunately, he was taken from us in a nasty car accident in 2006. And we, the memory lives on. We've got the Brian Hornby Trophy that we'll be announcing the winner of, and that's a trophy the club give out to the most outstanding driver, youngster, who is connected to the club, and that will be announcing that in the coming weeks. But Brian Hornby's Bend here, just coming through there, the left-hand sweep there, kind of epitomises Brian's personality, really. And there's the dogleg, just seeing two karts there. Very rare to see that actually happen, karts overtaking. And once again, that was Luke Millwood there, just getting down the inside, because I'm not sure who that was on the outside. Kart 14 is Max Jolly. Now, Max on a novice plate, and Max still sort of finding his feet. Max Jolly running with Hunter Motorsport, who's the team that's based here. Just learning there that if you leave the door open for the likes of Luke Millward, then they are going to come through. However, Max Jolly may be a novice. He's coming back at him there. I'm not sure whether these two are slowing each other down or speeding each other up, because Max Jolly at the moment is on the provisional pole with coming to 1 minute remaining.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to be a help for either of the drivers, to be honest, because they're not able to go as cleanly as they might on a solo lap, unless they're picking up a tow, of course, and that's deliberate. One helps one out on one lap and then they switch it around, but the fact that there have been two overtakes within the same lap rather goes against that theory. Exit of the dogleg, again, plenty of curb taken right through, and particularly coming out of the left-hander at St John's. So there's loads of a big wide curb there, but I would say that was rather too much to come out onto the short, sharp straight and into the centre hairpins. Really nice exit out of centre too, where you're actually about to hit a straight, but you don't really get a chance to put the wheel straight because you're straight into that chicane, then the right, left, right, and then the back curve, as Joe put it. I'm falling more and more in love with this track.
I still can't help pulling at the back straight, onto the back straight.
Well, yeah, I can see why you're calling it that.
Well, from my usual commentary position here, from the control tower, that it actually looks straight. Our TV pictures from Karting Live TV are really, really getting to show the essence of that. We've got 5 karts that have qualified for Micro Max, or Micro Rotax, as it is on the screen. And it's Max Jolly, the novice from Hunter Motorsport. He's on the pole with a 58.47. Half a second back is Jack Moss. He will share the front row. Sebastian Behrman is third. Luke Millward, who we followed around quite a while there, will start fourth. And it's Grayson Crawford who will start in 5th spot. So getting ready for the next session, Johnny. We're whittling through the qualifying sessions. That's Bambino's Honda Cadets and Micro Rotax Cadet, to give it its full title. Intermax is out next. And Johnny, exactly the same karts, 950mm chassis, same tyre dimensions, but a little bit less restriction. So the motors, exactly the same motor on these karts as we've just seen out in the Micromax class, but a little bit less restriction, so we get more power from the engine. So the overall track speed is a little bit more.
Yeah. So these will be sub 1 minute laps, I would guess.
Maybe I think so. Yeah, I think so. We'll see. I don't know what the track's doing, to be honest, and how it's transitioning. You know,
evolving.
It is evolving.
Yeah. Well, that's again something that everyone is going to have to be mindful of, and it's important, therefore, to be out frequently on the track, which everyone will have a chance to do. Effectively 5 separate appearances through one day out on this circuit, and spending the outlap just hurling the kart around left to right, and that's a way of heating the tyres, I suppose, but also just judging how much or how little grip there is.
Well, that's Daniel Minto. He's here with Hunter Motorsport, and Daniel virtually lives on this track. He will know every single nook, cranny, bump, pothole, of which there is none, bump and nook and cranny, every single curb line. He'll know where to put the kart, certainly when the conditions change. And Daniel's looking towards clinching the Warden Law 2023 Warden Law Karting Championship at this 2-day meeting. So he is one of the favourites to take overall honours. And just to mention, our Rotax classes, apart from the 177 class, are all of our Rotax classes, so Micromax, Intermax, which we have out now, and then Junior Max and Senior Max 162s, they all bring a prize. The Autumn Cup winners will also be the recipient of a free registration and 2 race entries free for the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship. Now, a lot of these drivers here today have been competing at the Ultimate Karting Championship at the UKC, so it's very much a prize worth running for. We've got other prizes for the other classes, which we'll get into. The 177s, for instance, are on a different tyre this weekend. We'll wait for them to come out, and then we'll talk about that more. But look at that, Daniel Minto posting the first flying lap there for him. Just waiting for the timing screens to catch up. At the moment, it's Alex Goodson, his teammate, 56.08, 0.4 of a second quicker. That's the first lap through. So I think, Johnny, we're going to see a battle at the front between the 200 Motorsport drivers. In fact, 3 there, sharing first, second and third. Goodson, Minto and Khan. Hasnan Khan has had a cracking year, as has Alex Goodson. And Alex Goodson has been learning the craft and has come on absolutely leaps and bounds across the 2023 season. So it's no surprise to see him up there.
We've got sector times to throw in where necessary. They'll be important coming the race, but on screen you can just see total lap times. But as I was suggesting, under a minute, we're easily there already. 55.4 now for Alex Goodson as he crosses the line. So that's a full second clear of everybody else, but give chance to those that haven't yet completed as many laps as Alex, including Sebastian Clark, who pops up into second position with a 55.9. So he's still 4 and a bit tenths off Goodson's effort, but those gaps between are really condensing. Just 0.09 of a second between Sebastian Clark second and Blair Smith now third.
Well, I mentioned Daniel Minto living at the track. Well, his roommate's been Alex Goodson on the 26 there, because he as well, I mean, you just saw there how much of that curve, the exit curve on the back chicane, that Alex was using there. And it shows that just, how much local knowledge and circuit knowledge that these lads have. They absolutely know this track intimately. They're here practicing all the time. It's their home track. And so, it comes to the fore. Club karting is what it's all about here this weekend. It's not a national series. It's a regional championship that we're bringing you this weekend. It's the Warden Law Kart Club final 2 rounds, 6 and 7. We'll be crowning a champion tomorrow afternoon, and we'll also be crowning our Autumn Cup winners. Alex there knowing to stay off the exit curbing there of the dogleg, and it's Alex Goodson who's showing everybody the way around with a purple sector time. Sector 1 there, 19.99. That's the fastest anyone's gone through Sector 1.
Very impressive, and it just shows how much time you actually gain by staying off the curbs. I can imagine they'll be very tempting, particularly the exit out of the dogleg. He caught the exit curb at St John's, and that actually unsettled the kart for a little bit, but he then carried the speed all the way into Centre 1. And this is going to be, it's another purple time through Sector 2, which is the short sector, halfway down that shortish straight between St John's and Centre 1, and then just after the chicane, over the line. He was already quickest anyway, and he's now at half a second clear with a 55 flat, pretty much. 55.07 for Goodson.
Hasnan Khan in second at the moment, half a second behind Goodson. And there's Minto up to second. So the local drivers here showing the way. Hasnan Khan dropping to third. Sebastian Clark on the 51, currently fourth. Blair Smith fifth. Jonathan Furby sixth. Then we've got Zach Mackay, James Fabricus. What we got there, Johnny?
Contact to kart 56. That was Blair Smith. I didn't see who was involved as well. Might get a chance to see that again, but it was a bit of confusion, I think, as to which side of the track that 56 was going to go. It was 51 in behind, so that's Sebastian Clark. So Clark and Smith are actually duelling for a good position, probably on the second row. Maybe might nip onto the front row with Alex Goodson, who's crossed the line again, but no improvement there. And it's very, very wet off-road, and that'll be the end of the session, in fact, for Blair Smith.
So is he? Yes, he has the cart there. He's stopped the cart and remains on the infield section. He's in the marshal's post now, safe and sound. Checkered flag flies then, and we'll wait for all of the carts to cross the line. We'll have a quick rundown of qualifying. It looks like Alex Goodson's time of 55.07. 3:10s. Daniel Minto did narrow the gap, but not quite enough. They're still out there, so things can change. They're just coming towards the final stages of this lap here, and the checkered flag that will greet them. So Goodson, Minto, Khan and Clark and Blair Smith still out there. Here they come then. I think this is Goodson just coming out of the final turn as we watch the 180. The numbered 180. We haven't got a 180 out there. Who's carrying 180? So there we go. Alex Goodson crosses the line, takes the checkered flag. We've got a cart out there with number 180, and we've got, I think that's Daniel Minto, who's down on the list as 28. So, give you a quick rundown. Alex Goodson will start on the pole position in heats 1 and 2. Sebastian Clark up there at the very last minute there, onto the front row of the grid alongside. Second row of the grid will be Daniel Minto and Hasnan Khan. Third row of the grid, Blair Smith and Jonathan Furby. Fourth row will be Zach Mackay, James Fabricus. And then 9th and 10th, rounding off the 10 cart into Max Field, will be Anderson Fraser and Thomas Jackson.
Daniel Minto definitely running 28 because he drove past us right at the end of the session. So
I saw a number 180 there.
I'm sure there is a 180 out there, but I don't think it's Daniel because he had 28 on the front and the sides of his cart, so those numbers correspond. And there isn't a 180 from any other division either, so it wasn't as if there's somebody qualifying out of session for whatever reason. We'll work that out. We've got 2 days to get to the bottom of it, and many other puzzles too. But it'll be another 6-minute session for the junior Rotax carts in a tick. And after that, only 2 more qualifying sessions to go. So again, this segment of the day is certainly going through at pace. An early chance to try and get tyre temperature vaguely in the window, but now there'll be so much weaving. This is going to be a very, very busy session. 28, does that say?
Yeah, 28 Henrys, yes.
28. So being able to judge when to go for a quick lap, trying to buy yourself some track position is going to be the key here, because it's only 1,200 metres, this place, and to be able to find your way through the car. There's already carnage, in fact, coming out of Centre 1 with at least a couple of carts out off the track there.
That, Nick, is so that it's easy for you to work out in your head. You see, the one nearest to you is Johnny, who's nearest to you. Yeah, anybody who's normally tuned into Karting Live TV would normally be expecting to hear Nick Damon beside us.
Who
Nick
is
Damon
here?
Has been promoted. He's our producer this weekend.
Is that promotion?
He said it was.
Okay. I would argue it's the role that he's most talented at, and some other viewers may well agree as well.
Well, he's cutting the pictures. Nick, I need to show you something. Just read that.
So still plenty of weaving going on. And it's busy as well over at the right-hander at Gasworks, as 2 abreast need to just thin out a little bit. This is what I mean about fighting for track position. It becomes almost a bit like a race, certainly coming out of the assembly area to be out front. And no wonder they were 2 abreast as they joined the track. It's only 6 minutes. We've already had nearly 2 of them, and no meaningful times coming through just yet. To a certain degree, these sessions turn into a bit of a lottery, I suppose, as well. But that's why it's useful to have 2 heats and then pointing towards what's going to be a busy, busy final for 10 minutes plus a lap. So it's 8 minutes plus the extra lap for the 2 heats, and then we add 2 extra minutes on, plus the lap. That's going to be 11, maybe 11 and a bit minutes to finish off. But these are already well under the 1 minute marker, so we're getting quicker and quicker with every qualifying session that we're viewing here, and just under the 54-second marker for Jack Thompson as his early banker.
Yeah, Jack Thompson, Zach Turner, Lincoln Bevan, Charlie Benson, Lloyd Palmer, Oakley Garthwaite, they're the drivers at the front there on the very first lap. We expect the times to come down a little bit more than what we're seeing at the moment. Welcome back to Jacob Rump, who's out on the 77 as well. Jacob's had a bit of a layoff from karting, and him and his dad John Wilson, who's out in the 177s. Glad to see them back in the paddock. Charlie Benson, you'll see in our Paddock Show, Charlie being run by Derek Hardy and his dad Neil. Charlie out on the 25, currently 5th in the order, and one of the favourites for to be at the front. Now then, the 99 is Zach Turner. Now Zach is, again, another driver that has been brought on and showing he's learning the craft very well indeed and going faster and faster as we've gone through the year. And out on the track now into that's the Gasworks hairpin there, just coming, sweeping down. Got a bit of an echo, but we'll just watch him around the final turn and then we'll cross the line. And he's put in a 54.3, 54.4 actually. And that's not as quick as his first lap. Joe Anderson has gone second. We've still got Jack Thompson. We've still got Jack Thompson at the front with a 52.99. That was his last back. Joe Anderson has gone to second. Oakley Garthwaite comes through to third. Zach Turner now down to fourth.
Jack Thompson is the quickest driver so far, 0.07 of a second to be quicker than Joe Anderson. Then we've got purple times in all sorts of different sectors though. So Thompson's quickest in sector 1, that's the one that starts from the control line through to the middle of the straight between St John's and Senna 1. Now he's backed that up with sector 2 being quickest, but that was earlier in the hands of Gregor Reid, the highest of the Scottish drivers, up in 6th fastest so far. And we'll wait to see whether Jack Thompson can complete it. No, with no of the outright quickest times, Zach Turner goes fastest, but now Jack Thompson even quicker.
Yeah, Zach Turner did pop to the front of the order there, but Jack Thompson, Zach Turner with a 52.74 right there, but Jack Thompson came underneath him with a 52.49 with only seconds remaining to the checkered flag. Who is it going to be on the pole position? They're still out there fighting on the track there. Thompson and Turner. It's Joe Anderson and Lincoln Bevan, 3rd and 4th. Oliver White up to 5th. It's only, I think, his second weekend on a junior Rotax, moving up from Inters. Lincoln Bevan, the first kart to take the checkered flag. Jamie Lumsden inside the top 10. What a great effort it is from Jamie Lumsden on the 81. And then we'll just wait for the rest of the field to come through and sort it out. It's Jamie Lumsden in 10th at the moment. Oakley Garthwaite, though, he's still out on track, and we expect Oakley to just bump Jamie Lumsden outside of the top 10. Thompson across the line for the checkered flag. Stays at the top of the order. Will start this weekend on the pole position. Zach Turner will start alongside him. Joe Anderson will be on the second row of the grid. Lincoln Bevan alongside. Oh, and there's James Philip Byrne right at the very last there. James Philip Byrne comes right there and plonks himself right beside Jack Thompson on the front row of the grid. So it's Thompson, James Philip Byrne in second, Zach Turner third, Joe Anderson fourth, Lincoln Bevan fifth, sixth is Oliver White, Gregor Reid seventh, then we've got Lloyd Palmer in eighth, ninth is Oliver Fabricas, Bella McConville sits there and rounds off the top 10. Zane Stout just outside that top 10. Charlie Benson in 12th. Jamie Lumsden ends up 13th. Then we've got Oakley Garthwaite, Elliot Surtees, John Buchan, Bella Brown, Ollie Poole, Sam Robson, Harry Warby, Miles Roby, Matthew Clark, Liam Watson, Oliver O'Donovan, Jake Rutherford, Lewis Pearson, Jacob Rump, welcome back, and Owen Wallace, who didn't put a time in, but he still will be classified in 28th, Johnny. That's the biggest grid we've got all day, 28 junior Rotax, and that, we're in the entertainment business.
We are.
That's going to be very entertaining.
So you keep telling me. Yeah, I know. I cannot wait for particularly the heats, but then the 10-minute plus final as well, determining the points being scored through the course of 2 days, and then ultimately deciding the 2023 Autumn Cup here at Warden Law. Right,
we go into Senior Rotax next, and that kart there, the number 13, that is Louis Large, the winner of the MSUK O-Plate in the 177 class. Now, what that did out there at PF, Louis qualifies for the World Finals in Bahrain on a DD2 chassis. The reason why he's in the 162 class this weekend and not the 177 class is he hasn't just lost a lot of weight. He's needed to lose a lot of weight to be able to classify himself there, but he's trying the tyre. The 177s run on the Maxxis tyre. The 162s with the blue number plate run on a Mojo tyre, and that's the tyre he's going to be on. It's a much stickier tyre. It's a tyre that will not last if you abuse it. The 177s, which are on the green numbered number plates out there at the moment, they're the heavier class. They're on a Maxxis tyre, the tyre that we run in NKC. The winner of the 177 Autumn Cup will win a full registration and one race entry for the 2024 NKC Championship. The winner of the 162 class will win entry to the UKC, the Ultimate Karting Championship, and 2 race entries for 2024. So there's a lot to be raced for. We're not just racing for trophies this weekend. We've had a lot of support from the karting community out there. It's been really, really great.
So is this category then effectively an open tyre category then?
No. 177s on the Maxxis.
Yeah.
The 162s on the Mojo.
Oh, they're
D5.
all on the Mojo.
Yes, all the 162s are on the Mojo.
Right, and then that's obviously a much softer compound compared to the Maxxis, and therefore early on in the race, clearly you want to try and make as much progress as possible, particularly if your heat position is not so good. Are we going to see the tyre wear over such a short race, or is it more a question of making the tyre last for the whole weekend?
Well, yes, I was about to say, the tyre regs are, all of our classes, one set of tyres now homologated for time qualifying. You have to go all the way through to Sunday afternoon on that one set of tyres. Now, usually at a club meeting, you get one race day, and you'll use one set of tyres. Yeah. We've spread that out. We've tried to, lower the cost for everybody on this 2-day meeting, so we've made it a little bit of a challenge. It'll not be a challenge for the 177s who are quite familiar with making that Maxxis tyre run longer, because in the NKC, it's the tyre for that they run in the NKC, and it's 2 sets over the full season, which is 6 race weekends. So the Maxxis tyre is a little bit harder, a little bit less grip, so we'll see the times not just being a little bit down on the fact that they're heavier, but also they're on a completely different tyre. So the 162s should really... We've got 2 races in one, Johnny, quite frankly. So as we continue to watch Louis Large, who has not put in the quickest time first time out. In fact, we've got Angus Scrivener. No surprise there. See if Paul and the boys can find Angus Scrivener on kart 41, Nick, if you could. Looking for kart 41. I have no idea where he is on track, but he's got a green helmet, and he's just coming into turn 1 now with me. No, that's not Angus.
Gone into the second sector, so he's going through centre 2 now and into the chicane. I reckon that's him. But Louis Large is already quicker.
Yeah, Louis Large has gone quicker. So that man there who we're watching, kart 13, Louis, we've just watched his provisional pole position lap there with just half distance now in this qualifying session. Great effort from Max Kettle there, the Sam Pollitt Racing driver, kart 21, going second as well. And there's Andrew Powell, Andy Powell, who is a mechanic chief mechanic for Hunter Motorsport, but out there racing this weekend. And Andy Powell, for TU Performance, a team run by his dad, he's out there racing with them this weekend. So he's put the spanners down on the Hunter Motorsport team karts and is fettling his own and doing a very good job indeed, because he's on the provisional pole, is Andy, with 2.5 minutes remaining. Alex Duncan up there. We're waiting for Angus Scrivener to come through, though, as well. Now then, the 177s, Zach Bolton, currently quickest. John Wilson, currently second. And we've got Marty Gilfillan, Mark Gillibrand, and Stephen Mottram, who hasn't come out for time qualifying yet, Stephen.
You were talking about Angus Scrivener. This is the green helmet of Angus then, coming out of the final corner to head over the line. So the right-hander at Paddock, and then into the banked turn 1, right past our commentary position, through Brian's Bend, and then into this very tricky approach to Dogleg.
Angus Scrivener, who is on target for the club championship, Johnny, coming into this weekend. You see him using all the track there on the right-hand side before he turned into that first centre. Angus has had a great season here at Warden Law. He's been out racing in the national championships, but here he is at his own club track when he can be, and showing everybody the way around. He needs to find a bit of time, though. He needs to find at least 0.4 of a second, almost half a second, to get on terms with Andrew Powell. Andy is usually his chief mechanic on the 41. Here he comes. Let's see what he can put in. Just crossing the line now. And that time there, a 51.27 is his quickest time, but not quick enough to get anywhere near Max Kettle or Andy Powell. He needs to find almost 0.2 to get on terms with Kettle. He needs to find 2.5 to get on terms with Powell. Zach Bolton still on the pole position for 177s. Let's have a look at the 177s when you get a moment, Nick.
Just a second ago, Angus, right hand off the steering wheel, adjusting something over his right shoulder. Is that fuel mixture just as he started a new lap?
No, they don't do that on road access. He may have been adjusting the vent on his radiator. So they close the radiator off, certainly on a cold day like today, and then once the engine temp gets up to temperature, he's opened the flap. You see the flap? Now he closes the flap. He's closed the flap on his Venator racing engine there, just to bring the temperature back up. And then when he sees it rise, he'll cool it off for a bit. And it's kind of, you know, you're not just thinking about braking and turning, you're actually thinking about kart, tyre management, engine management. There's a lot going out there.
Certainly.
Not quite Formula One with all those gadgets and buttons on the steering wheel, but not far off.
Yeah, but, you know, there's you have to be spinning quite a few plates all at the same time. It becomes second nature, I'm sure, after a few laps around this place. But, yeah, always constantly thinking about how to improve a lap time, but also to make sure that you're getting good performance all the way through the session. Checkered flag is now being displayed. We're still waiting for it for Andy Powell and for Angus Scrivener, who've muscled their way to the front row. And Andy Powell will cross the line with no improvement, but looking like by only 700ths. No, Angus Scrivener does go faster, 50.86. He won't switch positions on the front row, but he gets to within 0.03 of a second there of Andy Powell's time. A 50.83 for the poleman, and it's 50.86 for the Scottish driver Angus Scrivener.
Well, Zach Bolton almost lost the provisional pole for the 177 class. He was pipped by John Wilson there, but then came back right at the flag and took the pole position back. It'll be Zach Bolton on the pole position for 177s. John Wilson will start alongside, and then Marty Gilfillan will start on the second row of the 177s with Mark Gillibrand making a bit of a comeback. Nice to see Mark Gilly back here. And then Stephen Mottram, who didn't take part in that time qualifying session. The 162s, just to finish off with Powell and Scrivener sharing the front row. It'll be Max Kettle and the returning Louis Large on the second row. It's Alex Duncan and Marcus King, who's had a great season in NKC racing, with Martin Fisher rounding off the 7-kart 162 field. Just to remind everybody that in about 15 minutes we'll be paying our respects to our Remembrance Day. It's Remembrance Day weekend, and we'll be going into a 2-minute silence at 11 o'clock today, as well as a 2-minute silence at 11 o'clock tomorrow. Today is the 11th day of the 11th month, so it is officially Armistice Day, and we'll be paying our respects with a 2-minute silence. So please have some respect and do not fire your engines from 11 o'clock. We'll be seeing a 2-minute silence here at Warden Law to pay our respects for that.
$16 seniors, 5 juniors due to be in qualifying for 6 minutes, and those karts just on their release lap now, but very swiftly indeed the time will begin to tick down, and then we'll get some meaningful times to work out who are going to be the big movers and shakers in these two combined categories effectively for senior and junior pro karts. So over the line they will come now out of Paddock. And the clock begins to, in fact, it already had started to tick down So we've already lost effectively a minute before you can then start to put in a quick time. And these should be in and around a minute again, probably 55, 56 seconds. But we'll wait to see as the track does. It's definitely improving. Didn't appear to be a great deal of grip out there in the early morning sessions, but slowly more and more rubbers going down and just some clearance as well after a dewy morning here in the northeast. But set for racing after our 2-minute silence remembrance day itself, as Joe was saying. Remembrance Sunday tomorrow, so a chance for 2 separate pauses in our day, bang on 11 o'clock, as the front runners from the assembly area, Jessica Alexander is there in the 113 and straight to the top of the times. Had a chance to catch up with Jess yesterday, and we'll see those interviews. At which point?
Over the lunch break.
Over the lunch break.
Yeah, lunch break on the live stream, and then it'll be going out on the Karting Live TV Facebook page as a little piece. On the timing screens at home, the red number plates are denoted by they're the seniors. The orange numbers that you can see there, they are juniors. Now then, it's not going to be a factor today, but if it starts to rain, and there's non-forecast, just to reiterate, the senior pro karts will not change to any wet tyres. You're not allowed to use wet tyres in senior pro karts, so they'll stay out on slicks, slipping and sliding around. The juniors, on the other hand, they can go to wets.
Okay.
And we have the juniors winning races overall in the wet because they've got more grip with the treaded rain tyre. However, that's not going to be a factor today. Everybody out on the slick tyre with Jess Alexander. The Current just clinched the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship last weekend at this very venue, the 6 hours of Warden Law, with a race win and almost a race-long battle with... And I forget who they were battling with.
Did she mention it in the interview?
Yeah, she did, yes. Well, she mentioned it in the conversation I had.
Oh, I see.
I'll remember. Oh, yes. No, it's there. It is there somewhere. But she did take a win. Now I want you to keep with this, Nick. Keep with the 113. This is Jessica Alexander, who's currently on the pole position, provisional pole position. Now, watch what she does. She comes out the final hairpin. Watch her change her seating position. She's not there. You go. Moves the backside to the front of the seat. Crouches down. It makes a massive difference on pro karts.
Right.
Massive difference. I was once here, and I came past, and I was like, needed a tenth or two, and my team manager, let's call him, he gave me the indication to crouch down. And I thought, that's not going to make a difference. So I crouched down behind the wheel, put my head right at the steering wheel. I gave 2 tenths, put it on the pole.
Wow.
That was a long time ago, John. That was 2002. I'm not sure. I have a bit of a weird disadvantage these days.
Yeah, possibly. Is that a bit like these days, like moving the deck chairs around on the deck of Titanic? Then it really doesn't matter. There's just so much
I didn't
weight
matter.
there.
I could,
You can put it whenever you like.
I could be lying flat. The airflow wouldn't make a difference. An eighth of the difference to me.
Some people move forward in the seat, so they're sitting on the very edge. Some people just literally
crouch,
duck their head down, and I wonder how on earth do they know where to turn in at that point.
Well, here we go. Just see this again. Right? See what Jessica does there.
Yeah.
She just crouches down and lowers her the airflow across the.
Yes.
It's just about the airflow.
Not necessarily about the centre of gravity. It's just like you say. It's
the human body is sort of flat to the airflow, and and the helmet as well, and everything. So any little sort of attention to detail.
And it matters, clearly. Not so much coming out of that the left-hander, though, of St John's and into the centre complex. Not really enough time to do it there. And the problem with the back curve is that your body's being chucked out the left-hand side of the car all the time. So there's a bit of crouchy going on there from Jess again. Before then the braking area for Gasworks. But you've got to make sure you're then back into the ideal seating position for the corner itself. Down here at turn 1.
Let's see if we can pick up Rossi Costello in the 75. We'll see if we can get a handle on him, track position for our cameramen, and just get a look. Rossi Costello currently 11th overall, but quickest of the juniors with a 58.02. Everybody going fast and faster. Jessica Alexander still on the overall pole position. Scott Tate and Jake Richardson, they, if anything, they are going to be up there. Jake Richardson just coming through the order there and plonking the kart, the number 33, onto the front row alongside Alexander. 56.68. Still half a second to find, though. And then 2/10 for somebody else to find, Scott Tate. And I think time's run out for Scott as the checkered flag flies. We've got a few karts struggling to get the speed off, ending off the track. We've got a checkered flag flying then, so Pro Kart Qualifying, not just concluding the Pro Kart Qualifying, but concluding all of our qualifying sessions, and we'll have a quick look at the grid order that is going to be, as Jessica Alexander does indeed take the checkered flag. Jake Richardson will start alongside them. We've got Scott Tate, Luke Tomlinson on the second row. Oh no, it hasn't. See, I went too early. It's Jake Richardson takes the checkered flag now. He's in second. Scott Tate third. Danny Bean, it was that just there, the very end, puts that kart onto fourth. Luke Tomlinson and David Brown, fifth and sixth. We've then got Isaac Needham in seventh. Rossi Costello, first of the juniors, in eighth overall. Amy Frame is ninth. David Brewis alongside on row 5. Row 6, Zach Dawson and Cardani Jacob Cardani. Don't know why that reverses in the on the timing screen. Max Mannion is the second of our juniors in 13th overall, with Matthew Hauschby in 14th. And then we've got 3 juniors in 15th, 16th and 17th. That's Joseph Williamson, Leon Wilson and Oliver Watson, with Dominic Needham rounding off the 18 karts that qualified. Mark Tate and Alex Blomberg are in the order. I believe they're here, but they have not posted a time. But that's qualifying done, Johnny.
It is.
It just flies over, doesn't it?
It really, yeah. It doesn't feel like we've actually been going for very long at all, but how quickly these 6-minute sessions disappear. As I said, the outlap takes you a minute anyway, so it's really only a 5-minute session. And if you can't get your kart to work in the early stages, then forget a good starting position, Joe.
Now then, Nick and Johnny, this is the event of the event, because the Bambinos will be released, and then we've got the race of the weekend, the father's race down the pit straight to the grid. It's a standing start. Get ready, cameramen. It's a standing start for the Bambinos. They make their way around to the grid for a standing start, as do the Honda Cadets. And we've then got the dad's race, or the helpers, stroke mums, dads, whatever. We'll then race down, and we'll see that race from the collecting area all the way down. Now then, I can't tell who's going to win, because usually I'm standing in the commentary box.
Yeah.
I think we might just be doing that. Yes. We probably are going to go for a bit of a stall now on the proceedings, so that gives us a bit of a chance to catch up. We're about 6 minutes away from our 2-minute silence. Let's have a look at this track in more detail, and we'll go to Nick for this, because I think Nick's going to take us through this. Are you going to take us through this, Nick? Because it's your audio on it. Yeah?
The Warden Law Kart Circuit, situated just south of the city of Sunderland on the northeast coast of England, presents 1,200 metres of what is a very fast and very technically challenging track. Off the main straight and into the first turn, very, very daunting here. Shall I lift or can I take it flat? That's a question that everyone's going to be asking this weekend. And then into the equally as fast turn 2 of Brian's Bend. This very quickly leads into the dogleg, a double apex right-hander, and then a very short straight into the left-hander at St John's. All important to keep that momentum up. Then into the first of the centre hairpin, it leads very quickly into the second centre hairpin, and out of that it's towards the back chicane. It's a right, left, right chicane using all of the curb on the exit to maximise that speed down the back straight. Well, I say straight, it's not a straight at all. It's a right-hand sweep that takes you towards the Gasworks hairpin. A downhill 180-degree right-hander that then quickly leads onto the never-ending horseshoe. Then 3 apex, apex 1, apex 2, apex 3, and then onto the final turn, the paddock hairpin, the all-important, because that leads to cross the finish line. And that's a lap of Warden Law.
On the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, we will remember them. The Armistice an agreement to end the fighting of the First World War as a prelude to peace negotiations, began at 11 a.m. on the 11th of November 1918. Armistice is Latin for to stand arms. We're about to go into a 2-minute silence here, everybody. It's something we do to pay our respects to all of our fallen, to give us the freedoms that we enjoy over the years. So we're a few minutes off, so please respect the 2-minute silence. If you're beside somebody who's about to fire an engine, well, just tap them on the shoulder and tell them not to. So we are going to hold our Bambino grid. So we are going to build the tension towards the Bambino race, Johnny. It's incredible. I've always found it incredible. You know, we've got some of them are 5 years old. Mm-hmm. That kind of sneak in under the radar. 6 to 8 years old. And to think that, you know, they show us the racecraft that we're about to see from these youngsters. All right, cadets, 8 to 11. Yeah, okay, that's incredible. But I think even more incredible is the Bambinos. Because the Bambinos are very underpowered, so it's all about momentum. And for these youngsters to have it in their head, they understand momentum. And the ones that run, the ones that are slow to start with, they soon pick it up.
Yeah.
And, you know, by the time they get into the middle of their first season, they're all running nose to tail like a NASCAR race. And it's incredible to watch. And I have to remind myself that they're only kids who are 6, 7 years old.
Yeah.
And then I'm reminded at the trophy presentation tonight when they all toddle out and they're about to sort of up to my knees.
It's the incredible nature of youth, I suppose, because their brains are still very much sponges. So you tell them how to drive a car, how to behave in traffic. There were a couple of very young drivers I noticed at breakfast this morning, chatting to Reese from the track, who was running them through the ARDS test, I think it was, to make sure that they knew all of their flag warnings and how to behave if there was a red flag or they see a white flag or a yellow flag, and everything. All of the tests have to be done correctly before what is a big weekend for these young drivers to win the 2023 Autumn Cup. And the fact that we're going to pause in a moment or two will, as you say, just be building their anticipation ahead of the first of a couple of heats.
I hope you enjoyed watching that track map there, the little video that we put together. Big thanks to Gary Dodds, who I know is listening and watching. And it was Gary Dodds' drone footage that we saw on that little video piece that Nick gave us. Hello to Gary. We need some more. We need some more of Dodds' drone footage, no question.
Did give me a chance to see Dodds' famous Scalextric room as well.
That's my Scalextric room as
Is
well.
it?
It's a joint effort.
It's not
mate.
in your house?
No. Well, it was a joint effort, you know.
Okay.
A lot of that.
Well, you've talked about it to me for many
years.
years.
It is taking a room
up
in Dodds' house.
I actually saw it for real last night and was mesmerised.
So just to remind everybody, we're a few seconds away. The 11th hour on the 11th day of the 11th month, we will remember them. The Armistice, an agreement to end fighting. The First World War is a prelude to peace. Thank you, everybody. Let's go back to racing, and we release our Bambino grid from the collecting area, and then the event of the event, the dads and mums and helpers race down to the grid for what will be a standing start, Johnny. We've got our grid in front of us. Pole position. We'll see Sebastian Crawford lining up. We're just going to have these Bambinos warming up there. They've been stalled, of course, stopped for a good couple of minutes.
Do we have a grid for the parents' race?
We don't. That's the. You know what? I've been wanting to kind of find out who it is going to be in those fluorescent bibs, and I wanted to put numbers on their front and back, so that we could actually find out. However, what we don't want to do is have a health and safety issue of some parents running down there and tripping one another up just to get the accolade of being the first on the grid.
I can see that happening.
Well, that would definitely happen. Yes. Yeah, we've got replays ready as well, so if that does happen, without a doubt. So let's have a look at the grid while we just wait for them to warm up and then be released. Just waiting for our race control to give them the go-ahead. So it's quite a simple process. The karts will make their way around onto the grid and line up with the number 6. There he is in the collecting area, Sebastian Crawford on the pole position, with alongside, just out of view, just below the unit there that our camera's mounted on, is Albie J. Stubbs. He's alongside, is Albie. Second row of the grid is Calman Simon, or that might be Simon Calman. No, we'll take that as Calman Simon. Freddie Blackshaw alongside. Brady Atkin as Arlo Gamble alongside on row 3. And then we've got Ethan Pearson and Benjamin Siviar. Summer Upton and Abel Hutton are on row 5. And then we've got Phoebe Rogers and Verity Crawford on row 6. Tyler Gruffity, who didn't post a qualifying time. Oh, come on, gentlemen, that's not much of a race, is it? It's a walking race for the dads and helpers of the Bambinos. And are we going to see anybody set off into a sprint to get to the line? It's a bit of a high-speed game, a low-speed game of chess here being played there, just sort of being casual about going about it. But as we get towards that checkered flag line there, denoting the start-finish straight, here we go. From the back, it's a bit like the Tour de France there, everybody just pacing one another.
They were in the peloton, and now here's the sprint to the line.
Oh, I don't know who's that going ahead, but I'd like to see some cheering. Oh, he is. He's going ahead. He's putting on a bit of a fast walk. And now we've got a runner. We've got a runner to the line. I think he's gone too early, though. He should be falling over by the time he gets there. It's the man without the fluorescent jacket that takes the checkered flag.
He was almost weaving there. You were allowed one move in the braking area.
I thought
there was nearly two.
Yeah, there it is. Across the line there, then he timed his run very well. Ooh, a little bit of a naughty jing to the left. That's there, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, just put off the fluorescent bib-wearing competitor.
Might go to a judicial.
Right then, here we are. You know what, Johnny? I do love standing starts. We've got, the usual tension of the red lights going on. It's a red light sequence of 1, 2, 3, 4, and then the red lights go out. The engine revs rise. We've got the clear the grid. Summer Upton's mum there in the red with the furry hood, limping off. She had a nasty accident a few weeks ago and broke a leg. Nice to see her back here.
I did see her earlier on in the paddock with a crutch, and I thought that's not going to bode well for the race, the foot race.
No, you'll notice that she was down there. Team effort there from the Uptons. Yeah, Dad's at the collecting area and then sends it down to Mum on the grid. Here we go then. It's Dan Ashton in the middle there with the green clipboard and the yellow earmuffs, just keeping his ears warm. It's got nothing to do with being able to hear his radio. That's just an ear warmer for Dan. Got a bit of a problem with our Sebastian Crawford on the pole, but he's fine now. Dan just lining people up to his liking. He will give the go-ahead. There he is on the radio then. Oh, we've got a problem at the back, and I think that is that Verity Crawford. Oh, problem with the motor there, not starting or something, and I think that's Verity Crawford being pulled off. That is, get the number there, 51.
51.
No, it's Phoebe. 51 is Tyler Gruffity. Yeah, that's Dan Gruffity. Now, Tyler Gruffity didn't get off in qualifying. We've got the race starting, Johnny, and it's the pole man, Sebastian Crawford, who's got to win to the lead.
Crawford, many looks over the shoulder there just to make sure that the run into the first corner was clear, but lots of pressure, including a good early dice for 4th and 5th, threading their way through Brian's Bend and now into Dogleg, and a bit more curb taken by the second place kart there, so definitely Sebastian Crawford under pressure. And there's that LBJ Stubbs then in second position. 96 running in second. So it is the front row starters, first, second, and then in third position, a good getaway for Brady Atkin in kart number 23. Started on the third row from 5th place and is already up to third position and trying to get to those leaders. Just running the risk of breaking away here, the top two, Joe.
Yeah, but that third place kart there that you mentioned there, breaking away and getting on terms, I think we're about to have a 3-kart battle for the lead as they go into the horseshoe. It's never ending. There's a change of lead there down the inside. It was left open wide, the door, by Sebastian Crawford, and through has gone the 96 LBJ Stubbs, and will lead across the line for the first time. Almost side by side, moves across to the right to defend that line into the first turn, and we're side by side through turn 1. And Crawford round the outside, but it's Stubbs who hangs on to the lead, Johnny.
Lots of curb in the background, I noticed, for Ethan Pearson. 7th and 8th, just slightly further away, but we're quite rightly focusing on this three-way fight. Too much curb, I would have said, on the exit there of Dogleg, which rather hampered the progress of LBJ Stubbs for the run through St John's, but actually coped with that moment fairly well. Sebastian Crawford almost drawing alongside, but not quite able to get through. Brady Atkins still there in third position. We might have a 5-kart train fairly shortly with Arlo Gamble and Freddie Blackshaw closing in. Yeah, they look like they are, you know. And remember, even though they're on the treaded Bambino tyre, they will be coming up to temperature. So they weren't perfect there on the first couple of laps, but they will be coming up to temperature now. So it's 1 lap completed. Here they are, just coming towards the completion of the second lap. And it's LBJ Stubbs there, who is hanging onto a lead of very little space there between them. Here they come then, across the line. Stubbs goes across to the right again, and it looks like Crawford is alongside. We're too wide into turn 1. Crawford on the outside, tries to go around the outside, hangs in there. They're still side by side into Brian's Bend, and it looks like Crawford's made it stick at Brian's Bend into the Dogleg then for the third time. And it's a change of lead as Sebastian Crawford takes the lead now. LBJ Stubbs second, but there, Brady Atkin just keeping a watching brief on these two, and he's just waiting for a mistake. You can just tell that, can't you? That was an excellent overtake from Sebastian, though. Just knew that a bit more momentum up on the banked turn at turn 1, and that outside line was just worked perfectly. No option other than for LBJ Stubbs but to just follow through into Brian's Bend and realise that that first corner overtake was so good, there wasn't really a great deal that Stubbs could have done about that. So Sebastian Crawford now leading from LBJ. Brady Atkin in third position. Then there's a bigger gap now back to the Arlo Gamble, Freddie Blackshaw fight. So Arlo Gamble and Freddie Blackshaw running 4th and 5th, and still, I reckon, in that order. Now, what has LBJ Stubbs got up the sleeve here to try and repay the favour into the first corner? It's a good exit out of Paddock there for Sebastian Crawford, so there's going to be no opportunity to nip by. Meanwhile, behind, 72, still ahead of 28, so it's still Arlo Gamble for 4th position, but Freddie really nibbling at the rear bumper there of Arlo Gamble. That could change, just like the lead might again, this time into the centre complex, Joe.
What did I tell you, Johnny, about these youngsters and the racecraft that we see from them, and these two battling nose to tail, not giving an inch and using momentum? They're having to think about their lap. They're not just sort of out there with their foot down. They're actually thinking about momentum and gathering momentum and exiting the back chicane. And now, as we see Stubbs go onto the rear bumper of Sebastian Crawford towards the gasworks. Crawford, though, it's not really a breaking point for a Bambino, this hairpin, the downhill sweep. So the first two breaking away there. Oh, and side by side into the horseshoe. Stubbs comes back and takes the line and is indeed taking the lead through the final turn at the Paddock hairpin. And it'll be LBJ Stubbs who will show in that lead. Across the line. And Crawford once again side by side into turn 1.
Favourite overtake for Sebastian. Can he get it done for a second time around? Yeah, he can. Brilliant stuff. They've got a bit of traffic to deal with in a minute as well. So the tail enders might present an opportunity for LBJ Stubbs. They're going to go either side of them. No, not quite. LBJ thought about it, but then realised there was going to be no way through on the inside of St John's. And this is really going to spice up the lead battle as if it needed to be stirred any further. And Brady Atkin, all of a sudden, having just dropped a few kart lengths back, is back in the fight here, not just for a podium, because he's been there all race pretty much, but possibly, of course, for the race win too.
Yeah, keeping a watching brief, isn't he, young Brady? Brady Atkin now back onto the rear bumper of Crawford. Crawford almost onto the rear bumper of LBJ Stubbs there as they span out a little bit towards the gasworks. Here they Concertina back up. And this is where Stubbs made it happen last time by. Crawford looking over his left shoulder, though. He hasn't left the door open as wide as he did the previous lap. And into and out of the paddock turn to complete another lap. Now it's Crawford leading across the line this time. Stubbs in second, and then Brady Atkin not that far behind them. No side-by-side action into turn one here as the two of them follow each other in their wheel tracks. Crawford still in the lead, into the right-hander at the dogleg. It's a sweeping right straight into the tighter section there, and then staying off that very, very bumpy curb into St John's and towards the Sennas. And Crawford, he's got a bit of what I would call a bit of a breather. It's not exactly a breather, it's more of just a mere breath of relaxation as he's not being challenged, but that's not far away.
Worth mentioning as well that Freddie Blackshaw's got ahead of Arlo Gamble now for fourth position. Calman Simon right with them. So 3 for the lead, 3 absolutely together for fourth, fifth and sixth as well. We'll keep you up to date with that with a minute to go plus the extra lap. So what are they doing in terms of lap times? 1 minute 13 last time around for the race leader, Sebastian Crawford. With the green front, number 6. Leading the way and just starting to edge out a bit of a gap now, but they're going to hit the main start-finish straight. So this again is a chance for LBJ Stubbs to get into the toe of Sebastian Crawford to try and reel back those few more inches, but just not quite close enough because Sebastian's got his head down, wriggle free now of that mid-race pressure, and with probably a lap and a half still to go, Sebastian Crawford, it's his to lose at this stage, I'd say.
Yeah, it's panning out a little bit now, isn't it? Sebastian Crawford has found, well, his pedals, and he hasn't had really any pressure now for getting on towards 2 laps. So Crawford, Stubbs, Atkin just beginning to get inside the back markers as well, and the back markers may be responsible for spreading this out as the lead battle now strings out. There is a cracking 3-card battle just behind them for 4th, 5th and 6th, I think. I think it's Blackshaw, Simon and Gamble. That's it there. Is that the one I'm looking for, Johnny?
Yes, it is.
Towards the gasworks hairpin. These 3. Freddie Blackshaw is the cart at the head of that 3. Calman Simon behind, and then Arlo Gamble, the 3rd cart. Side-by-side action into the horseshoe. Side-by-side action into Paddock. This did the switchback. These 3 carters, Freddie Blackshaw, Calman Simon and Arlo Gamble, absolutely going at it hammer and tongs as they cross the line to complete what will be 7 laps. With time ticking down, and the number 12 down the inside, and it's Freddie Blackshaw, who's lost 2 places now, as Arlo Gamble has gone through and gone ahead of them.
That was great because we had an order at the end of the previous lap. Every cart in that 3 changed position as they completed the next lap. That was to put 7 in the book. And wonderful battling into the first corner with on the inside line there to overtake Arlo Gamble was Calman Simon, bringing Freddie Blackmore with him. And Arlo Gamble must be thinking, what on earth do I need to do? I started this lap in 4th, and by the exit of turn 1, I'm down to 6th.
Yeah, and the 72 finds himself just dropping off the tail of Simon and Blackshaw. These two now getting their heads down and pulling out a little bit of a gap. And it just shows how this class of karts, all about momentum there. Arlo Gamble lost that momentum at turn 1, and here he is trying to gather that back. And just look at how many kart lengths that Arlo lost as they come out of the final turn. and greeted by the checkered flag. That came round very quickly, Johnny.
It did. LBJ Stubbs getting the win, and I don't quite know what happened to mean that Sebastian Crawford didn't win it, because Sebastian had a big lead over LBJ at one point, so maybe an error as we were concentrating on the 4th, 5th and 6th place fight. You're looking at me you're rather
was
concerned.
that 8 minutes?
It wasn't 8. Yes, it was 8 minutes in a lap. Yeah,
really? Right, okay then, mate. That's the first race. We need to keep an eye on that one.
Well,
we missed the checkered flag on the leader there. We'll keep an eye on that.
I was kind of aware, but
I was too engrossed in that battle for 4th.
Indeed.
Our producer's looking at us. It's like, Nick, you're supposed to keep us right.
We call the track action,
Nick
Nick says.
Works.
No, okay. It really should. It should be working like that.
Let's have a rundown then. LBJ Stubbs takes Heat 1. Sebastian Crawford is 2nd. Brady Atkin through in 3rd. Calman Simon 4th. Freddie Blackshaw it was 5th. Arlo Gamble 6th. Ethan Pearson 7th. Then we had Benjamin Sliviat in 8th. Summer Upton 9th. 10th was Sullivan Crawford. Then we had Abel Lutton in 11th. 12th was Verity Crawford. Phoebe Rogers will finish 13th. And Tyler Gruffney there with the DNS. Problems for Tyler's kart again. And hopefully we'll see Tyler out for their 2nd heat. Just want to mention A&H Photography. Here's the official photographer, Andrew and Helen, here once again. A&H Photography. You'll find them on Facebook. And you'll also find a link that will go up on the Warden Law Kart Club, put up by Andrew and Helen. They will be taking photographs across the weekend, both days. And then you can have a peruse of their website and choose which ones you're going to purchase. Some great action shots as well, usually is the case from Andrew and Helen. So keep an eye out on the Warden Law Kart Club Facebook page for the link to that. We get things underway. It's going to be another standing start for the Honda Cadets. This time the Honda Cadets. That's Heat 2, Johnny. I don't want that one. It's actually the same. Of course, isn't it?
Is it?
It's the same, from time qualifying. I just saw Heat 2 there. So, but it doesn't matter. Right, okay. I'll come in again. Honda Cadet 200s.
Yes.
Ralphie Branscombe on the pole position with Morgan Cooney alongside. We've got Thomas Potter, local driver, who's familiar with Warden Law. Great to see Thomas back in the seat. Riley Blakemore is alongside Thomas. 5th place, and on the 3rd row is Toby Turner, with recently crowned Vera Tools British champion in this class, Ryan White, on the 47 alongside. Hugo McCluskey and Tristan Gilfillan is alongside on row 4. Row 5 is Jake Gibbon and Harry Clark, and Archie Garner rounds off the field of karts. Ryan White, his dad Paul was just telling us this morning, came down from Aberdeen last night. His kart is here at Paul's parents'. He was fettling the kart in preparation for today until 2 a.m. this morning. He got to bed up at 6, out of the track. Paul works up in Aberdeen, so he's made that journey down last night. I mean, talk about dedication. Phenomenal effort.
250 miles, he said it is from where he lives, where he works in Aberdeen, to travel here. So, yeah, on a Friday night, not the best journey to have to make, and then very little sleep, because he said he arrived at about half 11 last night, and then straight into sorting the kart out. We are underway, though. It's been a good getaway from Ralphie Branscombe into the first corner as they now head towards Brian's Bend, and this perhaps more even in the opening stages as those karts that are going to perform well all weekend begin to establish themselves. But it is the 96 of Ralphie Branscombe, and he'll be delighting in the fact that there's a good battle now between Morgan Cooney and Thomas Potter for 2nd and 3rd positions. And as they jostle amongst themselves, this might give Ralphie a bit of a break out front.
One of my favourite classes, this, the Honda Cadet 200s. We get some fabulous racing, nose to tail. Once again, the Honda engines, all about momentum. Very little grip from these narrow-tyred karts, so it's all about momentum in the corners, not sliding too wide. And the karts, relatively underpowered, go fast enough for an 8 to 11-year-olds, no question about that. And we do have some fabulous wheel-to-wheel racing. As they come across the line, and we'll get a check on who is where. Branscombe leads, Cooney 2nd, Thomas Potter 3rd, Ryan White 4th. It's Blakemore, Turner, 7th is McCluskey, Harry Clark, Gilfillan, Archie Garner and Jake Gibbon rounding off the 11 kart field.
I don't think that was the cleanest run through turn one for Thomas Potter. He looked to be about half a cart's width off the apex, and sure enough, Potter's falling back into the clutches now of Ryan White, who in the 47 gained 2 places on the first lap from a starting position. So Ryan definitely making progress, could be in the top 3 perhaps by the end of maybe the lap after this. But now the turning of the screw from Morgan Cooney, who allowed Ralphie Branscombe to open up a bit of a gap. Is it going to be a place change for third spot?
Yeah, Ryan White down the inside of Thomas Potter there. Thomas in the green helmet just behind the 2 there. Leader Ralphie Branscombe with the yellow-wheeled Morgan Cooney now dropping off the bumper of him. Ryan White, I mentioned there, just clinching the Vera Tools British Championship, getting ahead of Thomas Potter. And now Ryan just looking over his shoulder there and turns into turn 1. Potter will want to come back at him. Thomas, no stranger to the track here at Warden Law, knows the lines very well, knows how to get the best out of his kart, and he's glued to Ryan White's back bumper as they come out of the dogleg and head towards the left-hander at St John's.
Thomas Potter almost finding more speed than he had in third position, and as I say, whether that was just a few mistakes in the opening lap pretty much, but that allowed Ryan White through, and now Ryan can manage the race a little bit. Doesn't look like Ryan at first sight quite has the speed of those 2 ahead, so maybe third is the best he can manage and muster in this first heat, taking off over the secondary bit of the chicane there as he hit the curb. Again, 2x2 into Gasworks, and that was a change for 5th and 6th possibly. So Toby Turner making progress on Ryan Blakemore. We'll check that at the line as the end of lap 2. It's still Ralphie Branscombe leading by 3/4 of a second over Morgan Cooney, and that was Toby Turner onto the brakes at Gasworks, gaining 5th position from Riley Blakemore.
Yeah, Ralphie Branscombe, definitely the fastest kart on the track at the moment. 60.04 was the time. Morgan Cooney 60.24 and a 60.27 for Ryan White. These two just dropping away by mere hundredths of a second there. So the race is still on. We are just coming up to half distance now, about 20 seconds away from the half distance. 8 minutes and 1 lap is the duration of our heats. We'll keep a tab on that as we continue to watch Thomas Potter trying to get back on terms. Thomas's time, 60.32. Toby Turner, 5th, 60.56. So they're in the order of how they're lapping, actually. So that means they're going to spread out unless we're going to see some settling in and some fast laps now being produced.
The other one that might be about to threaten Riley Blakemore is Hugo McCluskey, right on the tail of the 6th-placed kart. Ryan White over the line though, and that time around, lap time about the same as Morgan Cooney. There's the battle for the positions just outside the top 2 then, with 47 Ryan White and 38 Thomas Potter. They head out of St John's down that short, sharp straight and then into the centre S's. 1st and 2nd separated by almost a second, so much closer between White and Potter as they head for the chicane. This is lap 5. We've got 3 minutes of a lap to go, Joe. Let's not miss a checkered flag this time.
Let's not miss that one. I want to say hello to Jeff Wright, who's listening all the way across in Brazelton, Georgia. Worked with Jeff last week at Daytona. Great to have you along, Jeff. Jeff's gotten up really early here, or he's just finished night shift. One of the two, but it's great to have you, Jeff. I hope you're enjoying the colourful sights of Warden Law kart track here in the northeast of England. Here we go then, Johnny. It is 5 laps completed. So Branscombe, another purple lap time for him, 59.3. Cooney drops a little bit further back with a 59.76, but Ryan White closing the gap ever so slightly, and Thomas Potter not far from Ryan White's bumper. So we have got that gap between 2nd and 3rd that's closing, but only by mere hundredths of a second. So we're not really seeing any discernible difference there out on the track, as Thomas Potter following the British champion in his wheel tracks and probably learning quite a bit from Ryan White, who's proved to be the fastest cadet karter in Britain, in the UK this season.
I don't think if Thomas Potter had found this rhythm earlier in the race, I don't think Ryan would have found a way through. He had to strike whilst the iron was hot, really, and got by. And now Thomas Potter showing, if anything, that he's the quicker of these two, I would say. Quicker than Ryan White, but there just is no opportunity to make the pass. head behind the steering wheel for Thomas Potter. Toby Turner across the line in 5th. Riley Blakemore, Hugo McCluskey still absolutely glued to one another. And McCluskey, again, might be the quicker of those two in this phase of the race, looking for a way by into Bryant's Bend, but not going to make that happen. And the braking area for Dogleg just not quite long enough as McCluskey nipped. Oh, now there's the mistake, and McCluskey is able to draw alongside for 5th and 6th position, and the place change happens. So actually that's for 6th. Hugo McCluskey is now ahead. Meanwhile, Ralphie Branscombe, we're just slightly over a minute to go, plus an extra lap, and Branscombe is still leading by, well, comfortable margin now. It's 1.6 seconds through the last split.
Yeah, he's actually pulling out the gap, isn't he? And I think that we've got Morgan Cooney dropping back towards the ever-advancing Ryan White and Thomas Potter. Here they are then, battle for second. And look at that, there's the signal there of Morgan Cooney saying, let's work together. It seems, Johnny, that the aero works better when these cadet karts get together nose to tail and they cut a bigger hole through the air. And they've somehow, both karts are able to go and lap quicker. And that's what Morgan Cooney was gesticulating to Ryan White. Now, Ryan White and Thomas Potter, very familiar, but Ryan White says, no, get out of me way. I don't need to work with you. I'm actually faster, and I need to get by you and get off after the leader, Ralphie Branscombe. So Ryan White, and there's got Thomas Potter as well. Thomas Potter eventually finding his way by Morgan Cooney as well. So a change for second and third as Morgan Cooney goes from second down to 4th place there. And now we've got to look out with only seconds on the clock. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by for Branscombe. So time not just running out, but ran out for Ryan White and Thomas Potter to get on terms with the leader. But what a battle that they've played. They've just waited their game, and it was more of Morgan Cooney falling back towards them than it was of them catching them, I think, Johnny.
I don't think Morgan Cooney's particularly happy on that kart at the moment. It does seem to be moving around a great deal more than Ryan, and Thomas is now ahead. And yes, he may well have been wanting to draw Ryan White in so that he could work with him, but Ryan wasn't having one bit of that and got by a lap ago into second position. And that was really where Thomas Potter then needed to strike as well, nice and early, and did so into the chicane. And once again, Morgan Cooney's just losing ground with every corner as he tries to coax the kart, particularly into that chicane. There's a race leader, Ralphie Branscombe, on a kind of tour of almost a Saturday morning drive here to the checkered flag. Very cool and calm and collected, and it's going to be a convincing win. Over 3 seconds, I reckon, as he comes out of the final corner, and the checkered flag will be displayed to Ralphie Branscombe, who wins in the Honda Cadets. Going to be really tight for second, third and fourth, but Ryan White, Thomas Potter, Morgan Cooney finish in that order.
It'll be Toby Turner who finishes in 5th. Hugo McCluskey will finish 6th, and then in 7th, Riley Blakemore just crossing the line there. 8th, Archie Garner, 9th Harry Clark, Tristan Gilfillan 10th, and Jake Gibbon rounding off the 11 kart field. But Ralphie Branscombe there was certainly, Johnny, I can only describe him as the class of the field there. Very hard to beat. Started on the pole position and then went off into the lead. Yes, Ryan White, Thomas Potter and Morgan Cooney chased him down, but time ran out for them, didn't it, quite frankly? And we wait to see if things can be overturned in the second heat when we see these Honda Cadets back out.
I think there's promise there from Ryan, from Thomas, from Morgan Cooney, who we were talking about a lot in the early stages. They just didn't have the consistency. So Cooney started and to have he had Ralphie Branscombe's pace in the first half of the race, and then just for some inexplicable reason dropped away. That's when Ryan White and particularly Thomas Potter were riding the crest of a wave too.
So we have got the Micromax class out. It's the smallest grid of the weekend for Micro Rotax. We've got only 5 karts, is it? 5 karts that have qualified, and we've got 5 karts out on track. Max Jolly, the Hunter Motorsport driver, putting it on the pole position.
Those karts are now heading out onto their release lap with 8 minutes once again on the clock. Max Jolly on pole position then, alongside Jack Moss on the front row. We've got Sebastian Behrman and Luke Millwood on row 2, and Grayson Crawford to complete the grid as they now head out of the chicane. Interesting for me as well, the different approaches as they leave the chicane of various karts in the early Heat today. Some like to ride that curb completely. Some like to ride right over the curb, and others deciding to sort of avoid it to gain the time that way. It will be our first rolling start of the day.
And here they come. Get things underway for Micromax. Jolly there on the inside. It's a four-way pack though. Into turn one. A little bit of a coming together there. Karts being sandwiched there. But everybody settling down by the time they come through the dogleg. Into and out of the dogleg already at St John's. And on towards the first of the centres, the left-hand hairpin. Out of there. Hello to Dan Ashton, just giving away of these bright yellow earmuffs there, coming into great use there, keeping his ears nice and warm. He pretends it's a radio, it's not. They're fluffy earmuffs, them. Anyway, Micromax, four-way battle. Grayson Crawford just dropping off the back. Grayson just finding his feet here at Warden Law. Right now, though, a four-way battle. We only need 2 karts to make a race, Johnny. And here we've got 4 Micromax battling it out. Across the line they go.
So, yeah, good initial lap. Again, head down behind the steering wheel for most as Max Jolly ekes out the gap to 0.4 of a second. But Luke Millwood is on the move. He's already moved up 2 positions from presumably a difficult qualifying earlier on, because there's a lot more lap speed in kart number 38 than we were seeing early this morning. And 38 definitely making a move into the first of the centres. But there was no wait by there. Max Jolly almost saw that move coming from quite a way off. They thread their way through the chicane, almost the furthest point from our commentary position, around the curve and into the tricky approach to Gasworks. Important to get that corner right. Exit far more important than the entry, because that then funnels you into the left-hander and into the horseshoe itself to complete another lap. So we've had almost 2 minutes of this. Max Jolly so far not putting a wheel wrong, Joe. Yeah,
lovely look at the backdrop here at Warden Law. Quite an autumnal feel, aptly for the Autumn Cup here this weekend. The browns and different shades of dark green and browns and
copper,
gold and copper of the bushes and shrubs and trees that surround the track here. Grass looking as lush as ever. Beautiful colours from the track here at Warden Law. Thanks to the team at Karting Live TV for bringing us some great pictures as Max Jolly, the number 14. Still carrying the novice plate, Johnny. However, doesn't look like a novice when he's out there on the track, does he? The number 14 there, pulling out a gap of just under a second, 0.6. And if anything, Luke Millward now has Sebastian Behrman right on his tail. We'll just knock back to that battle for second and third. They're just coming out of the horseshoe. There they are into the final turn here. It'll be 3 laps completed as they cross the line. And like you said, Max Jolly, let's see what the gap is. He's doubled it, Johnny. It's gone out to 1.2, and there's a move diff for second.
First corner, and very late indeed for Sebastian Behrman, but he timed it perfectly in the blue and green helmet. So underneath and in the airflow of Luke Millward, who started like a train and was able to take the fight to Jolly. Gain those places from his starting position. Slight adjustment on the kart there from the new third place driver Sebastian Behrman. Luke Millward rather. So Millward falling behind Behrman after a good overtake into the first corner. Can those places be reversed? I don't think Millward needs to hang around here, because slowly that 37 kart is edging away. And the idea, of course, in Sebastian Behrman's mind is he might be able to try and catch up with Max Jolly in the remaining 4 minutes plus an extra lap. So it's pretty much nose to tail for second and third, as again they have all their body weight thrown to the left hand side of the kart, working their way through Paddock corner, back across the control line. Max Jolly now with a 1.5 second lead over the Millward and Behrman battle.
And that's true performance as Jack Moss there in fourth, just coming into the picture and on to the rear end of Luke Millward. As Jack Moss, it is just getting into that battle for second, third and fourth. Meanwhile, Max Jolly continues to lap and extend the gap to 1.5 seconds last time by. They're out onto their what will be their 5th lap completed. The second, third and fourth place karts there just going through the back chicane and out towards that curving back straight, down towards the Gasworks hairpin. Downhill sweep there. You can see that from the extent of that downhill sweep and the gradient change there. Now then, Jack Moss looking very racy indeed for true performance, right on the tail of the number 38 Luke Millwood as they cross the line. It's Jolly, Behrman, Millwood with Jack Moss right in his bumper now, Johnny.
Yeah, but there's no way through at turn one. That's often a very good overtaking opportunity. Again, though, a slight error coming out of the corner from Luke Millwood. That might mean he's susceptible for the next few corners. Tricky to overtake at dogleg. You really need to be fully overlapping a fellow kart if you are going to dive down the inside there for a late manoeuvre. And these corners, the centre hairpins, if you like, are more all about patience and trying to get good exit speed through the chicane and then onto the back straight. A bit of a hop there over the curve for Luke Millwood, which may well cost him time. Jack Moss spotting an opportunity as they go through the Gasworks hairpin, dropping that elevation. And again, a bit more pointy from the fourth place kart of Jack Moss. So, and up the inside into Paddock corner. Great little overtake that was in the number 33 of Jack Moss. So he moves up to fourth position. There's a little bit of a bump there, though, from the rear of the 38. So that is Luke Millwood trying again to create a mistake from Jack Moss, but no chance to get back through again. You're missing nothing at the front. Max Jolly, if anything, is building the lead. 1.7 seconds now, the gap back to Sebastian Behrman in second position. Jack Moss and Luke Millwood, third and fourth.
Great battle here, Johnny. I've always said it, only takes two karts to make a race. We've got five, and two of them now are going to battle, aren't they? Jack Moss finally getting by Luke Millwood. He was promising to do that. He's running here with true performance. And now we see the run to the flag getting towards the final minute then of this first heat for Micro Rotax, or Micromax as it's known affectionately. The battle is not over though. The race for third place is not over. Moss having to take a little bit of a middle line into turn one, then settles in, nose to tail through turn one, into Brian's Bend, the sweeping left-hander, and then that right-hander that leads into the dogleg here. Very fast. It's almost one corner though. You keep the lock on and you keep turning right through the dogleg. They're out turning left now, out of St John's. Very quickly down the inside has gone Millwood, and they're side by side through the first. The centres coming wheel to wheel there. They saw themselves out for the second, the right hand part of the centre S's, and now out towards the back chicane. Millwood is past Moss, and that was very, very exciting racing, Johnny. Here they go down the inside, and a bit of wheel banging ensued. Not sure how Dan Ashton will see that, but we'll let that one sort itself out because we've now got a battle very much on.
Yeah, superb to watch. And I was going to say initially, great kart placement on the road from Luke Millwood. They're still side by side and have switched around again. Now, they stay in the same order from the previous lap, but then on the inside line again, it is the 33 of Jack Moss just ahead of Luke Millwood. Millwood down the inside of the first of the centre hairpins, and that was all fine, but then didn't really give Jack enough space on the exit. However, he will argue, well, I had the corner, I was on the inside. Jack Moss had to get out of the throttle because the alternative was running off onto the grass and potentially not being able to make this right-hander into the chicane afterwards. So clearly very equal in terms of pace, these two. And that's sort of morphed into that to this phase of the race. Now, is the checkered flag being readied? The clock is at 0. We run an extra lap, remember. Let's see whether we're going to get checkered flag this time for race leader Max Jolly. Over the line he will go. And it's one more lap from this point for Jolly, who leads by 1.8 seconds, Joe.
Great little drive from Max Jolly. He really has shown the way in this Micromax class. Sebastian Behrman through completing 9 laps as well. Jack Moss, Luke Millwood through as well. That's that battle still going on. Rattling the curb on the outside of the dogleg. We'll keep an eye on the checkered flag coming out for our race leader, Max Jolly. As these two continue, time is running out for Millwood to have a go at Jack Moss for third. They're into the chicane for the final time, using all of the exit curb. Both drivers know what to do. And out towards the Gasworks hairpin. and looking like Millwood has dropped off the back of Moss as the leader comes out of the final turn to take what will be the checkered flag. There is Jack Moss now, checkered flag for him. Meanwhile, third and fourth still duking it out. And I think we've had a change there at the very end, Johnny. No, it wasn't. It was Jack Moss that held on to it. Sebastian Behrman, it was in second, finishing behind Max Jolly. But it was Jack Moss that held on to that third place with a massive, massive go at him. Luke Millward there tried all he could. And the final finisher, Grayson Crawford, coming back through on the 22, will be taking their checkered flag any moment now.
Yeah, Grayson Crawford just struggling to match the lap times of the other karts in that race, but a terrific battle between Jack Moss and Luke Millward. They run very similar liveries. Helmets are vaguely the same as well, so from a distance it's really difficult to tell who's got the advantage on any one particular lap, but we had certainly a couple when Millward were in front, then Jack Moss got a chance to get by into the first corner. Another great overtake, though, later on in the race into the first of the Senna hairpins. So you didn't quite know which way that was going to go next. And I think they're going to be evenly matched for the whole of the weekend, in fact.
So into the Parc Ferme area there, just totally ignoring the chief scrutineer. But yet he can't be seen by the drivers because he's silhouetted in the sunshine. I'm just going to pop my head out and suggest he wears a fluorescent vest, and he might be able to be seen. Yeah, he'll want to be scrutineering them. It's Max Jolly, who was probably won his first race. I'm not sure if that's his first race win there. As we release just there underneath us, out comes the Intermax class for their heat. We've got 10 karts qualified, and it'll be Alex Goodson who leads the field around this lap to take the start. Sebastian Clark starting alongside. It's Daniel Minto and teammate Hasnan Khan on the second row, with Blair Smith and Jonathan Furby on the row behind them on row 3. Row 4 is Zach Mackay and James Fabricus, and then it's Anderson Fraser and Thomas Jackson that round off this 10-kart field. I think more of the same, Johnny. We've got a little bit less restriction, so a little bit more speed and power on these Intermax class, so we will get a faster lap time as they come out of the gasworks and form up.
Yeah, same for all, of course. So these karts are very closely governed indeed, hence the scrutineering required at the end of the previous race. They're all going to bunch up now. Dan Ashton mentioning that certainly on the exit of gasworks we want the moving grid. We started our round of heats with a couple of standing starts, but this is to enable everyone gets away from the line safely. You might have to be through your grid hatchings, though, making sure that the line is correct on the grid itself. And we're underway for 8 minutes plus a lap, and it's a good getaway from the pole man, Alex Goodson. Sebastian Clark trying to slot into second position in the teammate car.
It's Minto.
It's Minto that got the jump, in kart 28.
Minto was right on the rear bumper of Goodson there as they took the start. He was not going to not let that kart of Goodson get away, and they were literally bumper to bumper touching, and he knew he was going to follow him down the inside. That basically lets the outside, the karts on the left-hand side of the track into turn 1. They've got to go around the outside of him, and he knows that from track knowledge here. So starting from the third place on the grid is probably an advantage, more of an advantage than starting second alongside the pole man.
Often is so much the case. I can't find Sebastian Clark in this leading gaggle, so I'm not sure where Sebastian is right now. 56 is in third. That's Blair Smith, who was right up there in qualifying. So it's Goodson who leads the first lap. Daniel Minto second. Blair Smith third. Sebastian Clark is there in fourth position, but drops away from that front row. Just almost like a NASCAR race. You don't have the gap to pull into because everyone's so tightly bunched from the grid formation.
So Alex Goodson leads on the number 26. The number 28 is Daniel Minto. Blair Smith in third, Sebastian Clark fourth. Hasnan Khan drops to fifth from his starting position of what was fourth place. So he'll be wanting to get on terms in the number 18. I think he's out there with the number 180 on his number board. But we'll see. The battle for third, fourth and fifth is perhaps where we're going to focus, Johnny, as that one looks like it's got a bit of promise to it.
Definitely. Yeah, so Blair Smith at the moment keeping head above water and head actually deliberately below the steering wheel as Blair crosses the line. And right behind, Sebastian Clark must be clenching his teeth, rather frustrated with the start of that race, having qualified on the front row but just not able to put it to good use. Clearly that 51 kart though has very good pace from the morning qualifying sessions, but the problem is it's a wall of Blair Smith, a 56 kart in front. Is this a chance to at least draw alongside? But it'll have to be the outside and then inside line into the second of the centre hairpins, and a great overtake, yes, to get ahead of the 56. So Sebastian Clark into third position now and can set the crosshair on the rear of the two teammates up ahead, the first of those being Daniel Minto, kart number 28 in second position. Still three together though, as Blair Smith just starts to extend the legs a touch on the Sebastian Clark and Blair Smith and Hasnan Khan scrap behind, Joe.
Hasnan Khan fresh from his trip to Belgium, karting Genk for the B&L Golden Trophy. Great experience gained for the youngster there. He's the third kart in that train. It's Sebastian Clark, Blair Smith and Hasnan Khan who we're watching now, just coming out of St John's now, heading towards the centres. That bump, that distinct bump, it's become a bit of a character of the Warden Law track here. It's been there for absolutely years. As you head down that straight just before the braking area for the first of the centres, into the back chicane then. It's nose to tail. Train of Intermax karts heading down that curving back straight and into the braking area for the gasworks, sweeping right downhill using all of the track and more, and then this never-ending left-hander that we call the horseshoe. The kart by the wayside is Jonathan Furby, so a retirement for the number 50 there, down from Scotland. A little bit of a shame there to start the weekend off like that, but hopefully he will get this thing back and running. Into turn one then. It's Khan, who's amended his number plate, thankfully, not to confuse us, Johnny, the number 18, right on the bumper now of Blair Smith. Can Hasnan get by? That's the question. He's lining him up, isn't he? But I tell you what, Blair Smith is no slouch, and it's going to be a very, very difficult job. These two becoming aware of one another is now allowing Sebastian Clark just to eke out a little bit of a gap. Meanwhile, out in front, Alex Goodson leads by about a second from Daniel Minto, and then we've got this third place battle.
Yeah, that wasn't a great lap from Daniel Minto, and in fact the three that are fighting for third, fourth and fifth all caught up a little bit of time there, so Minto's not a million miles away. I know it's for sixth place, but there are four karts involved with that. Sixth, seventh, eighth and ninth almost tumbling over one another. We can't really draw our eyes away from Sebastian Clark, Blair Smith and Hasnan Khan. To be interested to see whether they caught up a bit even more time on Daniel Minto. Yes, they did. So that gap's almost down to only a second to third, which is playing nicely into the hands of Alex Goodson, jetting away in the distance, nearly a second and a half to the good.
We've just seen why you don't try not to use the curb on the outside of the dogleg, as Hasnan Khan had four wheels off the track there. Hopefully Andrew and Helen can get that on a photograph, because that would look spectacular from front on or even from a rearward shot there. Hasnan putting the car over the curb and four wheels in the air, rally car style, Finnish rally style actually. That's dropped him back off the rear bumper of Blair Smith. It's just so easy to lose momentum, and just, going wide or wider than you perhaps like shows that it does cost you a bit of time. As we continue on then, and across the line to complete another lap 6 in fact, is Alex Goodson. The gap out to 2.14, Johnny. So your observation there of Daniel Minto dropping off the back, 55.4 there last time through, 3:10 slower than Alex Goodson. And Alex Goodson, fastest lap of the race there. So even though, with coming up to 2 minutes remaining, Goodson is still pushing on, even though he's got a comfortable lead.
But Sebastian Clark had a fastest sector of anybody else on the previous lap. That gap between second place Daniel Minto and Sebastian Clark in third is now only 0.6 of a second. Still, Anderson Fraser and James Fabregas have a really good fight for 6th and 7th, and they're just starting to work their way away from the 8th and 9th place cars of Zach Mackay and Thomas Jackson. So about to go into gasworks there. The race leader is about to complete another lap. We've got a minute and a half still to go, plus one lap. 2.6 now, the gap between Goodson and Daniel Minto, who again lost time. Sebastian Clark's right with Daniel Minto this time. So Minto, remember, gaining the spaces on the grid, qualifying in third, but now is his qualifying pace starting to be repeated in the race, I wonder, because Daniel Minto under stern pressure from Sebastian Clark for second and third. Clark's taken a while to get there to reach the boil, but he's right on speed now.
It looks, if anything, that Daniel Minto's kart has lost grip. The rear end of that kart slipping and sliding around there as he came out of the second centres. We'll see if Daniel can hang on to this second place. They're inside the final minute, so we're not that far off the last lap board, but it's going to take a lot of effort for Minto with that kart now that seems to have dropped right off the edge as they come out of the final turn now. Can Sebastian Clark challenge Daniel Minto? We'll just keep an eye on the handling as well. Seems to have grip through that fast section there through Brian's Bend into the right-hander at the dogleg. This is where it looks like Clark gains time. Hardly using the curb there. That's advisable after what we've seen happen to Hasnan Khan. And Minto needs to tidy this up. He's maybe come to grips with the fact that his tyres are doing something he's not perhaps wanting them to do. But there, very nice and tidy there through and into the back chicane. Out of there, and Minto with this tidy lap, pulling back and pulling away, pulling back the time. Sebastian Clark not quite dropping off him, but Minto keeping this smooth style of driving will make Sebastian Clark's job very, very tricky indeed to try and get by. And if anything, Johnny, I think the gap's gone back out there. It's about just under half a second.
Hasnan Khan for fourth position gets it at the first corner. So Hasnan Khan in the number 18 is now up to fourth. And he's now, not really got enough time. There's a fight back again, though, because certainly Blair Smith's not going to take that lying down. And there was the chance at the dogleg to reverse those positions again. Khan with a sneaky look over the shoulder to see that Blair Smith is at a suitable distance where he can take a racing line into the centre hairpin. Still no change for second and third, although that's looking likely that it may. One more opportunity maybe at Gasworks. We're coming up to that now between Daniel Minto and Sebastian Clark.
Oh, and there's Clark there down the outside, but momentum for Minto as he maintained the position. It's one lap to go aboard, is it? Or is it checkered flag? It's checkered flag. Time is flying. Alex Goodson takes the win. Daniel Minto hangs on for all he's worth for second. Sebastian Clark for third, and that move by Hasnan Khan will give him that fourth place. The place he feels is his rightful right as he started in fourth and gained that back. Blair Smith fifth, James Fabricas sixth, seventh is Anderson Fraser, Zach Mackay is eighth, and then Thomas Jackson rounds off the 9 karts that finished. Jonathan Furby was a retirement right there at the start there with a problem. Great racing there, Johnny. Again, not a massive field, 10 karts for the Intermax class, but once again, great racing there.
And you need to be looking at about 3 or 4 different places at once because there's so much going. Yeah, I'd hate to be in Nick's job this weekend. Thankfully, I'm doing his normal job.
I've given him a few stern looks. Have you noticed? But he hasn't noticed.
I only need to give his normal job 20%, and it's fine.
I'm like looking for instant reaction from the cameras, and Nick's not even looking at me because he knows my look will be stern. I don't even know I'm doing it. Great pictures, though, Nick.
You do occasionally look very cross.
Yeah.
Very cross.
Very cross.
Yeah, so Alex Goodson with a terrific drive. He didn't know much about the action-packed first heat for the Inter-Road taxis behind him. And if you thought that was busy, well, try getting 28 junior Rotax karts around this 1.2 kilometre circuit in the northeast of England. It's Warden Law Kart Club, and here we go. This is one of the main shows of the day, I would say.
It really is, Johnny. 28 karts. It's going to take us a little bit while to get through the grid. Jack Thompson and James Philip Byrne. In fact, the grid's there on the live stream for people to read down, so we'll do the top 10. Jack Thompson and James Philip Byrne on the front row. Zach Turner and Joe Anderson are on row 2. Lincoln Bevan and Oliver White are on row 3. We've got Gregor Reid and Lloyd Palmer on row 4. Oliver Fabricas and Bella McConville are on row 5. We've got Zane Stout and Charlie Benson on row 6. Row 7, Jamie Lumsden. He'd be delighted with that, right in the midfield there for Jamie. Oakley Garthwaite's alongside. We've then got Elliot Surtees and Bella Brown. And then Ollie Poole, John Buchan, Sam Robson, Harry Warby, Miles Roby, Matthew Clark, Liam Watson, and Oliver O'Donovan, I should say. Jake Rafferty and Lewis Pearson are on row 13, and then row 14 is the welcome back of just finding his feet there and starting off the back by choice of his dad. Here they come then, Johnny. They're about to take the start. Nick, they're about to take the start into turn 1. And there they go.
Good start from the pole sitter, Jack Thompson, although but it's carnage behind. Big crash on the start and finish line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 involved. One facing the wrong way, close to the corporate pit lane exit road. So yellows all around, and they will call that as a false start, and we will grid them up again with the same race distance. So 8 minutes plus 1 lap, but we may be 1 kart down. Yes, stepping away, it's 55 who has had the problem.
Sam Robson there. Now that was a complete lack of heads-up driving from the starters, because that wouldn't have been given the green flag. That was a false start from the very off. We've also lost the 49. The 49 is Gregor Reed.
Starting right up there.
Yeah,
on the
right up
row.
there. Yes. So that wasn't heads up. The midfield, not aware that we had a false start flag flying, and that's what happened there. Concertinaed it up. It happens a lot. They're going to need to sort themselves out to get themselves off the naughty step of Dan Ashton, I think. He's stepping out onto the grid now. He's going to be giving them a stern look as they come back through. He's telling them the lines, to stay in the lines. We get this underway. No sign of a false start flag this time, though. And off into the first turn has gone Jack Thompson. Jack leading the field through turn 1. And we've got a kart off at Brian's Bend. Several karts off at Brian's Bend. As Thompson leads his teammate from Hunter Motorsport, the number 99 of Zach Turner, has gotten ahead of James Philip Byrne. And once again, that third place start, Johnny, benefiting the third place driver much better than the second place driver ahead of them.
Yellow flags at the first corner then, with 1, 2, 3 karts off the road. One at least is going to be able to rejoin. The other's trying to do so. But yeah, it's if you get close enough to the rear bumper of the pole sitter, then your third place person can make it second pretty easy, because there's just no gap for, in this case, James Philip Byrne to slot into. So they'll cross the line in their similar liveries. We'll look to the helmets instead. It's the white helmet of Jack Thompson with the day-glow yellow of Zach Turner, running first and second through the incident scene. So currently no overtaking there. And the reasons for that fairly obvious, with a kart off on the grass on the left, another one on the right, and you really do have to thread the eye of the needle. Jack Thompson and Zach Turner. This is why qualifying early this morning is so important, particularly in a 28 kart field.
James Philip Byrne in that distinctive, almost Gulf style of Gulf oil style livery on that kart in third place, just behind the two Hunter Motorsport drivers. Now then, no team orders in karting, I would have thought. Just a little bit of heads-up driving from both Zach Turner and Jack Thompson, who have raced together pretty much the whole season. As Thompson, who knows this track very well indeed, as does indeed Zach Turner, as does indeed James Philip Byrne, as does indeed Joe Anderson, as does indeed pretty much the whole of this field. They've raced here many, many times, not just in the Club Championship, but across the National Series, that visit here. As these two go off there, Nick, let's drop back to the battle for the third, fourth, fifth and sixth. I think that's developing into quite a bit of a ding-dong, involving about 4 karts, and James Philip Byrne dropping back behind Joe Anderson, it looks like. So we look towards, this is the battle we wanted to see. 4 karts tripping over one another, and that looks like the 16 of Joe Anderson that's finally made his way through. And his job now, Johnny, is to chase after those two Hunter Motorsport leaders. Yeah,
so muscling his way ahead of James Philip Byrne, and Joe Anderson now, we reckon, in third position. Can he find the speed? There it is in the 16. So kart number 16 now up ahead of the, you're quite right, Gulf liveried, or Gulf-esque colours, the light blue and the orange. And through the first corner will go James Philip Byrne, who started on the front row. Oliver Fabregas has come up through the order, started from 9th position, and Oliver now is 5th, ahead of Lincoln Bevan. So pretty much the same distance between about 8 or 9 karts there, occupying that straight between St John's and the Senna complex of corners, as the race leaders, Jack Thompson, Zach Turner, continue to extend that gap.
James Philip Byrne just coming under pressure there. That's the blue and orange kart there. That's just coming out of the Gasworks hairpin and heading off to the horseshoe. Just coming through there, the 21 with Oliver Fabricus now right on his bumper there as Joe Anderson ekes away slightly. They've completed 4 laps then, going into lap 5 now. And the 21 there, just going into the horseshoe. Oliver Fabricus, it's Lincoln Bevan just behind them. Lloyd Palmer's behind them. Zane Stout, Oliver White. Charlie Benson is the driver. That's rounding off the top 10 there. And Charlie not that far behind on the 25. So a train of karts behind the first 3 at least. Jack Thompson leading by half a second. Zach Turner, he's got 2.5 seconds before we have Joe Anderson. And then this battle here, James Philip Byrne and Oliver Fabricus. Just going into the Gasworks hairpin there. Just trying to get the car to turn. You saw James Philip Byrne there just trying to get the car to turn. Fighting the understeer, getting the car to rotate. Out onto the start finish then. It's 6 laps completed. Ducking his head down there, Johnny, to get a bit more speed on that straight.
I was also keen to find out there was a spinner at the first corner for the start of the previous lap. It was Elliot Surtees who had almost coming together with Bella Brown. And quite a high speed off for Surtees, who's lost a load of ground because of that in the number 11, although running the treble 1 number plate, which was confusing me. There's 3rd and 4th for 21, so James Philip Byrne still just behind Joe Anderson for 3rd and 4th as they hit the chicane. The 91 car of Oliver Fabricus ahead of Lincoln Bevan of the Isle of Man, and then Lloyd Palmer in the 42 running in 7th position, but those places threatening to change virtually with every tick of the lap counter. We have 2 minutes and 40 seconds still to run in this, then an extra lap at the end as James Philip Byrne tries to get as much progress through the air as possible in 4th place. Still can't quite match the speed though of Joe Anderson. The gap at the front's about a second now. Jack Thompson back to Zach Turner. That's why we're concentrating on 3rd, and then much closer for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, pretty much all the way to the lower order of the top 10. Charlie Benson has latched his way to the back of Oliver White for 9th and 10th places.
Great Rotax Junior karting this, as ever. We knew this was going to be entertaining, Johnny. We knew we were going to have battles all the way down the field, and we are seeing exactly what it said on the tin. Jack Thompson, no surprise that Jack Thompson and Zach Turner have gone off into the lead. They're very experienced here. And Joe Anderson also. Joe Anderson in 3rd place. James Philip Byrne there on the blue and orange cart. He's managed to eke out a bit of a gap there to Oliver Fabricus. So I'm not sure whether we've seen a mistake there from the cart there, just in the orange liveried cart there, with that train of carts behind stacking up. Charlie Benson on the 25 is the last cart in that train. And they are just waiting for the time to tick away and maybe have a go at one another. But they know if they put a wheel wrong, they're going to end up at the back of that train in the blink of an eye. So they're going to be very, very cautious. The number 42 there is worth mentioning as well. Where is the 42 there? Lloyd Palmer. He's on the novice plate. He's still a novice. And he's certainly taken to this like a duck to water. He's in that field of karters there that are very, very experienced, various degrees of experience and expertise there. And Lloyd Palmer there, right in the middle one, 1, 2, 3, 4th card back in that picture, is really, really doing a cracking job there. I think he's only raced about 3 or 4 times. I'll need to confirm that, but it's probably only his 4th or 5th full meeting here at Warden Law. So he's showing very, very good progress.
Charlie Benson really benefiting from a tow from maybe 5 karts ahead, because he just did an absolute best through the first sector last time around. Oliver Fabricus has just taken that away from him though. Race leader yet to hit the line. We've got 20 seconds still to go. I think we'll force one more lap out of this, waiting for Jack Thompson to appear at Paddock Corner with 9 seconds on the clock. And over the line he will go now. So we'll reach the end of this lap and then bolt on the extra one. And Oliver Fabricus just starting now to get to some more rhythm again later on in this race. So James Philip Byrne had a few laps to himself with some breathing space. But Fabricus has got a bit more to give now in the closing stage as he wallops the curb there at Dogleg. but it's definitely pressurising Kart 21, James Philip Byrne, in the closing stages as that gaggle behind, which involved about 6 karts for a good 5 minutes, is starting to spread out a bit more.
Was Jack Thompson given the 1 lap to go board there, Johnny?
No.
Do we know? He wasn't, right. So it's 1 lap to go board this time by. So there is Thompson there with a cracking lead of 1.6 seconds. Then a further 1.5 seconds to Joe Anderson, I should say, from Zach Turner. Thompson just crossing the line now. So 1 lap to go now. Heat 1 for the Junior Rotax class here at the Warden Law Kart Club Autumn Cup. And we continue to watch that battle for 4th place, 4th and 5th there, just going into their final lap. So time is running out. We'll let that pan out, Nick. Shall we pick up the leader for the run to the flag? He's just coming into the back chicane now, out of the back chicane now, and heading down towards the gasworks. Our overall leader, Jack Thompson, just going into the gasworks now. There he is there in the white helmet. There's the green helmet of Zach Turner, and then the yellow helmet and the orange livery of Joe Anderson. So that's our leader, Jack Thompson there, who will take the first heat from the pole position. So 100% record so far for Jack. And the karts will be ushered straight into Parc Fermé with a very fine first heat win. Thumbs up to his teammate Zach Turner, who dropped off the tail of him slightly there towards the middle part of that race. Joe Anderson 3rd, James Philip Byrne hung on to that 4th place, Johnny. Cracking battle he had with Oliver Fabricas. Lloyd Palmer, cracking 6th place for him, ahead of Lincoln Bevan in 7th, Oliver White 8th, Zane Stout 9th, Charlie Benson rounds off the top 10, and then we had a cracking battle that we completely had to miss because there was so much going on. Oakley Garthwaite finally getting by Bella McConville, I think, for 11th and 12th, Miles Roby in 13th, Ollie Poole 14th, 15th was Elliot Surtees, and then Jamie Lumsden dropping from 13th to 16th, Bella Brown 17th, Jake Grufferty up into the juniors for I think only the 2nd time from the interclass is in 18th, Liam Watson 19th, 20th was the beginner, the novice driver Lewis Pearson, and then Oliver O'Donovan in 21st. We lost John J. Buchan and Harry Warby, Gregor Reed, Sam Robson, Matthew Clark and Jacob Rump all retired at the very beginning of this race.
Really good late lap from Joe Anderson. There was a moment where he was purple across the board, as in the last lap, all 3 sectors, and that was his best lap, of course, as well, but he just left it a bit too late. He was pressurising Zach Turner in the closing stages. I love how there are certain karts that obviously start the race well but then fade, and then there are others that are a bit slow to start, but then they really get going in the middle phase, and it's a question of how much minutes are left there.
Could be tyres. Tyre pressure dictates when the tyre is optimised. We had those drivers involved in that first lap incident. Worth mentioning that the whole point of this weekend, running towards the Autumn Cup win, full entry for the winners of the Junior Rotax, a full entry, free registration for the 2024 Ultimate Karting Championship for Junior Rotax, and 2 free race entries. That's got to be worth a lot, and we'll be awarding that to the winner of the Autumn Cup. Coming next are the Senior Rotax classes, 2 races in 1, different weight categories. The blue number plates that you'll see on the karts denote the lighter framed drivers. They come in at a full 162 kilograms overall. That's kart and driver. And then we've got the heavier class. That's the green number plate with white numbers. That's the 177 kilogram class for the taller driver. See what I did there? Yeah. So
nothing to do with waistline, is it, Joe? Ever?
It actually isn't. When you see some of these drivers get off, they're like skinny beanpoles, and you think, that the weight, their body weight, is purely in their height. We've got Andy Powell. He will be delighted with that. Andy, a mechanic, chief mechanic with Hunter Motorsport, but here with a weekend off and racing in the Warden Law Autumn Cup. If Andy wins this, he's got a dilemma, because he's going to win an entry to the UKC where he's going to be working for Hunter Motorsport. So I'm not sure he's going to be able to compete. So we'll see. Long way to go. Angus Scrivener. Now, Angus came into this. He's leading the club championship. When the last time I looked, he's got to be one of the favourites, if not the favourite, for overall honours. He's got his good mate Andy Powell to get by. Behind them, we've got Max Kettle. Max Kettle started here a couple of years ago. Max been running in the UKC. He's done, I think Max has done in a couple of British Championship rounds. But Max Kettle, been running with Sam Pollard Racing this year. He's in third place. And then the returning Louis Large back to the 162 category in third place. Fourth is Duncan. Alex Duncan, Marcus King, and then Martin Fisher. And then we want the 177 class. Zach Bolton. Hello to the Zach Bolton fan club. I'm sure they're with us this weekend. He's on the pole position with returnee John Wilson coming out of retirement there. And planting that kart on the front row of the 177 grid. Marty Gilfillan is third with Mark Gillibrand in fourth, and then Stephen Mottram. Great to see Stephen out. He's talking about the campaign and the full NKC. They've split themselves up. We've got the 162 starting there, and it's Angus Scrivener off into the lead, doing the jump on Andy Powell. Here's the 177 start, and sliding very wide is John Wilson, with Zach Bolton going through and into the lead of the 177s. As the 162s sort themselves out, let's drop back to the 177s for a bit. Nick, we've got a bit of a gap between that gaggle of karts and then the 177s just coming through. As they go out towards the back chicane, here's the 177s.
You mentioned, though, earlier on, Joe, that second place sometimes really doesn't work for you. Well, Angus Scrivener just got that perfectly into the first corner. He needed to be behind the pole sitter, obviously, but there's a 177 leader in the early stages, Joe.
Zach Bolton, it is leading. John Wilson hanging on to Zach. Now, Zach has been a runner. Now, just to mention, the winner of the 162 class wins an entry to UKC. The winner of this class, the 177s, they win an entry to the NKC, the national championship that you will find being live streamed on Karting Live TV. Zach Bolton has been a runner in that all season. We've got the Zach Bolton fan club that have been joining us all year long. They'll be with us. And Zach running on the tyre for the 177s on the Maxis, which is a harder tyre, slightly different to the 162s. As we settle back and look at and bring us up to date with the Zach Bolton there, just going into the horseshoe. As Angus Scrivener continues to lead the 162s, and a battle for second place between Andy Powell and Louis Large. These two drivers know each other well, both local lads to the Sunderland and North East area. Andy Powell, unfortunately, he supports the black and whites up the road, whereas Louis, he's a Mackham and he's red and white. And Louis has made the move on Andy Powell, and off he goes. He's after Angus Scrivener. Now, the reason Louis is here at all is purely down to him winning the MSUK O plate in the 177 class. That qualified him through to the World Finals in Bahrain. He wins a seat in the DD2 class, but runs on the Mojo D5 tyre, which he's on right there. This is the Mojo tyre running in the 162s. So to get into shape and get into practice, he's had to lose a few kilograms to meet the weight for the 162s to make himself competitive. So to try out the D5 and reacclimatise to the Mojo D5, here we have Louis coming down the category to the 162s and running very well indeed. He told me this morning he's about 6 or 7 kilograms over the weight which he'd like to be, which he said will be a bit of a disadvantage. No. Some disadvantage, he's running second.
Not happening right now, is it? Let's move back to the 177s then, with Zach Bolton still leading that, still in the colours of LRG, because it run by the Louis Large squad, but with Bolton emblazoned on the back. That's nothing to do with his football affiliation, just a family name. But it's good to have a time where basically Derby for second and third. It's not quite for the race lead in the 162s. We'll get back to that in just a tick. But the 177's being convincingly led by Zach Bolton. Yeah, it's 1.7 seconds over John Wilson. 8th place overall for the leading 177 kart. Mark Gillibrand is in third position, having actually just got ahead of Marty Gilfillan on that previous lap.
Great battles going on there for second, third, fourth and fifth, as that's Max Kettle there, the third kart in that train of karts, coming under a massive amount of pressure from Alex Duncan. Alex there trying to get by Max, but Max in turn is trying to get by Andy Powell. Now Andy Powell is running with True Performance, which is his dad's run team, And Andy, they're in the orange and white livery of that team. They're trying to keep on terms with Louis Large, ducking down. Andy, who hasn't been in the seat for quite a while, he just tends to do the odd practice session here and there, but showing very, very good pace indeed. And if he can keep up with the all-plate winner of Louis Large, former British champion as well in that category, he's doing a very good job indeed. Max Kettle, no slouch. Alex Duncan, this is a great battle, isn't it? Second for Louis Large, Andy Powell in third, Max Kettle fourth, and fifth place Alex Duncan there. Great train of racing there into and out of the back chicane.
Fun to watch, all four heads bobbing into that bump that you were talking about early on in the first sector, but it's really concertinaing up now. Louis Large maybe not quite as quick as Andy Powell behind, and that was maybe a chance there for Powell as Large just slipped from the ideal racing line. He controlled it well though, and his exit speed out of Paddock Corner and down the main straight is decent. Powell can't gain an advantage there, but it's Louis Large, and the fact that he's a few kilos heavier than he wants to be, is that now starting to pay compared to the regular 162 runners?
It's good point, Johnny. Angus Scrivener is doing exactly what everyone expected him to do, and because these four are tripping over one another, as Alex Duncan goes down the inside of Max Kettle for what will be fourth place, this is allowing Angus Scrivener to just completely go for it. He's putting in purple sector times, he's putting in purple lap times, he's extended the gap to 2.2 seconds, and you know, he's got a championship to win here this weekend. He's also got that free subscription prize, registration prize of the UKC up for grabs as well if he wins the Autumn Cup, so it's all to play for. And Angus there, quite dominant. Meanwhile, Andy Powell there, if Louis Large had mirrors, he'd be showing very much in them there, just dipping out of Louis Large's slipstream there just as they went towards turn one.
He had a little look, didn't he? I don't know whether there was any full intent of an overtake there, but it was more of a glance to see, was there a gap wide enough? Probably not. Oh, and Powell caught napping, though, by Alex Duncan from fourth position to third, and he did that on the previous lap. Duncan getting ahead of Max Kettle, so Duncan now up into third position, saying to Andy Powell, well, if you can't get by Louis Large, give me a try. Powell to the inside of Gasworks.
No, that's Kettle.
Oh,
that's
it's Kettle.
Kettle went through with Duncan. Andy Powell's found himself second, third, fourth, fifth place there, but they're coming back towards each other through the horseshoe. And who is that? Who has gotten by? That's Andy Powell. He's demoted Alex Duncan back to where he was, but Max Kettle is the driver that's paid dividends there, with coming up to a minute remaining, a plus one lap. Max Kettle finds himself in third with quite a gap to Andy Powell, because he's just been tripping over Alex Duncan.
Yeah, and the other problem for Max Kettle, well, it's not really a problem because he's gained two positions, but whilst all that was happening, Louis Large was building a lead in second place. So the question is now, is there enough of this race time left for Max Kettle to at least threaten for second position on Louis Large? Meanwhile, these two, Andy Powell ahead of Alex Duncan, could well switch around again. They have done already into the inside line. Yes, Powell can't get across the track quick enough to defend from Alex Duncan. So the Scotsman is through and up to fourth place again.
Brilliant racing as Angus Scrivener crosses the line. We'll catch up with the pictures in a moment. And then across the line has gone Louis Large. Louis just into the dogleg there. It'll be one lap to go board next time by, as Max Kettle now looks very racy indeed, settling on the rear bumper of Louis Large into the first of the centres, just lifting that rear wheel, just unwinding that axle, first to the left and now to the right, and then heading out towards the back chicane. Louis has driven a cracking race, got up to second place and managing that position, but Max Kettle coming down the inside at him, and are coming together. Who's going to make it out of the corner? Max Kettle with a great move there on Louis Large, and Louis not caught napping because he was taking the conventional line, and Max Kettle, very brave indeed, last of the late breakers and up to second place.
Yeah, he needed to be fully alongside because there was some contact as the overtake was happening, but thankfully for Max Kettle there was no spin because his wheels were fully alongside Louis Large's, and there was very little Large could do before he realised it was happening. And now Louis Large is going to be under late pressure from Alex Duncan in kart number 63. This is the last lap for Angus Scrivener, who leads the 162s, for Zach Bolton, who is nearly 5 seconds to the good in the 177s over John Wilson. There's been a change, though, since we last checked there. Mark Gillibrand now ahead of Stephen Mottram. That happened on the previous lap in the 177s.
So time ticking by with Angus Scrivener just coming through the final bend now, final turn now at Paddock. He will take the checkered flag in Heat 1. Meanwhile, behind him, it's been a cracking race, and it's Max Kettle, the Sam Pollitt Racing driver, being ran here by his dad, Peter, for that second place. 177s, though, Johnny. That's all about Zach Bolton.
It is.
There he is.
In the same colours as Louis Large, but with nowhere near the sort of pressure as his team manager and teammate has had to suffer in the 162s, because now out of the complex at Horseshoe and into the paddock, right-hander over the line, Zach Bolton is confirmed as the 177 winner in Heat 1 to finish ahead of John Wilson, and 5 seconds just over back to John Wilson, with Mark Gillibrand making the 177 podium ahead of Stephen Mottram, and Marty Gilfillan fading a little bit in the closing stages. But again, wonderful racing throughout. Angus Scrivener rather got the jump on everyone into the first corner and showed them all how to do it.
Angus Scrivener and Max Kettler, the two drivers that are leading the Warden Law Car Club Championship, and it was a really great drive there from Max to get by Louis Large. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of bravado to make that move on Louis Large going into that Gasworks hairpin. So great racing as ever from Senior Rotax. Got the Pro Karts out now though, guys, for their first heat, and it will be a grid of 18 karts. We've got juniors and seniors on the same grid. We'll tell you how that's going to work. The juniors will start off the back of the senior pro karts, and it's current and just newly crowned British Pro Kart Endurance Champion Jessica Alexander on the pole position, with Jake Richardson alongside Scott Tate and Danny Bean behind them on row 2. Row 3 is Luke Tomlinson and David Brown. Isaac Needham and Amy Frame are next, and then we've got David Brewers and Zach Dawson, Jacob Cardani and Matthew Hauschby, and then Dominic Needham rounding off the seniors. Juniors are being led by Rossi Costello, with Max Mannion, Joseph Williamson, Leon Wilson and Oliver Watson next up. We've got them coming through though. These twin engine pro karts, both all the karts running Honda engines, RPM engines, and once again a massive thanks to not just RPM but Red Graphics. More of the prizes later as Jessica Alexander fights her way to the front of the field from that pole position. Wasn't easy, Johnny.
No.
She had to be very aggressive going into that turn 1.
Well, that turn-in, the car had a real squirm, and it took some reaction speed there from Jessica to react to the moment, and right in front of everybody else, so it could have gone really wrong for Jessica in the early stages, but she's got away well and building a lead already of about 4 or 5 kart lengths as Jake Richardson fights with his kart as well, as things just warm themselves up. So 133 running in second, that is Jake, ahead of Scott Tate in the 318 kart. They head into Gasworks for the first time. Side by side further back, that is for 5th and 6th and 7th, in fact, all leaving Gasworks hairpin as one.
Great racing all the way throughout this Pro Kart field. It's what we've come to expect. Now, Pro Karts, Johnny, a little bit different from Rotax, a lot heavier. The two engines either side of the driver give the kart a very planted feel. Also, relatively underpowered in comparison to a Rotax Max, but a completely different driving style and discipline, a completely different driving discipline than driving a Rotax as driving a Pro Kart. You've got to be very, very smooth on the brakes. There's none of this sliding the kart with the, getting the oversteer, sort of with the right throttle pedal. You can't do that. It's all about momentum, and it's all about smoothness. It's all about getting out of those corners as fast as you can. And that's what we're seeing now with Scott Tate trying to find that momentum that gets him down the inside of Richardson, and he makes it happen.
Terrific overtake. There was a similar one going on just behind as well, with Amy Frame, I think, trying to make progress on Luke Tomlinson or vice versa. Excellent to watch Jake Richardson on the brakes into the first of the centre hairpins and the rear left wheel fully off the ground. These karts are obviously, well, there's next to no suspension on them, really, but to see them really that taut, three-wheeling it into certain corners. And that was a great overtake from Scott Tate late on in the first lap and starting to build a lead now on Jake Richardson.
Yeah, Scott Tate. We knew Scott coming into this event was going to be running at the front. He tends to do that. We knew Jessica Alexander was going to be doing that as well. She is a very experienced pro karter here at Warden Law. While they go off into the distance, this is the battle for the 52. Luke Tomlinson, Amy Frame, David Brown, Isaac Needham. As ever, Pro Kart's four-card battle, four-card train of battling pro karts is what I was trying to say there, Johnny, and then tripped over me words as we had two karts going side by side into that turn.
Luke Tomlinson just ahead of Amy Frame as they go across the line, and absolutely nothing between them. Again, a bit too much rotation from the 52 of Luke Tomlinson, but he mopped the moment up pretty swiftly. Needed to, because David Brown was about to stab his kart down the inside line for that move, which would have been for fourth position. Jessica Alexander out of this current shot because she's leading by 2.6 seconds. So much experience around this track. Recent times, of course, with the 6-hour enduro. That was very recently, wasn't it?
That was last weekend.
Oh, it was last weekend.
Yeah.
I was nearly said that, and I thought
6 hours of Warden Law.
I rather doubted myself. So I put it to her that this is perfect preparation for the Autumn Cup. Then to have spent virtually all weekend and racing for such a long time. Well, actually, Jessica said I would have preferred the sprint meeting then before the endurance, because you can learn a great deal from being out on the track at certain bits of the day.
Well, the weather was completely different last weekend. It was a very, very wet weekend, and then it eventually dried towards the end of the 6 hours. So the track did come back, because remember, the pro karts, the senior pro karts, they only have one tyre, and that's a dry, slick tyre. So if it rains, you basically then go into slow motion, slipping and sliding around the track with what feels like 1,000 brake horsepower under your right foot.
Yeah.
It really is great to watch. It doesn't detract at all from the racing. The racing stays exactly the same. Amy Frame there, coming under pressure, it looked like, from Isaac Needham. And Amy, no stranger to this Warden Law track as well, as the 25 looks down the inside going into Gasworks, and Amy has to slot in behind Needham and comes under pressure from David Brewis. These three now as Amy Frame slots in behind what looks like a teammate, I think. It's running the same overalls, not quite the same kart livery, Amy in the bright pink kart. Look, there we see different techniques of reducing the airflow.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, yeah, that was Amy, I think, virtually on her back on the main straight, and then jumping back into the seat to make sure she's in the right position for the first corner. And
Isaac Needham just ducked down, totally different. Yeah, he just ducked down forward. He's probably too tall to be able to do that.
Maybe.
He would call. I mean, if you look at the size, the difference in sizes, maybe his knees would stick up higher and it would counteract the lying down position.
Yeah, there's got to be a balance, hasn't there, between your height of head and knees, I suppose.
It just shows how they're driving this track, and sort of to consider just reducing the airflow for what is a fraction of the lap down the main straight. It does cause time. It does gain you time. I know from personal experience, just ducking your head down behind the fairing, it creates time by reducing airflow. Look at that there, Amy Frame, just reducing the airflow, and then pops up into the air. It's a bit like an air brake as you put your body back into the airflow. It's a physical lap. You're not just sitting there composed. As you come out of there, out of the final turn, you're getting ready in your head to change your seating position, and then to push yourself back up.
She's like a jack in the box, breaking out from the trap door as she heads into the first corner. As you say, different style from the kart behind of David Brewis. Jacob Cardani not really an issue at the moment, in ninth position in the 78, but he's way off this three-way fight, which is for 6th, 7th and 8th. Jessica Alexander continues to build a lead to 4 seconds out front, and she completes 7 laps now with 1 minute and 20 to go, plus an extra lap. Scott Tate's lap time, the best of the race for him so far, 56.2. That's actually quicker than the race leader. And a comfortable margin for Scott, back to Jake Richardson, and Luke Tomlinson, 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, battle for the lead, spacing out slightly. That's left us this battle for this race between Isaac Needham and Amy Frame for 6th and 7th. We're inside the final minute, Johnny, so we're not that far away from the one lap to go board. We'll keep an eye on the track position of our overall race leader, Jessica Alexander. It's Rossi Costello leading the juniors. We maybe can find them, Nick. I know we're inside the last 30 seconds, but maybe we'll concentrate on that one for the second heat for the juniors. Rossi Costello, Oliver Watson, Joseph Williamson, Max Mannion and Leon Wilson. That's your junior runners. They're 12th, 14th, 15th, 16th and 17th overall, as Alexander already into the dogleg. It'll be the one lap to go board next time by for our leader as we continue to focus on that battle. Isaac Needham, Amy Frame and David Brewis staying in the shot. Amy Frame, she got passed by Isaac Needham but has not dropped away at all, has she?
No, that's a good point. So Needham again with good early race speed, but clearly Amy Frame's got an equivalent kart, slightly different driving style at times, but it all means that it's very even across this 1.2 kilometre lap. David Brewis might be getting a bit frustrated though as well, because he's got to find his way by two karts, and again hasn't quite got the ability maybe in the braking area to draw level with the Frame kart up ahead. Behind, there's been some good dicing. Yeah, Danny Bean got ahead of Jacob Cardani for 9th position. And it looked like that happened at Gasworks maybe on the previous lap. Jessica Alexander on the final lap though, and somewhere in that first sector at this stage. So still waiting for her to tick off the final few sectors of this last tour. But it's going to be, again, a convincing win for the Scottish driver. 4 seconds over Scott Tate, with David Brown running in 3rd position. There's still no change in the order, though, between these 3 drivers. Isaac Needham making the overtake early on over Amy Frame and David Brewis. Jessica Alexander approaching the final few corners, though, Joe.
Yeah, just looking towards the final turn. As the checkered flag flies then, it's the British Endurance Pro Kart champion that takes the win from the pole position and continues on her winning way here at Warden. Scott Tate finished a lonely 2nd place. David Brown finishes in 3rd, and there's a change behind them as Jake Richardson takes the flag. Amy Frame, she played a waiting game, didn't she? And then made the move on Isaac Needham and will take 6th place. Isaac Needham 7th, David Brewis 8th, Danny Bean was 9th, 10th was Jacob Cardani, Zach Dawson 11th, 12th was the first of our junior runners, Rossi Costello, and then we got Matthew Houshby finishing 13th. 2nd in the juniors, Joseph Williamson. 3rd in juniors, Oliver Watson. Max Mannion was 4th, and 5th was Leon Wilson. And then we had Dominic Needham finishing there at the end. Great prizes for the winner of the Pro Karts. They win a free engine rebuild from RPM, and they also receive a free Red Graphics sticker kit for their karts. Again, massive prizes, very much worth winning here at Warden Law. Johnny, that concludes heats and time qualifying in the first heat. We're going to go for a bit of a lunch break. You'll get to see our paddock walkabout for me and Johnny. We're going to have a break of, I think, about half an hour. We're scheduled to come back at you for 1 o'clock. That's about 25 minutes away. I think we'll stay it on time, so we'll be back at 1 o'clock. For now, we'll go quiet and leave you with the Paddock Show.
Well, hello and welcome to Karting Live TV's coverage of the fantastic Autumn Cup here at Warden Law in the northeast, just a tiny bit north of Hull.
I'm sorry, everybody. He's from the south. Welcome to Warden Law and welcome to Johnny Palmer, who joined me this weekend. Johnny, here we are, Autumn Cup at Warden Law on the northeast coast, just outside of Sunderland.
Correct.
You've been looking forward to this for some time, haven't you, mate?
I've wanted to commentate at Warden Law karting track ever since I was a young boy, Joe. I cannot wait for this weekend.
Well, Johnny Palmer, officially, is still a very young boy. Johnny and I are now going to have a wander about the paddock and see who's there to talk to.
Junior X25, young driver, local to Warden Law. He's been here, I've seen him racing for years now. He's moved up to Junior Rotax and he's taken to it, as I knew he would, like a duck to water. His father Neil took some encouraging to get him in there, but he's in there and he's doing really well. Now he's run by a man I've known for far too many years. I'm going to come round Derek.
Many years.
Derek Hardy here, who's running young Charlie, who you can now see on the camera. Derek, I remember you when you were actually rally driving in the British Rally Championship. How far back is that?
Well, I was British Open Rally champion in 1983. So that's a long time before. That was before you were born.
Yeah, hardly before, yes. So, here you are, you've been around karting, and certainly karting at Warden Law, Derek, over the years, and here we are. You know, we're seeing a resurgence of competitive karting back with all the national championships, and here we are with the club running their annual autumn cup again. I mean, you've seen some changes over the years.
Yeah, I mean, I think the owner of the track here has done a lot of investment here, made it into a fabulous track now, and is now hosting a lot of the championships that are run throughout the country.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think it's excellent. I think the standard of driving is getting better. I now remember back, and you remember back in the days of doing the IKRs here and the fun meetings and stuff. You know, it's just got better and better.
Yeah. You've seen some changes also in the karts. I mean, you know, we use, when you run your sons Paul and Stephen, the karts are a little bit different than the Rotax Maxes, weren't they? Direct drive, I would imagine.
No.
Are the boys not that old?
No. I mean, Paul went through the Hondas, the Rotaxes, and then KF3s and KF2s.
Yeah, right.
So yes, some fast kit there.
Yes. Have they changed much over all those years? Have a few decades in that?
No, the Rotaxes haven't changed. I mean, they've gone from the pre-Evo, now they have an Evo engine,
yes.
Which makes them more equal, which is also good for racing. It means more reliance of the driver.
Yeah. Derek, great to talk to you, as ever. A stalwart of Warden Law. Let's get young Charlie in here. Yep. Charlie? Charlie, you were a lot smaller than when I first met you, about 3 or 4 years ago. You made your debut in Junior Rotax a short while ago. Can you tell me a little bit about how that felt when you got onto the faster, grippier car?
To be fair, I thought it would be harder than it was.
I knew you would say that, you know, I was telling you that.
It was made out to be harder than it was, but it's been hard work so far. And I'm going to try and get my physical fitness up more so we can hold up for longer endurance in the longer races.
So when you say harder, you mean physically harder on your body kind of thing?
Yeah, it's like, it's really hard on your body because of the extra G's that you pull.
Yeah.
Because it's significantly faster than the Cadet.
You weren't bothered about the top speed though, were you? Look, I mean, I was there when Derek put you out the first time, and there you were flat out into turn one. That didn't faze you at all, did it?
No, the speeds were just normal. Yeah.
He did come in with a smile on his face.
He did, I remember, I was there. Charlie, this weekend you've got a massive grid, the biggest grid here for the Autumn Cup. Where are you what's going to make Charlie Benson happy on Sunday afternoon?
Looking for a top 3, hopefully win it. Yeah.
Great stuff, guys. Thanks for talking to us, and great to have you as ever. Thank you.
Really, thank you.
Signing on, done and dusted, all ready to go for the Autumn Cup, Johnny. Welcome to Warden Law. It's, I mean, I know you're familiar with the track, but I also know you're familiar with the catering side. Shall we have a walk across?
Yes, okay.
And have a look.
It's very good catering, by the way. I've had several coffees already.
The coffee's fantastic here at Warden Law.
It really is.
I mean, Matt Hunter, the owner, really prides himself on his coffee. His expensive coffee, he calls it.
It's nice. What I'll say is, you know, it's a couple of quid, fair dues, but you get what you pay for at the end of the day.
Absolutely. And of course, all right, it's the end of play today here on Friday. We're pre-recording this paddock walk, but we'll have this full of pleasantries of sausage sarnies and bacon sarnies and breakfast. I know you're looking forward to a nice breakfast, Johnny. I know you should never miss breakfast, JP.
That is true, and I've been told that by many different people. I will admit, I'm not a morning person, right? So tomorrow, I'm being told we've got to be here for 7:30, which I'm not looking forward to. However, the breakfast will perk me up a little bit, a few coffees, and this is the place to do it.
Jacob, come on here, my son.
Here he is.
Jacob Rump here is a young stalwart here at Warden Law. He's been racing here since you were... When did I first see you? Were you on Cadets?
Aye.
Yes. Now then, you're a bit bigger now, aren't you? And
Yeah, I'm junior.
Junior Rotax?
Aye.
What number are you?
77.
Now then, you've been out of karting for a little bit this season, haven't you? You've just come back for this one.
Yeah.
So what are you expecting?
Hopefully not up on last.
No, and your dad's racing as well, I hear.
Yeah,
So as long as you finish higher than he does, yeah?
definitely.
How are you finding the new Rotax then? Because you're new to junior Rotax this season.
Fast and hard to control when going around a corner and trying not to spin.
But Jacob's going to manage fine, aren't you, mate? Best of luck. That's it from the reception area and the cafe area, and Jacob, wishing him all the best of luck. We'll continue on in the paddock, eh, Johnny?
Yeah, our next stop in the paddock here at Warden Law is this incredible facility that Apollo Karts have built. It's basically a whole quadrant. Very impressive indeed. And now with a very successful driver, Jessica Alexander, just off the back of a big title win. Tell us about that. What exactly did you win?
So last weekend was the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. It was the 10th round of the championship last weekend. So we, with the 113 with my teammate Sam here, we'd already won the overall championship at Glenny Gores. We won that around early at round 9, which was great. And we had the 6 hours of Warden Law last weekend.
Wow.
Which we took pole. We were run close in the race. We had to work pretty hard for it, but we won the race, and that meant we won the 6 hour championship as well as the overall one. So it's been a pretty successful end to the season in this camp, and then obviously the sprint championship this weekend just to try and close that one out as well. But yeah, it's been a good week. Hard, but it's been a good week.
For those that don't know the details of that event, I do quite a lot of endurance racing. What are we talking in terms of stint times for each person?
Yeah, so a fuel stint's about an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and a half. We get out a tank of fuel. We generally double stint drivers, just to give your teammate a bit of time off and a bit of time to relax. So I did. It ended up split pretty evenly. I did the first 2 stints, which were about an hour and a half each, and then Sam got in with about 3 hours to go and brought it home. And again, that was 2 stints of about an hour and a half and a splash 10 minutes from the end, because we have to make 4 fuel stops as per the rules. So that was a quick, in the pits, nozzle in the tank, nozzle back out the tank, job done just to satisfy the rules. And it was that short stint that kind of kept us safe. That 7 or 8 seconds we saved in the pits was enough to really make it not comfortable, because it's never comfortable, but enough that we felt we didn't have to push really hard towards the end. So yeah, it's a tough one on drivers. It's pretty tough around here as well. It's not an easy track to go around, because you don't really get a break. It's the straight, you get one straight, and then you're pretty constant from there on. And it's pretty physical over curbs and bumps, and it works you pretty hard when you factor the traffic and everything in as well. So that's why we tend to stick to double. They asked me if I would do a triple stint at the start, and I was by that point 3 hours in. I was like, guys, I'm not feeling this.
Yeah, fair enough. I would imagine you get the chance to race at lots of different venues, but actually coming off the back of 6 hours around here is very useful for this weekend, because it's a place you know intimately.
Yeah, it's we know a lot. Adam's obviously Apollo Karts are based. We're based just up the road from here, so we do a bit of testing here. We've been sprinting here all year. Okay.
So track knowledge, really, you should have everything sorted.
In theory, you're always learning. That's the problem. We went out on Wednesday because there was obviously, when you try and set a car up for a 6 hour race, you need to try and guess. Is it going to be fast in the morning? Is it going to be fast at night? When are we trying to get the car to work? And we weren't great for the first kind of hour of the race. We struggled a little bit with the car, so went out on Wednesday just to try and understand, that it was the fact that we had the car set up to come on at the end that was the only reason why it wasn't great when the track was drying, and we think we understood that, so that was positive. But it's just a sign, you're always, when we're pushing this hard, you're always learning. There's always you never fall into the trap of thinking you know everything. We would have probably liked the sprint this weekend before the endurance, because it would have been useful testing. Right. But yeah, it does mean I got on the track this morning and I thought, this feels quite familiar. But yeah, it's good to close the season out with the sprint here, because the sprints are usually great all year. Yeah.
Jessica, thanks for talking to us.
It's a pleasure.
It'll go well this weekend, I'm sure. Wonderful setup, as I say, and look out for, what number are you again?
I'm racing 113 this weekend.
113, Jessica Alexander. Our next victim is Paul Bainbridge, who's the track manager here at Warden Law.
This is only the second time the Autumn Cup's ever been run, Joe's just told me. I didn't realise it was such a young event, but very popular, isn't it?
Yep, and growing year by year. So obviously over 100 entries now for this weekend. Hopefully next year it's going to grow again. We've got some fantastic prizes on offer for the whole event, and also the final rounds of the championship for Warden Law.
How do you win the Autumn Cup? Is it pretty complicated? It's 2 days of action, we should point out.
Yep, so we have 2 rounds running, so it's the last 2 rounds of the Warden Law Kart Club Championship. The way the Autumn Cup works is your points from the 2 finals added together, and that gives you results for your Autumn Cup.
Okay, nice and simple in actual fact.
Yeah, we certainly try and keep it that way.
And generally the year, obviously we can look back, now we're in November, how's the year been for Warden Law on the whole?
It's been really good. We've had a club championship that's ran throughout the year. We've had a lot of the championships visits, UKC, the British, the Kart Championship. We've had them all kind of through here at BPEC last weekend. This kind of concludes the season for us. We're looking to start again next year in February with IPKC.
And it's also quite exciting from our point of view because we get to come here and live stream it as well. That must be great publicity, I suppose, for you guys too.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. You can obviously watch it through the live stream Saturday and Sunday. So both rounds, everyone can watch the drivers racing, and it's going to be some fantastic racing as well.
Any names that we should particularly sort of look out for that you see as sort of pre-event favourites, or they're just too many to pick?
Probably too many to pick, but certainly the inter-category running on different regs this weekend, so that's going to be a real good one, along with Micromax, and we've got a fantastic junior grid, which always gives a lot of excitement.
Thank you, Paul, for your time, because I know you're a busy man. We need to get a car moved at this point in time as well, so that's still being done. Paul Bainbridge, the track manager.
We're back at Apollo Karts because I wanted to catch up with the team principal here. Adam Nichols here is a gentleman who has been running this team. That's the only name for it, and quite a team it is. Very well stocked, well provided for, and the skill set here is just second to none in the world of pro karts. But also, Adam, I want to thank you very much indeed for supporting the Autumn Cup with your Red Graphics company. Tell us, what does Red Graphics mean?
Yeah, so that was it was started through lockdown. My fiance, we're having a little one. She didn't want to go back to work. We wanted to do a little sideline business, and it's now better and bigger than what I'm doing. So she's now the full breadwinner in the house. But these things happen by chance, and we just made the most of it.
So what exactly do you? What services do you provide?
So full design, like what you see on the cart here.
So the stick we call it sticker kit.
Kart graphics kit.
I come from the world of cars. We call that livery.
Liveries,
but in
yeah.
karts they call it sticker kits.
Yeah, so we from the start to the end, we'll do full custom design. We've got stock designs. If you don't want to pay to have a custom one, we can swap the colours and names, numbers for that, and various bodyworks that are out there now. Yeah, that's the result there.
So and also by support the event, not just coming here with numbers of customers and racing in the event. Adam here has provided a fantastic prize in the Pro Kart classes with a brand new sticker kit for the winners of the 2 Pro Kart classes.
And cadets.
And cadets, of course,
cadets,
yeah, the Honda. Anything with a Honda engine.
Yeah, anything with a Honda engine, yeah.
So Adam, you're here as team principal. This is your other hat on. You said your fiance's side of the business is the graphics, but you're running effectively a custom race team.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I've always worked to the adage of it doesn't matter what you pull off the truck, whether it's a kart or a Formula 1 car, logistically and operationally, it's exactly the same, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we, regardless whether it's doing pro kart, road tax, big car events, you all got to turn up in the truck, put the awnings up, all the graft behind the scenes, well, I think we're professional cleaners, really.
Yes.
Yes. But yeah, the logistics are the same, it's just a different class. Obviously, this is it's a low end on the budget, but pro kart's getting more serious as the years go by. It's costing a bit more money. It's a lot more professional now than it ever has been. The numbers are bigger than they ever have been. And yeah, it's a great time to be involved in the sport, really.
I've always seen pro karts as an entry-level form of karting because of the cost.
Yeah,
However, with anything, the intensity of the competition becomes a factor, and that's always going to push the cost up. But it's still an entry-level form of karting, isn't it?
I mean, anything with engines and tyres, regardless whether you're lawnmower racing or doing Formula One. It's still gonna. You can spend what you want on it. There's no limit on what you can spend on any class you're racing. But ultimately, with the SIL 200s, you know, people aren't chucking serious money at it.
Yes. What you mean by that? So tell us what you mean by a SIL 200. So you mean the actual motor?
So it's RPM, the sole engine company, engine builder. Sorry.
Yeah.
The seal here that runs all the way around the engine, the rocker box, exhaust, side casing, carb. The only thing we can do is oil and a spark plug. Anything.
Now that's to stop what I like to call creative engineering to make these things go faster outside of the regulations. So that surely is, keeps the cost down, because then people aren't spending silly money for silly development on the motor.
Yeah, absolutely. And also an added bonus as well in the class is a thing called buyback. If you think there's someone out there that might have a better engine than yourself, or a pair of engines, it's at a fixed price, and at the end of the day you can ask to buy the engines. If they refuse to do it, it might be highlighting something's going on, that they'll be removed from the meeting, so they have to sell you them engines. So that prevents you then throwing loads of money at them on the basis that someone might come along and buy them. So it does keep the class pretty fair.
Wow. I've just noticed behind Adam here, Paul, if we get this in, some beautiful rack of brand new slick tyres here. The thing about Pro Karts that I find amazing is that we've talked about wet tyres and dry tyres before on our karting live streams, but Pro Karts, when it rains, you've just got to suck it up.
Yeah.
You've got to stay out on the slicks, haven't you?
Yeah, there's so quite a few years ago now we had a vote whether we wanted wets or not.
They put it to the vote, did they?
Yeah. Put it to the vote, and we all opted for slicks. Obviously, it's another cost save, because you know what it's like on a drying track. You chew through £150, £200 set of tyres. If it rains, slow down. If it's dry, you speed up a bit. That's it.
Now the thing is, we've got, all right, here we are, Friday night, pre-recording this Paddock Walk. The forecast is for dry, and I'm a little bit disappointed because I've noticed, when Pro Karts go into the wet, you kind of everything goes on to slow. It's like watching slow motion racing, but it does. Having driven Pro Karts myself, you feel like you've got 1,000 brake horsepower under your foot. I love it, and I know you do too, because you're a bit tall, aren't you? Notice I didn't say heavy.
No, thank you for that. It's one of them. Everyone's on the same tyre, so it doesn't make a difference. It makes for good racing. I mean, here it all depends on what circuit you're at. Warden law in the wet is really slippery, like PFI. There's other tracks out there where you can feel the grip even though you're in the wet on a slick. But I think it creates great racing.
It does.
And the mechanics like it as well, because when it's going mixed conditions, that's it. You're not rushing around throwing tyres in it. So.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff, Adam. And most importantly, when it dries and you've still got your wets on, it's not going to cost you £200, is it?
That's it. Absolute bonus there. So.
Great stuff. Goodbye from Apollo Karts. Thanks, Adam. We'll best of luck for the weekend.
Welcome back to Warden Law. It's the Warden Law Kart Club Autumn Cup, first day. 2-day running, 2-day race meeting for the accolade of being the recipient of the second presentation of the Warden Law Autumn Cup. We ran this event last year and it was very successful, so we thought, hey, we'll run it again. So this is the second running of the Autumn Cup. It's also rounds 5 and 6 of the Warden Law 2023 Kart Club Championship. My name is still Joe Bradley, and still alongside me is my right-hand man, who happens to be on my left, actually, is Johnny Palmer. Johnny, we've had the first section of heats. We've kind of seen what's in store for us coming up this afternoon, and even with some dominant wins there in the first section of heats, I'm still going to find it very hard to see or pick a winner of the Autumn Cup.
Totally, and the fact is that there's so many variables, often within one race. So, I was suggesting earlier on, we get some karts that really do get a good start and are able to maintain that level of performance across the 8 minutes. Different story for others, though, that are obviously tuned to come good. We've got the second race, parents' race, guardian race of the day, and the pace is already picking up earlier than it did earlier this morning, Joe.
Yeah, they're taking it a bit more serious now. It's a shame we can't see that. But the Bambinos have been released. It's going to be their second heat that they are being driven round. The Bambinos are a standing start. Hence, we've got the parents' running race down to the grid. Sorry we didn't get that, guys. We'll certainly make sure that we get the race for the final. It's a standing start, so the drivers will bring them round. It is the same grid as we saw for Heat 1, of course, designated by time qualifying. It's the results from Heats 1 and 2 that will form the grid for the final, with Sebastian Crawford and LBJ Stubbs lining up on the front row.
Yeah, so a question of whether we will have a similar race to earlier on or whether it'll take a slightly different shape. But it's a very similar grid, as Joe was saying, and not unique because we get another class of cars that are doing a standing start in a moment or two as well. But it's a rarer sight within karting to begin the race from a standing position. And then you're going to have far greater differences between the speeds, I suppose, approaching turn 1 as well. So Sebastian Crawford starting on the front row, had a really good dice all race long with LBJ Stubbs from that front row, but Calman Simon was getting involved as well in the number 12 car. Freddie Blackshaw alongside. Brady Atkin and Arlo Gamble will start from the third row. Fourth row, Ethan Pearson and Benjamin Schlevar. And then it's underway, in fact. So it's a good getaway again from Sebastian Crawford in the green-fronted black helmet kart, and into turn 1 all on his own, it seems, where it's 3 abreast further back, and tight on the inside line there was Calvin Simon getting a good jump into that second position. But it's the 96 of LBJ Stubbs then who squeezes ahead of Freddie Blackshaw, initially getting a good run into second, but falling back to third place now, Joe Bradley.
I noticed a very racy Brady Atkin there at the in the early stages of that lap, getting down the inside, or at least trying to get down the inside at the dogleg. But these Bambinos, these 6 to 8 year old drivers, I think there's some might have sneaked in at 5 years old, but they're already out on their first lap and already heading towards the Gasworks hairpin. And it looks like Sebastian Crawford continues to lead, but LBJ Stubbs, we see these two drivers battling wheel to wheel in Heat 1. Well, they're continuing in that vein in Heat 2. Here they come then, about to complete their first lap, and it'll be 1 lap on the board. We'll get a rundown of how the first lap has settled the field in. As across the line, Crawford leads, LBJ Stubbs second, Freddie Blackshaw third, Brady Atkins fourth. Then we've got Calman Simon, Arlo Gamble, Ethan Pearson, Benjamin Stivyart, Summer Upton through in ninth. And then just clicking by, we've got Sullivan Crawford, Abel Hutton, Phoebe Rogers is next up. It's Tyler Gruffity actually who comes through in 12th. Nice to see Tyler getting involved in this race, making some problems there, unable to get involved in Heat 1, but Tyler Gruffity very much out there. Verity Crawford and Phoebe Rogers round off the 14-kart field.
But Sebastian Crawford, again, having built a tidy lead, is maybe going to have to give that up for a second. Not quite, but a little slower than the chasing LBJ Stubbs into the second of the centre horseshoes. And now through the right-hand curve will go the dice for first, second and third. Just out of shot there, Freddie Blackshaw. In fact, bringing Brady Atkin with him. So a four-way dice now for the lead of this second Bambino Heat of the day. A wider approach coming out of the horseshoe and heading for Paddock corner for Sebastian Crawford. Crawford with LBJ Stubbs in the wheel tracks. And then you've got Freddie Blackshaw and Brady Atkin going with the leading duo. Head slightly down there from LBJ Stubbs to get a better run through the air, and certainly being so close to the number 6 kart now. That's going to help as well, building the toe as they head out of the second bit of Brian Bend and through into Dogleg. Still not really seen a real firm manoeuvre on the brakes, I suppose because it's more of a lift actually. You maybe dab the brakes to settle the kart, but it is race leader Sebastian Crawford. Elbows fully out, keeping behind LBJ Stubbs in that second position, with Freddie Blackshaw in third ahead of Brady Atkin and Calman Simon, as they head now towards the back curve, with Crawford a couple of kart lengths ahead again for the lead of the race. Now, what's happening further behind? That was Arlo Gamble and Ethan Pearson, who were attached earlier on in the first heat too, and they were switching places virtually with every lap earlier on in the day. I would expect a very similar battle. It's 72 Arlo Gamble just ahead of Ethan Pearson, as once more on the main straight, top four absolutely together.
Yeah, great battling here in the Bambinos, and it's a great prize. The Champions Kart Club are offering free entry, I think, into their championship next year for the winner of the Autumn Cup in this class. We've got some really hard battling there going on for that, as the first two, the leaders Sebastian Crawford and LBJ Stubbs, just beginning to do what they did in Heat 1 and eke out a bit of a gap from Freddie Blackshaw and Brady Atkin. Oh, sorry, I should say Atkin. Arlo Gamble and Calman Simon just dropping off the back of them, with Arlo Gamble just getting ahead of Simon on that previous lap. But there's the leaders there, just coming out the back chicane now. And then the third and fourth place karts. So two kart battles there for the first four positions. And then another two kart battle side by side going into that Gasworks hairpin there. And we're not quite sure how that phase panned out. But really, Johnny, we've got a cracking battle for the lead here, with Sebastian Crawford not losing LBJ Stubbs by any means.
No, LBJ almost floating the kart through the final corners of that lap to chalk up, 4 in total. We've had 5 minutes of the race, and we will get to about a 9-minute race duration, I would think. These are doing, a minute and 11 seconds. Slower kart to negotiate for the race leaders there, but they deal with that pretty well. That was Phoebe Rogers, either having a slight moment or just going at her own comfortable pace. They needed to know that it was safe to go by on the left-hand side of Phoebe. Both were able to do that, Sebastian and LBJ. And there's, again, some slower traffic around the next corner. So having to be careful here into the... and it's side-by-side for the race lead. That put LBJ out in the dirt. And LBJ is able now to go around the high side of Verity Crawford. But that's really where the race lead could have come to a head, and the big loser in that has been LBJ Stubbs. So Freddie Blackshaw, I think, slotting now through into second position. And right on LBJ's tail is Brady Atkin in the 23, but there's no way for Brady to get through there.
Yeah, back markers coming into play here, and it really has nothing to do with the back markers, Johnny. It's up to the faster drivers to find their way by. The back marker just stayed on a line, didn't it? I think that was Phoebe Rogers, and then Verity Crawford came into play as well. They're having their own race and finding their feet and learning the craft, really. But this has certainly mixed things up and allowed Sebastian Crawford now to eke out a bit of a gap. Already at the dogleg there. Now we've got Freddie Blackshaw holding off LBJ Stubbs and Brady Atkin, I should say, right there. More back markers to negotiate as they get towards the centres. And again, the back marker just keeping to the line and just running their race. It's down to the faster drivers to get by. Atkin, they're just finding their way by eventually. And it's inevitable, Johnny, that when you do have to get around a back marker, you are going to lose a little bit of momentum in doing so.
Yeah.
And that's unavoidable. It's just really is the luck of the draw in being in the right place at the right time, or indeed the wrong place at the wrong time.
Well, having to read, I suppose, the difference in speed between your kart and the back marker, but also where are you going to stumble across them around the lap? And that was just about one of the most awkward places. As you say, back marker doing absolutely nothing wrong, has to go through the chicane at some point, but then there was a decision to be made very quickly by these drivers that are really early on in their racing careers. You can race these things from 6 years old, possibly 5, and Sebastian Crawford as the race leader, Crawford who was out front and LBJ Stubbs behind, thought, right, do I go left or right? Have to make the decision now. And in the end, both went right and almost ran into one another. But you can tell as well, when that happens, just how difficult it is offline. It's not quite marbles there, but there is some dust and dirt from the miserable weather we've had leading into this event, although it's been dry so far for all the running that we've had.
Yeah, we're on the penultimate lap. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by for these drivers. That battle for second still going on. They're nose to tail. And for a moment there, the Freddie Blackshaw and LBJ Stubbs were catching Sebastian Crawford, almost coming onto the rear bumper of the leader. We've got back markers going through the horseshoe now. They'll stay to the left, but this could be a factor. And Sebastian Crawford, discretion being the better part to follow there as they go into the final turn for the penultimate time. It'll be the 1 lap to go board that they'll see. And second place, Freddie Blackshaw. You can see the karts are pretty much the same sort of power going into turn 1. Getting on the dirt there. And back markers there just stifling the progress of Freddie Blackshaw. LBJ Stubbs gets by. And then just making their way by now. The back markers having their own race, as we've said, Johnny, and that is a pretty clean overtake for them. The back markers beginning to continue their battle now that the leaders have gone through.
And that was battling back markers as well, so Abel Hutton getting ahead of Sullivan Crawford at the line for 10th position. That was 10th and 11th who was side by side, but at the same time it was Sebastian Crawford trying to get through, Freddie Blackshaw in the queue, LBJ Stubbs too. And again, which side do we go? It's easy to pick when you're on the straight, but if you then encounter these slightly slower karts into the first corner, that becomes more troublesome and possibly more costly as well. Freddie Blackshaw just drifting away from what was half a second the gap. It's slightly larger now in the 28. Far more bothered about the whereabouts of LBJ Stubbs. This is the final lap, so it will be checkered flag this time for Sebastian Crawford, who heads across the line to take the win. And Freddie Blackshaw loses a huge amount of time on that final lap, dropping back to 2.2 seconds from Crawford. But crucially, Freddie didn't give up the place to LBJ Stubbs, despite LBJ trying absolutely every which way to get by. Brady Atkin in 4th position, ahead of Calman Simon in 5th, and it's Benjamin Schlevar and Ethan Pearson. Arlo Gamble lost some ground in the closing lap, falling down to 8th place, ahead of Summer Upton and Sullivan Crawford. Crawford getting that jump on Abel Hutton, as I mentioned, a lap before the finish.
Well, Freddie Blackshaw was absolutely delighted they're coming into Parc Fermé. He was really happy with that second place. Just remind everybody, a big thank you to the Champions Kart Club Series for offering a prize here for the winner of the Autumn Cup in the Bambino class. It's a race registration for the 2024 series that will return to Warden Law for the weekend of the 27th and 28th of April for round 3 of their 2024 calendar. They'll also be back with the Champions Kart Club for the Winter Series that kicks off at Wilton Mill in September of 2024. They then come to Warden Law in November, so pretty much this time next year we'll be seeing the Champions Kart Club coming back with their Winter Series. The third round in December is yet to be confirmed, so we look with bated anticipation for that. The Champions Kart Club Series next year, kicking off at Wilton Mill in March. We then go to Glannygores at the end of March. Warden Law, they visit in April, and then across to Cumbria for Rowra, the weekend of my birthday, 22nd, 23rd of June. And then the season rounds off at Fullbeck, where we round off the Champions Kart Club. And then, of course, that's July, middle of July, and then the Winter Series kicks off in September, then November, and then December So Wilton Mill, Warden Law, and to be confirmed for the Winter Series. But a great series there to get involved with if you're a Bambino or a Cadet driver. And a big thanks for the support for the Autumn Cup from the Champions Kart Club. So that's the Bambinos that are done and dusted for their second heat. We'll be getting an idea of who's on the grid there when we gather up the race results from heats 1 and 2. It's Honda Cadets out next. They've been released. It's another standing start, and we'll leave you with Johnny to take you through the grid.
Here we go then. Ralphie Branscombe, who had a good win earlier on today and was able to break away from a lot of the other runners because they were all engrossed in their own scrap, basically for second position. Morgan Cooney was involved with that, and it's Morgan who joins Ralphie Branscombe on the front row. Thomas Potter, Riley Blakemore on the second row ahead of Toby Turner and Ryan White. Then Hugo McCluskey and Tristan Gilfillan. Jake Gibson and Harry Clark on the fifth row. And finally, assuming all 11 are there, it will be Archie Garner to round out this grid. 8 minutes on the clock, plus an extra lap. Everyone being filtered through because, again, this will be a standing start, much like the Bambinos previously. And Honda Cadets for slightly older drivers. So once they've reached the top age limits of Bambinos, will move into this category, or certainly an option to do that. And Ryan Branscombe will be, well, feeling pretty confident ahead of this because he didn't really have any drop-off at all. He started quickly. The middle part of the race was very good. And at the end, he was still extending the gap, whereas others, Thomas Potter and Morgan Cooney, were nose to tail. But Potter just had a few iffy runs through turns 1 and into Brian Benn as we're underway now. And it is a good getaway again from that front row. I reckon that's Ralphie Branscombe who's jumped ahead. They all filter their way through turn 1.
It was Morgan Cooney who wasn't happy with the start. Easy to distinguish with these yellow wheels. I think, has Morgan Cooney had an off? He looks like he's disappeared, Johnny. He wasn't happy with the start there on the outside of the first row.
Right at the back, I reckon.
Right at the back, so he's had a bit of an off. I'm not quite sure what went on at the start, but he wasn't happy. This has allowed Ralphie Branscombe to get off into the lead, and already he's got quite a gap to current British champion, newly crowned British champion Ryan White. That comes up the order and finds himself in second. Now remember, Heat 1, Johnny, it took Ryan White pretty much the whole of the heat, the whole of the 8 minutes and 1 lap to get in a position to challenge Branscombe. Now he's there, right there on lap 1. This is where we see whether the current British champion has got enough pace to get on terms with Ralphie Branscombe and stop Branscombe taking 100% win rate in the heats.
A little bit too much curb there for Toby Turner in the number 16. And again, it's Toby struggling to get through turn 1 compared to the kart ahead of him, Thomas Potter, number 38. So Potter losing a bit of ground, hammering the steering wheel there is Ralphie Branscombe. Has he got a problem? A little bit of an adjustment over the shoulder, he looks.
He let Ryan White through, didn't he? He's got a problem. His hand goes down to his motor. I'm not quite sure. Is that? Yes, he has. He's got a problem with his engine. I'm not quite sure what that is. But now Potter is the next in line to be allowed through by Ralphie Branscombe. So Ralphie Branscombe, who was absolutely in dominant form in Heat 1, has got an engine issue, it seems. His left hand is going down to the motor. We'll see if Branscombe peels off into the pits. But he's lost a massive amount of pace, Johnny. It's as if he hasn't got full throttle, maybe.
It was that thump of the steering wheel because he realised something was wrong and gave the signal. Again, he's absolutely infuriated by this issue, almost thrashing it like a racehorse, but that's not going to make any difference, unfortunately, because now right on his tail is Hugo McCluskey. The race leader's Ryan White by 1.2 seconds over Riley Blakemore, but the concern is for Heat 1 winner Ralphie Branscombe, happy to just live with it for the time being. Another glance over the shoulder to see how close Hugo McCluskey is. But the kart right in the middle of the road. McCluskey drawing level. And Branscombe may well let Hugo through here. No, not quite. The midfield is probably where the power of that kart is happiest at the moment.
It's a bit of an odd one, that, Johnny, because he's got pace enough to stay ahead of McCluskey, who's not exactly going slowly. Meanwhile, up at the front, just behind Ryan White, is that 3-kart battle that's going on now, just going through the horseshoe. That's it there. It's got Riley Blakemore at the front of that in second. Thomas Potter is the green helmet driver in third place. And then Toby Turner, he's the driver with the red and gold helmet. These three absolutely hammer and tongs. Meanwhile, newly crowned British champion Ryan White on the 47 has pulled out a gap of 2.6. So he's checked out. This is where the action is, though, everybody. This is second, third and fourth.
Thomas Potter hurling the kart into the first corner. Lots of movement over that bump. You get a good view of that from this particular angle. And then through the first of the centre hairpins. This is the second of those, the right-hander, and you keep the steering put in all the way into the chicane, effectively. So don't straighten up between the exit of the centre hairpin and that right, left, right chicane. Keeping good momentum again. And Potter down the inside of Blakemore to bag second position, as long as he stays on the racetrack, which he has done.
And going with him is Toby Turner. How many times have we seen that? Somebody going down the inside and the person behind him making up another place. Losing 2 places now has got Riley Blakemore. He's going to have to come back at Potter, and Potter's under pressure now with Turner alongside. He's got the outside line, so he's going to have to slot in before they get to Brian's Bend, which he does. Into the dogleg. Thomas Potter in second now, Toby Turner third, and there's Ryan Blakemore being joined by Ralphie Branscombe.
He's sorted his problem out.
He has, whatever that is.
Well, he's just done his fastest lap of the race, and that's about 2 seconds faster than these guys. So Branscombe now on a charge. This has turned into a fascinating race, even though it's only 8 minutes long. We've barely had 5 minutes of it yet. But yeah, Ralphie Branscombe must have thought all was lost, and he loses several places, but now, after thumping the steering wheel, maybe something's fired into life as a result, and he's trying to outbrake the first of these three, Riley Blakemore. No chance to get by there.
I'm not sure the thumping of the steering wheel did anything. I am absolutely no idea what could have caused that drop off in performance. That's dropped him back to, what is it, 5th place now, but now it's come back on. I'm not sure what that could be, Johnny, on that Honda RPM motor.
59.7 is again an even better lap. There's no way through there, although there was almost a gap underneath Riley Blakemore, and this time he will be able to pick off Blakemore for 4th position. So they're absolutely side by side again, but Blakemore not able to cement the spot into the centre hairpin. So Blakemore again living a little dangerously, but the 96 much more speed now in Ralphie's green and red striped helmet, and they're actually allowing, because they're fighting amongst themselves. Here comes Ralphie again on the inside line, no way through there, but there are 2 more karts about to join this party. Archie Garner in number 14 and Hugo McCluskey in number 4.
Side by side action it is, and a little bit of a coming together there through the horseshoe. We've had a change of Toby Turner now into second place ahead of Thomas Potter. These two going at it, hammer and tongs, into the dogleg. Let's have another look at it.
So, Ralphie Branscombe then on the inside line to nab the place, or no, not quite. There was definitely some contact there, once and maybe twice, and that's what put Branscombe through ahead of Riley Blakemore. That might be looked at again. He did have roughly the inside line.
That kart's just come back on, hasn't it?
Totally.
That number 96 has just switched back on. He's got the pace. He was on the pole position. He won Heat 1. He led Heat 2. But then on the second lap, the kart just lost power or something. And now he's back in the fray. And he's catching Thomas Potter and Toby Turner ahead of him.
Yeah, so very good times now. Under a minute. The race leader, Ryan White, finding one absolute best sector on that lap. So he's inching further and further to a race win with 5.7 seconds now. The gap. We've got 40-odd seconds still on the clock, so we'll be able to complete this lap and stick one more on it as well. Ralphie Branscombe wants as many laps as possible in the closing stages here. Now his kart is vaguely behaving, and he just targets the apex at centre hairpin there, the first of the 2, edging more and more away from Riley Blakemore and closer to the Toby Turner-Thomas Potter battle.
Yeah, he's certainly found the pace. And he's back on it. And as the 2 ahead of him go at it, hammer and tongs, Potter looking down the inside, not quite making that happen there. So he has to slot in behind Turner. as they come through the horseshoe there, the never-ending left-hander there. Potter in the green helmet. Toby Turner with the red and white helmet ahead of him. Here they come then. It'll be 8 laps completed for these two in second. Ryan White has already gone through into turn 1. Let's just follow them round this lap there and see if Thomas Potter can find anything in the toolbox to find a way by. He needs a tin opener to get by, I think, to make a gap. And we'll see if he's got one in the toolbox. And over the curbs there on the exit of the dogleg, Toby Turner getting it all sideways. Potter, though, had nowhere to go. So the momentum that was lost by Turner was also lost by Potter. Guess what? That momentum loss has allowed Ralphie Branscombe back in. And now we've got a 3-card battle for that second, third and fourth.
Branscombe just starting to squeeze the issue here. And what he would love to do now is really distract Thomas Potter into a mistake. And also try and get that result from Toby Turner as well. But he's running out of opportunities. This is the final lap. There's no way by there. The difficulty is he's trying to overtake 2 at once. Race winner is Ryan White. But who's going to finish second, third, and indeed fourth? Side by side across the line, I think. Yes, Branscombe gets third place. So he got at least one of them jumping ahead of Thomas Potter. It's Toby Turner who finishes in second, ahead of Branscombe with that tidy move coming through Paddock on the final lap, final corner. Thomas Potter fourth, and Riley Blakemore, Archie Garner complete the top 6.
Johnny, I'm just going to pop out. I need to find out what happened to Ralphie Branscombe's motor, and then we'll report back. So talk amongst yourselves, everybody.
Yeah, no, that's fine, because I would love to know as well, one of those intermittent issues, but very sort of black and white, as in the kart wasn't working, it wasn't working, and then all of a sudden it's fine. He may not know either, of course, but fair play to Ralphie for not deciding to retire straight away, or at least to come into the pit lane to sort the issue out, because he would have missed out on a podium. There is Joe on our camera, in fact, munching away on a bit of lunch at the same time. He's multitasking, folks, and Joe's going to just ask the question and see whether Ralphie can shed some light on it. But Branscombe splitting Toby Turner and Thomas Potter at the line, and you can see in that right-hand column on the timing tree that the gaps were really minuscule. 7.3 back from Ryan White. I mean, that's a massive win for Ryan. 7.3, 7.5, 7.6 as all 3 drivers crossed the line as one. Riley Blakemore in 5th ahead of Archie Garner, Hugo McCluskey, Morgan Cooney, Harry Clark, Jake Gibbon and Tristan Gilfillan completing the lineup. In fact, Tristan didn't quite. He finished a lap down, didn't he, Tristan Gilfillan? We move on, though, to the second heat of the day for micro Rotax. And the grid looks very similar to how it did earlier on, actually, with Max Jolly on another pole position. Is there an issue here for Grayson Crawford? Kart maybe not starting from the assembly area. It's being revved. So maybe that's a fuel mixture issue. It is now finally away, but not got much speed at all for Grayson. And he's going to pull off, isn't he? He's not even going to make the track, unfortunately. And there may be a limit to, I know, will be able to get some assistance. Again, firing to life. That's almost a little bit like Ralphie's problem from the earlier race, Ralphie Branscombe. But at least some movement. The problem is Grayson's lost an awful lot of ground now. On Max Jolly, he'll start from pole position on this rolling lap. He stopped again. So I can imagine this being a false start, perhaps, or a delayed start, shall we say. The lights are flashing. So with a stranded kart, yeah, it's going to be one more time around for Max Jolly from pole position, alongside Jack Moss, Sebastian Behrman and Luke Millward on the second row. And sadly, past the stricken Grayson Crawford. So it was a small but perfectly formed grid before we got underway. And Grayson Crawford now looking like he'll be a non-starter as we go around again. Still got 8 minutes on the clock, plus the extra lap. But Grayson Crawford, Joe, unable to get out of the assembly area with a very intermittent problem. Did sort of make the track and got to Brian's Bend and then no further. So a full circuit once again.
That's a shame.
Meanwhile, what have you learned, or have we got time to discuss that?
Well,
about,
quickly
Ralphie?
tell you, Ralphie Branscombe had no explanation whatsoever.
I didn't think so.
He didn't know. He didn't have any. He said, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, you dropped from 1st to 5th, and then came back up to 3rd or 4th or whatever it was." and his dad was as baffled as anybody. So I said to him, well, thanks for mixing it up for the final.
Yeah, indeed. It was a fascinating race, and clearly there was a mechanical drama in the middle of it. Here we go, though. Rolling start for the micro Rotax. And who's going to get the win of the battle into turn number 1? It is the poleman just about, but from 4th position to take the lead, that was Luke Millward.
Wow.
So from 4th place, he just hung back, allowed everyone else to run a little bit wide, and that provided the opening. It was like the party of the sea, and now there's some contact in the mid-pack as well, with Max Jolly turned around as a result of a collision from Sebastian Behrman. So Behrman clearly carrying a bit more speed into the left-hander that takes them onto the straight at St John's and then into the centre hairpins. But terrific overtake, Luke Millward, to go from 4th to the lead, and that was the contact a moment or two ago between Max Jolly and Sebastian Behrman.
Yeah, that was, I'm not quite sure what went on there because he was carrying a lot of speed when he contacted the rear of Max Jolly. Dan Ashton will not have missed that one. That strung them out a little bit, Johnny, as they crossed the line to complete the first lap. Luke Millward leads, Jack Moss in 2nd, Sebastian Behrman now 3rd, and Max Jolly demoted to that 4th place. Luke Millward, though, has pulled out a little bit of a gap. And then we've got Jack Moss. He's been run by True Performance here this weekend. So he will know what's needed of him to keep up that pace. Sebastian Behrman, 3rd, as we said. And then we've got the Max Jolly, who is here with Thunder Motorsport. And Max, on the novice plate, he's only into his, I'm not going to guess, but he hasn't done many races, but he will be intent on getting that place back from Sebastian Behrman.
Just trying to work out the grip levels on the track at the moment, because the opening laps of this just suggests it's getting a little bit slippery in certain places, maybe with the sodden grass just off the racing line. If you're dipping off the curb and dropping a couple of wheels into a big puddle that currently sits at Dogleg, then the track's just getting slightly dirty offline and maybe on occasion online as well. So that will be something to be mindful of. There's quite a bit of mud there on the road to the left of Brian's Bend as well. And it was interesting to me to have the 4 karts heading into the first corner on the first lap, and 3 of them going far too wide. Luke Millward just about judging the positions to perfection, but Millward is going to be put under some mid-race pressure now from Jack Moss in the 33. Sebastian Behrman not that far behind either.
It is like a pure race, this. We've got them spaced out, but giving you're sort of ebbing and flowing, the gaps changing by literally mere hundredths and thousandths of a second every lap, as Jack Moss now right on the rear bumper now, coming up to the leader on the rear bumper now as they go through the final turn, and this is where they cross the line. The gap was 37 hundredths of a second. It's now down to 17 hundredths of a second. So Jack Moss has got a bit of pace. Sebastian Behrman, because now we're in the realms of Jack Moss and indeed Luke Millward being aware of Jack Moss's presence, this is where they start tripping one another up. This is where they cost each other time, and this allows Sebastian Behrman and Max Jolly, who's not that far away, to make this a 4-kart train, and we're not far away from that point there.
Again, three-wheeling it into centre as Jack Moss is just finding out where his kart's a little bit quicker than Luke Millward as we head into the mid-race phase. And sitting behind there, this is where some intelligence creeps in as well. You've probably got a kart that's quick enough to get by, but where's the high percentage chance of pulling off the overtake and succeeding? He thought about it, didn't he, on the inside there, a horseshoe. But the problem is he's having to attack and defend because Sebastian Behrman on the fight back now and getting a very good run coming out of Paddock. They're taking chunks out of each other a little bit there, and Behrman forces the gap finally into the first corner.
That all happened at the final turn there as Jack Moss lost massive momentum. I'm not sure if the kart snapped away from him, but went a little bit sideways mid-corner at the final turn. But he completely lost momentum. You know what, Johnny? Paddock turn, the Paddock hairpin, it's the most important corner of the track as it governs your speed all the way down this straight. You've got to be maximise and optimise your entry and exit, more importantly your exit on that corner, and that's where that's where Jack Moss fell foul. Behrman is through now into second, and you know what, the momentum continued in the lap, and we had Max Jolly almost looking like he was challenging Jack Moss for that third place. The 4 have come together like I predicted.
Yeah, and it's having to read this situation as you go on. Now, what was Luke Millward's exit out of paddock like? Not great compared to Sebastian Behrman, because he's going to exactly replicate his manoeuvre from a lap ago. And a killer exit out of paddock corner for the second lap running for Sebastian Behrman, although it reverses again, and Behrman left the door open there into dogleg. That almost allowed Jack Moss through as well. Brilliant racing. We've only got a few cars in this, but you don't know where to look next.
It's as if these drivers got together at the start and said, you know what, lads, there's only 4 of us, so let's make this a bit of a display, eh? Because it looks like display race driving. It's like a display team. Behrman there getting ahead, and then at the dogleg, getting the grip to take that inside line around the dogleg. It's not over yet, though. Into the gasworks. And the 4 of them come together. Millward, Behrman, Moss and Jolly. Now 4 karts as one. We only need 2 karts to make a race. Well, we've got 4, so it's even better. And now into the final turn. This is where you have to get that momentum out of the corner. Behrman looks over his shoulder. Millward eking out a bit of a gap, and Moss and Jolly just falling back there. And I think that's all about how they're coming out of that final turn.
You look at a longest straight at a circuit and then look at the corner before that to work out where you can gain huge amounts of time, because your top speed is hugely compromised if you don't get the exit out of that particular corner. And as Joe's identified, it's paddock, and therefore to be good through paddock you really need to have been good through horseshoe as well. And a few times already in this race, 1 or 2 have looked up the inside of horseshoe to think there might be a pass on there. There certainly is at the gasworks hairpin, and this might be a good chance for Sebastian Behrman. From a long way back, he ducks underneath, but it may reverse again. Now Behrman occupies the middle of the road, and the second place car of Luke Millward almost lost that position to Jack Moss. Here's the all-important corner. We've still got a couple of laps to enjoy of this one, and it will be Sebastian Behrman who leads at the end of lap 7.
Amazing, amazing. I know we've got only a minute. Can we extend this to like 15 or 20 minutes? Because I could watch this all afternoon. This is cracking racing. Sebastian Behrman now ahead of Luke Millward, with Jack Moss and Max Jolly joining in as well. And we really have got some very textbook racecraft being witnessed here this weekend. Once again, out of the first of the centres into the second of the centres now. This is where the race is on. You've got to maximise your entry and, more importantly, your exit of the back chicane, because it's all the way back down towards the gasworks, that curving back straight here at Warden Law, and into the braking area. And no move made there. Still, it's going to be with 25 seconds. They're going to make it round for 2 more laps of racing. Plenty of time for this to manifest in all shapes and sizes here. As Sebastian Behrman then, he will complete 8 laps this time by. It's Behrman, Millward, Moss, Jolly, heading down towards that turn 1.
Tighter line.
Oh, we've got a problem, Johnny. We've got a problem for Jack. I think it was Jack Moss, yes. Jack Moss pulls off. He knew the problem had manifested by the time he got to the braking area for turn 1, and instead of turning right, he turned left and has gone into the pits. Max Jolly through and into 3rd.
Real shame that, because Jack was right on the pace. I was just about to say that Luke Millward deciding a much tighter line through the left-hander horseshoe was the better way to go. And so I wonder whether he might lose ground actually on the race leader, Sebastian Behrman. But again, they're level pegging through the curve. The back curve they go, and Behrman late-ish on the brakes. Slightly different line again through gasworks from Luke Millward. We're not on the last lap yet. We will be as they hit the stripe this time. And still Sebastian Behrman a hair's breadth ahead of Luke Millward. But it's a cracking exit again for Sebastian Behrman. He gets that right more times than not from paddock. So we'll be leading, starting this final lap as they hit Brian's Bend.
Into the dogleg then for the final time. This has been a magnificent display of racecraft from these Micromax runners. And it's Sebastian Behrman leading Luke Millward into the centres. First the left, now the right, and then up towards the hairpin. He's got a cushion, hasn't he? It's the biggest cushion we've seen for some laps now. So Sebastian can breathe a little. I'm sure he's not. I'm sure he's still holding his breath as they go into the gasworks hairpin for the final time then. It's been a cracking race from the Micromax runners, and again, sorting out the grid, going forward into the finals later on. This is going to be a one all the way to the flag to find the winner of today's trophies. Same again tomorrow as Sebastian Behrman takes the checkered flag. Luke Millward in second. It's Max Jolly the third and final finisher, with Jack Moss retiring a couple of laps ago and Grayson Crawford having a problem at the start. It's one of those races, Johnny, where you just kind of look and think, you know what, I'm so pleased we've only got 4 karts, because we're covering everybody there, because everybody deserved to have coverage there.
It was micro road tax with a micro battle at the front, really, but we could interrogate it, forensically, really, and it changed. We were changing such a great amount, but your observations about the corners that you need to be quick at, which then lead onto a straight, was being played out perfectly there, and every credit to our race winner, who was getting that final corner bang on right, despite all the pressure.
So Intermax straight on with the meeting, second heat, and for our Intermax runners, it's Alex Goodson on the pole position with Sebastian Clark alongside. Daniel Minto and Hasnan Khan are on row 2, with row 3 looking like Blair Smith and Jonathan Furby. Zach Mackay and James Fabricus are next, and then Anderson Fraser and Thomas Jackson round off a 10-kart field. Everybody coming out to play for this second heat, and it'll be after this that we sort out the grid going into the final, the all-important final, gathering points amalgamated with tomorrow's results to bring us the winner of the 2023 Warden Law Autumn Cup. So it's Alex Goodson's job to form the grid up nicely as they come through the horseshoe. He's doing that very well, bringing the pace down. Sebastian Clark alongside him, and a nice, very steady pace. Dan Ashton, clerk of the course, will be appreciative of that from Alex Goodson, and enables them to get underway. Alex Goodson and Sebastian Clark lead them through, and we get the girl. It's a race into the first turn, and chopping across the front as the 300 Motorsports cars almost go 3 wide through the first turn. But who's that 100 Motorsport driver that snuck up the inside and has taken the lead? It's the 28 of Daniel Minto, and once again that third place position on the grid has paid dividends for Minto, and his teammate Goodson finds himself behind Minto and is probably thinking, how has he done that? Well then, there's still another 7.5 minutes to the flag. 7.5 minutes and 1 lap actually, so still plenty of time. And remember, the tyres aren't even up to pressure yet. They're still sorting out that. They're still wary of cold tyres. The kart's not performing to their optimum at this stage of any race, as Minto, Goodson lead out of that final turn to complete 1 lap. And it'll be the head goes down for Minto, as it does for Goodson. It's Minto, Goodson, Sebastian Clark in third, Asden Khan in fourth, Blair Smith, Jonathan Furby, James Fabricius, Zach Mackay, Thomas Jackson, Anderson Fraser. There's the 10 karts. The 2 liveried karts, the 200 Motorsport liveried karts continue to lead. And I'm not sure whether there is any kind of team agreement as to whether or not they will work together and perhaps just maximise the lead to Sebastian Clark. They seem to be doing that. They've got 1.1 seconds behind, so a second, let's call that. Let's not be pedantic. And you can see the gap there as the 3rd, 4th and 5th place karts come together as well. Sebastian Clark, Hasnan Khan and Blair Smith. And you just know that the teammate of the 2 at the front there, Hasnan Khan, will want to get by Sebastian Clark and make it a 1-2-3 for his team. We'll see if he's got the pace to do that. Through turn 1 they go. Into the dog leg, I should say. And Goodson rattling the curb. Not really disadvantaging him. Just throwing the car into St John's there. Minto, bit of engine management there with his radiator flap, the Venator engine on both of those karts there. Just getting up to operating temperature. And just a bit of engine management from these youngsters. Amazing heads-up driving. That on their, not just focusing on their braking points and turning in points, but actually managing the engine temp, which they're taking from a reading on the dashboard that sits in the middle of the steering wheel. So there's a lot of brain capacity taken up from these drivers. However young they are, there's a lot to think about out there. Heads go down, Johnny, just maximising that airflow.
Excellent race again. Daniel Minto just ahead of Alex Goodson, but Goodson carrying good lap speed. And Goodson with a win earlier on today. Clearly has a fast kart beneath him, but he's got to prize the opening. That might have been it at St John's, but just not. Very late on indeed into the first of the centre hairpins, and he can't. Can he make it stick? He's got the right-hand side of the road next up. Terrific overtake, yeah. But he actually had to get the kart from the inside of the first centre hairpin across the road without allowing Daniel Minto alongside. In fact, Minto did. He was just ahead actually. But he didn't have the right-hand part of the road for the next centre hairpin.
Goodson, last of the lid breakers there into the left-hand centre. Let's see, he's held on to that as they cross the line to complete what will be 4 laps. And it's a change of lead for the first time. Minto will not be happy, will he? These two know each other very well. They circulate around this Warden kart track midweek and are quite happy sitting wheel to wheel. And can Minto do the same to Goodson, what Goodson did to Minto? We're going to find out in a moment. Into the first of the centres, the left-hander, Goodson, too good on the brakes there for Minto. Into the second centre, and then out towards the chicane. Goodson pulling out a little bit of a cushion. I say a cushion, it's about 2 karts lengths now. And this is where Minto needs to come back. Can Minto come back at him under braking for the gasworks? Both of them go through. There's third place, Sebastian Clark. Hasnan Khan still 4th. And then 5th, still Blair Smith. Those 3, 3rd, 4th and 5th, circulating together. Here they come then. 5 laps completed. And if anything, Johnny, Goodson's pulled out a cushion.
I'm going to say it's not looking so good for Daniel Minto right at this stage. He's still very fast and the second fastest kart out there as they complete that lap. But that's a new fastest lap of the race for Alex Goodson in number 26. So Minto is able to at times match the speed of Goodson, but he needs to be very slightly faster. And bar the first couple of laps, that's something he struggled to do. So he's just starting to lose the race leader now. There's a very large gap, though, back to Sebastian Clark, so he's in no immediate pressure to lose second position. Seb Clark is 2.6 seconds back, and Hasnan Khan, after a really good overtake in the earlier heat late on, running 4th in this one.
Yeah, this is the battle there for 3rd, 4th and 5th. Hasnan Khan has not really lost sight of Sebastian Clark. The green, blue and white kart there just leading that. That's the 3rd place kart there. Then we've got the orange, black and blue livery of Hunter Motorsport just behind him in 4th. They're kind of leaving Blair Smith. Blair Smith dropping off the back of Khan as Khan looks quite racy.
Yeah, so the scrap continues on between Sebastian Clark and Hasnan Khan in the 18. Blair Smith just creeping into shot as well in 5th position. Then slightly more distant, Jonathan Furby, the fellow Scot, and James Fabricus in 7th place as the fight for 3rd and 4th goes through the latter corners. Race leaders away in the distance there, back onto the main straight. So Alex Goodson and Daniel Minto. That's come down again. Minto, very good lap there, his best of the race. So he's down in the 54.1s and gained about 0.4 of a second on his teammate. So maybe that's not quite done. I was saying to Daniel Minto, it wasn't quite going his way, but he's found another gear, it seems. And now charging his way up the inside of St John's is Hasnan Khan. Contact off onto the grass, Sebastian Clark. But 3rd position for Hasnan Khan now.
Yeah, brilliant driving from Hasnan Khan. Let's have a look at it again, Johnny. Down the inside at St John's, there's no room there, and that's why we ran out of space there on the outside. We'll let that one pan out, but now Khan through and into 3rd, making it a Hunter Motorsport 1-2-3 as he wants to catch his teammates ahead. The battle for the lead has come back together as we go to the final stages, though. That's them just coming out onto the start-finish straight. And like you say, Johnny, Daniel Minto has found a bit of pace. Goodson once got him by Minto. He then pulled out a gap. But Minto now right on his bumper. And it'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. So the penultimate lap for these two drivers. Goodson still leading, of course. That's Minto in 2nd. As they go towards the left-hand first part of the centre S's. Into the left-hander, into the right-hander. And out towards the back chicane, the all-important chicane, because this governs your speed all the way down to the gasworks. Both of these drivers absolutely matched through there. But Minto, once again, onto the rear bumper. Not enough on the brakes, though, Johnny, to try into the gasworks hairpin, and he has to sit behind him through the horseshoe.
There'll be one more lap to go. Another 1.2 kilometres at the end of this one. And Alex Goodson, Daniel Minto. Minto just generally a smidge faster through each of the sectors. So it's down to a third of a second now. They matched each other for sector 2 times on that lap. Actually, Alex Goodson managing the fastest final sector of anybody on that penultimate tour. So again, Alex Goodson has got just about enough up his sleeve at this time. Minto choosing not to charge down the inside as Goodson did on him a few laps ago now, to bag first position at the time and then extend the gap significantly. But Minto, every credit to him. I'd kind of written him off mid-race, but he has wormed his way maybe to the race lead. Minto to the inside, and will get the race lead very, very late on. So through the horseshoe now, but it's the pink helmet of Daniel Minto ahead of the orange helmet of Alex Goodson, and Goodson didn't really spot that one coming, but maybe Minto had been planning it. They're going to be almost side by side across the line. Minto gets it. Minto gets it by 900ths of a second.
900ths of a second, and it was that move at the gasworks. There's very little speed difference. They're carrying so much speed into that hairpin, and it's a downhill sort of exit, and just Minto he did a Ricardo, didn't he, and just sent it.
Hey, deal with the consequences afterwards.
Well, deal with the consequences in the awning, because they've got to share the same awning there at Hunter Motorsport, who was they're here on their home turf. Let's see what the dynamic is as they get out of the kart. Oh, and a shake of hands there. Great sportsmanship from Alex Goodson and Daniel Minto. You know what, Johnny? I've seen these kids race and practice here all the time, and they go out and they actually practice that. They practice running nose to tail and following each other around and using each other's slipstream and stuff. So well practiced and well versed in that sort of etiquette out there. Brilliant stuff.
Terrific fight, and Minto wins it from Alex Goodson. Hasnan Khan also, there was contact with the overtake on Sebastian Clark, and he certainly gave Clark no wriggle room on the exit of St John's, right over the curb. And that was, yes, from earlier on. There's a big curb on the exit of St John's, but that was Hasnan Khan slotting into third position. Ahead of Clark, Blair Smith fifth, ahead of Jonathan Furby, James Fabricus and Anderson Fraser.
Right, we're moving straight on. That's the collecting area right there for our junior Rotax grid of 28 karts. 28 karts. Might even be 29, actually, Johnny, next time out. Jack Thompson took the win from Zach Turner last time out in Heat 1. Let's see if they can repeat that. Jack Thompson starts on the pole position with James Philip Byrne alongside. Then we've got Zach Turner and Joe Anderson, row 2. Row 3 is Lincoln Bevan and Oliver White. We've then got Gregor Reid and Lloyd Palmer on row 4. Row 5 is Oliver Privatius and Bella McConville, with Zane Stout and Charlie Benson on row 6. Row 7, Jamie Lumsden and Oakley Garthwaite. Elliot Surtees and Bella Brown are on row 8. Row 9 is Ollie Poole and John J. Buchan. Sam Robson and Harry Warby are next. Then Miles Roby and Matthew Clark. Liam Watson and Oliver O'Donovan. And then we've got Jake Rufferty, Lewis Pearson and Jacob Rump making a return. Jamie Lumsden I was talking to in the lunch break there, and he was more than happy with his 13th place. He's been run by Bob Shipman, who's an old stalwart of Warden Law karting. He's been around for as long as I have. And Bob there running Pro Sport and running Jamie. And everybody was delighted there. And even though he just dropped, I think, 2 or 3 places there down the order as the race progressed, Jamie there will start in 13th place and will have probably a great midfield run.
Matthew Clark's out already, I'm afraid. His kart smoking on the rolling lap, and he's pulled off onto the grass to the safety of the marshal's post. It's going to be round again, because that was rather untidy coming out of Paddock.
Well, I think so as well. Dan Ashton will have given the karts another lap. They knew they were going to get another lap, so that's why it went untidy, Johnny. They're just going to give the recovery marshals time to recover that and get that driver, Matthew Clark, into a safe position before we get this race underway. So it's just a way of doing that, really, giving more time. We have got floodlights here, so if we dare I say it, if things start dragging on, which at the moment they aren't. Oh God, I've gone and said it, haven't I?
You did.
We have got floodlights here. It would be, nothing better than racing under the lights. Last weekend I was racing under the lights at Daytona. A little bit of a different weather dynamic, but just the same. Yeah, Nick was at Portimao. Where were you, Johnny?
Well, sort of theoretically, I was in Bahrain.
That's right. Yeah. You were then.
I was. As good as
Bahrain.
Did the 8 hours of Bahrain on Saturday last week.
Doesn't count, Nick. It doesn't count.
No, it's fine.
Stop. Don't spoil the magic.
Magic of radio.
Here we go. Jack Thompson. He knows this place like the back of his hand. However, so does James Philip Byrne. And so does Zach Turner and Joe Anderson as they come out to take the start. It's a cracking start from Thompson, who will lead his teammate. No, it's a false start.
No.
Yeah, Johnny saw the flag before I did. I was getting all excited.
It was going to be an interesting run into the first corner, but there were a couple there that easily got a head start on others. So that was an untidy start this time, rather than being sort of coaxed into one because we knew we weren't going to be racing the previous time around. I had a word with Dan Ashton at the start of the day whether the sort of continual extra laps would start to eat into the race distance, but he said no, we still aim for the full 8 minutes plus an extra lap. You're not going to run out of fuel unless there's like 75 extra laps, of course, and that really would be a problem.
Yeah. We would get into the realms of actually you'd be getting in the, if there's too many, you start getting into the realms of being underweight.
Yes,
I've been on that one. I've been caught out by that one before.
Okay.
Not recently, no. Me being underweight recently would be a thing of the, very much a thing of the past, Nick. Thanks for that. That's called bullying in the workplace, by the way. I'll be making a report. Here we go then. Jack Thompson and James Philip Byrne. I do like that orange and blue livery, Johnny. It does remind me of a Gulf livery.
I think Rolled Goethe would be a big fan of that.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
There's one for your endurance race fans.
Yeah, Porsche 917. Right, just going to clear my throat before we get things underway. Right, let's get things rolling then. Jack Thompson, it is, from the pole position, but just eking ahead is James Philip Byrne. Can he get across? Thompson flings the kart in on the brakes, and Zach Turner, as Thompson slid wide on the brakes, Zach Turner through and into the lead.
And a big loser in that was the man from the front row, James Philip Byrne, in the Gulf colours. James slipping down the order considerably, so we'll find out exactly where his kart is in a moment or two, probably at the end of the lap. But Jack Thompson now leads from Zach Turner. Joe Anderson still in there, Lincoln Bevan as well. Bevan's lost ground as well, we think. I know that's not the order, Joe,
right,
but I know for sure James Philip Byrne lost ground.
Yeah,
it's definitely Thompson and Turner are the top two, though.
Yeah, it's Turner actually. Turner's ahead of Thompson.
Yeah. The other one we don't have right now is Lloyd Palmer. Hasn't got to the end of the second sector for some reason, so Palmer's a miss. Here is the absolute order. It's Zach Turner, Thompson. Bevan is in there, I thought so, and Joe Anderson, but Bevan's got ahead of Anderson. And James Philip Byrne slipping all the way down to 6th place in the Gulf kart.
I think you were right, though, Johnny. We have lost Lloyd Palmer. He hasn't come through. So Lloyd Palmer on the 42. He's on the novice plate. That's here he comes. So Lloyd Palmer has had an issue and will rejoin way off the back of the field, but he will be getting some lapping experience. Here is the battle then. It's another Hunter Motorsport 1-2 with Jack Thompson chasing down his teammate Zach Turner. It was Thompson who won Heat 1, remember, and Zach Turner trailed him home. Now the roles are reversed, and if anything, Lincoln Bevan and Joe Anderson, Gregor Reed and James Philip Byrne are not losing sight of those leaders. They're all beginning to stack up, Johnny. We're going to have about a 6 or 7 kart train of karts. Well, there's 5 there, and not far behind is James Philip Byrne, so not long before we see this.
It's 7, isn't it, really, or all in close contention. I really like the addition on the graphics of that line that tells you who are in the same train, effectively. Top 7, then a gap, and then 8th to 20th, basically all still together very early on in this packed grid for the second Junior Rotax Heat of the day. And yeah, making strides now. Lincoln Bevan, after a good start, Bevan began 5th, now runs 3rd, and has the sort of speed whereby it could be out front, but he's got to find a way by Jack Thompson first of all. Thompson surely going to spot an opening into Gasworks, but it's not going to happen this time. So the green helmeted Zach Turner continues to lead just about.
Hashtag 99, Jack Turner Racing leading then, and Jack Thompson there. What these two London Motorsport teammates want to be very careful of is that they don't start managing this race to the extent where they can allow Lincoln Bevan to get on terms. And I would say, as I say that, Johnny, I think Lincoln Bevan is actually there and very much on terms, because if these two trip each other up, Lincoln Bevan's going to reap benefits out onto the short chute towards the first of the Sennas, and then from that flicking through the right-hander and out towards the back chicane. Turner seems to be managing this race. They're on the module tyre. That's got to last them 2 days. That's not going to be a factor until the finals tomorrow. There's a move for third, though, as Joe Anderson down the inside of Bevan. He's waited too long. Now he's thinking, right, I want to go at these two at the front. So he's gone by Lincoln Bevan as they come out to complete what will be 4 laps. And we have virtually got certainly a 5, 6, 7, 8 kart field as they come through. 4 laps completed.
Somebody else to look out for is Oliver Fabricus, who's just done the fastest lap of the race. He's finding great time early on in the lap through the first and actually the second sector. So Fabricus down there in 7th place, basically at the back of this train, but could be about to make some waves towards the pointy end. So Zach Turner in the 99, just dropping the wheels off onto the concrete there as he still gets good speed off the second Senna hairpin. And now he's going to have to be wary of Jack Thompson, as he has been really all race. Joe Anderson getting ahead of Lincoln Bevan a lap ago at the Gasworks hairpin. And tight to the white line on the left, Zach Turner again. What's his exit through Paddock going to be like? It's okay in comparison to Jack Thompson as they head across the line. About half the race done then. And the top 3 just edging away a little bit now from Lincoln Bevan. There's certainly a gap between Bevan and Gregor Reed. And how did Fabricus get on last time around? Yeah, still finding time on James Philip Byrne.
I saw a little gesticulation there from Zach Turner, just pointing at his helmet and then forward, saying to Jack Thompson behind him, right, mate, let's work together. However, that's usually the point that Jack Thompson says, no thanks, mate, I'm coming by. I've yet to see that. They've got to be aware that Joe Anderson is not that far away from them and right on the bumper of Jack Thompson. Likewise, in exactly the same fashion, Lincoln Bevan right on the bumper of Joe Anderson. Clock ticking by. We're inside 3 minutes remaining in this second and final heat for Junior Rotax. After this heat is finalised, we'll know exactly who's on the pole position. As Turner continues to lead then. 6 laps completed, 2.5 minutes remaining, so plenty of time. And you've got to ask, Johnny, are we seeing people like Jack Thompson, Joe Anderson, Lincoln Bevan just biding their time, waiting for getting inside of 5 minutes, as we've had a bit of a coming together of 2 karts just in front of us here? But we'll bring you up to date with what that was when we pass it, because the leaders can't take our eyes off this lead battle right now. These 4 karts have been going hammer and tong. Gregor Reed just staying there and just keeping them in sight, not that far away.
Well, also what we missed was spectators putting the tyre wall back in place. I've never seen that at a racetrack before, but brilliant job done in place of the marshals, if you like. The marshals couldn't get to that part of the circuit, but it's clearly no overtaking as we head towards turn 1, because there are 2 karts off to drivers left. Everyone needing to be wary of that, but they'll hit the green LED boards now past marshal post 2, and it's still Zach Turner ahead of Jack Thompson. Joe Anderson in the 16 remaining in 3rd position ahead of Lincoln Bevan, and that top 4 wriggling free of then the Gregor Reed, James Philip Byrne and Oliver Fabricus group. 3 karts together for 5th, 6th and 7th. Still Fabricus, who's in a quick kart, can't find a way by the Gulf colours of James Philip Byrne.
It is a race to the flag, this one, Johnny. Just over a minute remaining there through the gasworks then for the 8th time. Jack Thompson has not lost the sight of that rear bumper. He'll know that rear bumper of the 99 quite intimately at the finish of this race. He'll know every nut and bolt and where it is on Zach Turner's car. Joe Anderson not that far off the back of that kart of Jack Thompson as well. I think we're going to get 2 more laps after this one. Plenty of time on the clock. They're lapping in 51 seconds and there was about 60 seconds or so on the clock when they came through. Into the first of the Sennas, that's the left-hand bit. Then they get across to the left, turn in right. These 3 beginning to break away from Lincoln Bevan. So Zach Turner now This is the point of the race, Johnny, that I was thinking this is where they're going to absolutely then start driving flat out. We're seeing personal best lap times from these top 3 drivers. 51.71, 51.72, 51.70 from Joe Anderson in third. He's faster than the karts ahead of him last time by, and it's 1, 2, 3 across the line. 9 laps completed.
And no more yellow flags at the first corner either, so that might have been an opportunity. They'll get this run and one more through there. But Zach Turner is just about quick enough everywhere at this stage to fend off Jack Thompson, who is very swift indeed. It'd be interesting to see how Jack Thompson would get going with his lap times if Zach wasn't there, but he's got to find an opportunity to get by and safely in these closing stages. So you feel like it's all been crescendoing to this point, really, and now being whittled down to any one of these 3 to take the win. Joe Anderson definitely in the fight. Lincoln Bevan, unfortunately for him, just a bit too distant. It'll be one more lap to go as they hit the line this time, Joe.
I'm rubbing me hands, Johnny. I'm rubbing me hands. The final lap of this second and final heat for Junior Rotax. And Zach Turner, he's pulled the wick up, hasn't he? He's lit the wick and he's now off he goes. He's pulled a kart's length on Jack Thompson. They've been playing a high-speed game of chess on us all of this time. Is that the first time I've said that? It'll not be the last this weekend.
Said low speed.
Yeah, I did say low-speed game of chess. Here we go, though. Jack Thompson looking down the end, the defensive line there from Turner. He took the inside line into the first of the centres there, into the second of the centres. Thompson down the inside. Has he got enough momentum? The answer is no. As they turn into and now out of the back chicane, the race is on to the gasworks, and Zach Turner is going to have to defend, but he doesn't. He takes the optimum line, as does Thompson and Joe Anderson behind, into the horseshoe for the final time. First, second and third, nose to tail. It's only going to take a slight mistake, but it looks like Zach Turner's held onto it. Jack Thompson stops behind him, and Joe Anderson third. What a cracking race. And Zach Turner, I'm not sure they saw the checkered flag. They go on to the onto another lap, a cool down lap, and I'm pretty sure that Zach Turner was so focused there he didn't have enough time to turn into the park permit, and we'll have a cool down lap. No harm there. What a great race that was, Johnny. I know it finished as it was, but I tell you what, those boys were flat out there. Zach Turner, round of applause. Jack Thompson, round of applause. Joe Anderson, round of applause. In fact, the whole field, we had some great racing there.
You don't think of an 8-minute race plus a lap being a particularly long affair, but when you're having to dial in so much concentration, the amount of pressure that is involved at every corner there, and for Zach Turner to not lose his focus, as you said, he was able to take to the racing line, into gasworks, into horseshoe, and into the final corner at Paddock. And poor old Jack Thompson, I don't think he'll be too frustrated with himself because there just wasn't any opportunity to get by. He had good speed. He was always with Zach Turner, but Zach Turner just never missed a beat.
That all came down to that first turn off the start. When Jack went on the brakes, the kart went sideways. He locked the rear brakes as he intended to. However, it just slid wide. That allowed Zach Turner through, and that's where it stayed. Yeah. Yes, you had to play a waiting game. Yes, you had to take your time, and they both did. But you know what? Certainly, the whole of that race, those drivers were absolutely flat out. And when you think about it, every braking point, every braking area into a corner, the kart underneath you is sliding around. Mm-hmm. You're turning in. You can easily slide a metre or so too wide and allow the kart behind to slip through. So you've got the focus and concentration and the commitment and the courage that it takes, certainly into the gasworks. You come off that back straight and you are flat chat, maximum revs, and then you go into that braking area and you're just hoping that you've got enough grip to get round the corner. And that was lap after lap after lap. Fabulous, fabulous Junior Rotax driving there.
Normally, a faultless run like that from Zach Turner, you would be rewarded with at least maybe a kart length as a bit of a cushion, but it just never emerged because Jack Thompson was on fire as well, and Joe Anderson, as much as he could, turning the screw. 1 or 2 fell away. I was impressed with Oliver Fabricas's mid-race pace, but he couldn't sustain that all the way to the finish. So he is in 5th at the end of that, slightly more distant from the top four. But I am really, really looking forward to the final for that class.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot to play for as well, Johnny, because all of those lads at the front there, they're all wanting to get involved in the 2024 UKC Championship. And so that massive prize of the Autumn Cup winner receiving a free registration and 2 race entries into next year's championship, that's a hefty prize. That's a few £100 there, right off your budget straight away. So you know what? There's a lot to play for there. A very, very lot to play for. And you know what? If you think that was intense, going into this afternoon's final, because it's an amalgamation of the points from this afternoon's final and tomorrow's final that give us the winner of the Autumn Cup. So still quite a lot to play for. We stay in Rotax, in the world of Rotax Max. This time we've got our 2 senior classes out next. It's the 162 class and the 177. So we've got 2 races in one. We've got True Performance in the shape of Andy Powell on the pole position. And then alongside Hunter Motorsports' Angus Scrivener, who I've got to say dominated Heat 1, didn't he? He got himself away. And I think that was more to do with the battle that ensued behind. Max Kettle came second behind after squeezing by Louis Large. So Max Kettle, Sam Pollitt Racing driver, on the second row of the grid. And then Louis Large, he's running with LRG Motorsport. That's Louis' team that he formed and competed in the NKC in 2023 this year, of course. He's out there. But Louis out to get experience on the Mojo D5 because he won the All Plate in the 177 class, and he needs to get experience back on the different tyre because he's off to Bahrain in December, running in the World Finals, having won a place in the DD2 class. Behind them is Alex Duncan and Marcus King, and then we've got Martin Fisher, the final qualifier in the 162 class. Alongside is, behind them is, or alongside Martin Fisher, I should say, is Zach Bolton. Now, he's the first of our 177 runners. And the winner of the 177, the recipient of the Autumn Cup, will get, again, another fantastic prize. The NKC Championship, something that Nick and I and Karting Live TV have been a big part of in the last 2 seasons. We've loved it. They're on the Maxxis tyres. So the karts that run in 177, they're on a different tyre. They're on the Maxxis tyre, the more durable tyre. That's the tyre they use in the NKC Championship. It's a tyre that you are allowed to run 2 sets across the whole season. That's 6 race meetings. Not quite as hard to manage this weekend as the Maxxis tyre. You're allowed 1 set for both days running. But the winner of the 177 class, they're going to win a free registration and a race entry in the 2024 NKC Championship. And whether it is Zach Bolton or where's the 177s, Johnny? If it is Zach Bolton, he's going to be left with a bit of a dilemma, isn't he, as to whether or not to do the championship. So Mark Gillibrand, Stephen Mottram, Marty Gilfillan and John Wilson also in with a massive chance. I mean, we've only had 1 heat. Yes, Zach Bolton ran it. He's running with LRG. He's running with Louis' team. Louis' team know how to put a 177 Rotax together. They've had a bit of success and some good runs in the NKC Championship over the last couple of years. So Zach Bolton, if he can match what he did earlier, that's going to put him in good stead and put him in good stead for the final and put him on the grid in a very advantageous position near the front going forward into the final. So a lot to play for. The intensity hasn't got anywhere near like it's going to be in the final.
Certainly not. But we're getting there, and the thing I like about these race days that are geared towards a final, you can sort of assess from our vantage point who we think is likely to be up there points-wise and whether they can then sustain that on an extended race distance, 10 minutes plus an extra lap. But, it's all the key players that we've seen from the heat so far. We'll get another flavour of 177 and 162 action in just a tick. And, then the first of actually 2 finals through the weekend, because tomorrow is just a full repeat of today's schedule, isn't it?
It's exactly the same format. The karters get a practice session. Then we go into the important bit, time qualifying, forming the grid for, again, like we've done today, for both heats. 2 heats qualifying you for the final. and forming the grid for the all-important finals. So it's exactly the same race format. We're bringing you everything from time qualifying through to the end of play and the finals. And tomorrow's, by late tomorrow afternoon, we also will be able to amalgamate the scores and find out who has won the 2023 Autumn Cup, which is an event that we ran here last year. All the competitors liked the format of the 2-day and then the amalgamation of the points to win the cup. So we decided to make it a thing. And I'd like to think that the Autumn Cup is going to be sort of establish itself, certainly in the Warden Law Kart Club calendar, if not the National Kart Club calendar, and get people from further afield than, just south of Hull, maybe. Hey, Nick? You never know.
You never know. Oh, you're already drawing some people from further afield than that, clearly. And the prize fund, it's not only a great title to have and to hold for a full year, but also sets you up pretty well if you're able to win it in your various categories for opportunities the following season. So, it's a nice time to hold a race meeting as well. Generally, the motorsport year is winding up now. But those meetings at the start of the year before everything else, and those meetings at the end after everything else, are the ones sometimes that are very memorable. Go on, Max Kettle.
Max Kettle, problems for Max Kettle. Currently second in the Warden Law Championship. Max Kettle is a driver that I've known for the last few years now, and a problem with his kart. It's looking like it's not firing. They are looking like they're having a look at the fuel. Fuel not getting to the engine by the looks of things. Oh, and that is just a tragedy. He came second, remember, that Max was the driver that went down the inside of Louis Large very much on the final lap there. So we've got two races in one, as I said to everybody, while we leave Max Kettle to hopefully get started in this race. We are going to take the second pack for their start. The 162s get underway. We'll bring you up to date on that one as the 177s get underway too. And we'll be bringing you up to date very shortly on the 162s as Zach Bolton gets off into the lead. And there's a very slippery number 18, which is the Mark Gillibrand there, just trying to get some heat into his tyres and slipping and sliding his way through and into second place. But it's once again, the Zach Bolton fan club will be delighted with what they're seeing here, with Zach Bolton getting off and into the lead. Mark Gillibrand following him round in his wheel tracks. Behind him, though, it's Marty Gilfillan, John Wilson and Stephen Mottram. The three of them battling it out, hammer and tongs. We'll get to see if they've settled in and who's it going to be in third, fourth and fifth. It looks like they've settled down. There were three wide at one point, Johnny, just off shot.
I think Mottram's gained 2 places there, so put behind him Marty Gilfillan and John Wilson. We'll check on that in a second. No doubt about Zach Bolton leading from Mark Gillibrand. Yeah, it is Mottram in third, John Wilson in fourth and Marty Gilfillan in fifth. Now, at the head of the order in the 162s, very busy start for those guys as well. These are the karts with the green number panels.
Let's have a look at the 162s now. Andy Powell leading from Louis Large as we go off now. There they are at the Gasworks hairpin. Andy Powell for True Performance with Louis Large for LRG Motorsport in second place. It's Alex Duncan in that third place spot with Angus Scrivener from the pole, or the front row I should say. And it looks like Scrivener's gotten ahead of Duncan. He has indeed. So Scrivener third. That's Andy Powell there leading. Louis Large is fourth. Moving up ahead of Martin Fisher has gone Marcus King. So Marcus King also out of Louis Large's stable for LRG. Now, that's the battle there that I want to keep an eye on, Nick, because that green helmeted Angus Scrivener is the winner of Heat 1. The kart ahead of him is Louis Large. We know Louis, former British champion in the 177 class, current all-plate holder from the MSUK British Championships in the 177 class, dropping down a class, losing some weight, but still, he tells me, 6 kilograms over. So that's going to disadvantage him with the likes of Angus Scrivener behind him. So it's we saw what Max Kettle was able to do on Louis. Well, and the thing is, Johnny, as these two begin now to come together and start racing, Andy Powell is going to reap benefits. Andy Powell off into the lead.
Yeah, as soon as a couple or three karts start to squabble amongst themselves and not lapping at their outright best speed, and it could play very nicely into Andy Powell's hands as the 41 kart there really bouncing around on the road as Angus Scrivener slows it down for the first of the centre hairpins. Plenty of curb being taken there as well by the Scotsman. He's slowly gaining ground, I'd say, on Louis Large. He's done an absolute best sector last time around, so that was 0.3 of a second quicker than Louis Large, and that gap's visibly coming down now as well into Paddock, the right-hander, and back across the grid hatchings. Slight adjustment there for Angus Scrivener, with Andy Powell still leading, but Angus definitely on the fight here, looking to assess where his kart is slightly quicker than Louis Large in front.
Yeah, it's going to be a waiting game for Angus. He's got pace, hasn't he? He's just drawn that Louis Large kart in now. The number 13 we know is running overweight. He'll be right on the weight with Angus Scrivener, as will Andy Powell. And Scrivener will want to get by and maximise his points haul going forward into the final. He's currently leading the Warden Law Championship from Max Kettle, and I think this is pretty much going to give Angus Scrivener the championship with Max Kettle not starting there. I know we've got another round coming tomorrow, so I'll reserve my judgment and try working it out overnight. Here they come then. Louis Large still in second place. The pair of them, however, are working together, Johnny, and they're reeling in Andy Powell. It's under a second now. 3/4 of a second now, the gap to Powell.
Head down briefly there, literally, for Louis Large to gain a bit more time through the aero. As the 13 of Louis Large from LRG. I didn't realise the team was that young. It came into being this year then, basically.
Yeah, this year. Yeah.
So I remember watching Louis race last year at Landau, and he didn't have these very smart red and white overalls, I don't think. Or maybe he did, but the rest of the team, of course, was still being born at the time. And now a couple of interests in this race. He changing classes to gain experience on the Mojo tyre, and the other kart that he runs in this race, Zach Bolton, leading his class. Louis Large still just about staying ahead of Angus Scrivener, the Heat 1 winner from earlier.
So Andy Powell for True Performance, he's running the Venator racing engine. Louis Large for LRG running one of Nigel Horner's HRS as Angus Scrivener goes down the inside. And there's Louis telling Angus, let's catch Andy Powell. Louis, yeah, he's saying, go on, let's catch him. He's going to stay behind him. Who's that behind them, though? Who's that behind them? It's Alex Duncan, the other Under Motorsport driver. So you've got Venator, HRS there, your first three. And then a Venator engine on Alex Duncan as they head off now, trying to catch Andy Powell. 2 minutes remaining. 2 minutes for Angus Scrivener to catch Andy Powell. Andy looks over his shoulder. Andy, who has done a lot of karting, but he hasn't done a lot of karting for a while. And this is a kind of comeback for Andy, and he's showing good pace and a good head on him to keep himself in the lead of this race and not make any silly mistakes. He hasn't put a wheel wrong so far, has he?
Certainly not. And that's shown up very quickly if you do that in a kart race, because the time just disappears. You can spend a whole race trying to build a lead and it can just go in the blink of an eye. But at the moment, Andy Powell keeping his lines nice and neat and tidy. Nearly 0.9 of a second to the good over Angus Scrivener, the relatively new second place driver now, having pulled off that move on Louis Large. And Large was saying, well, let's go. He hasn't quite kept up with Angus Scrivener in order to close in on the race leader, Andy Powell. The gap is definitely closing, though, between the second place and the leader this time. But laps running out, we'll have the rest of this one and maybe one more.
You know what, Johnny? It's going to be very close, isn't it? Scrivener just pulling 0.1 of a second every braking area, every acceleration zone. And here, as we come out of the second centre, the right-hander that leads to the chicane, Scrivener virtually on the rear bumper of Andy Powell. Out of the chicane there, very clean line from Andy Powell there. But Scrivener right with him now into the gasworks, and he stays behind him. He's in a challenging position now as Angus Scrivener. Look, coming into this race meeting, we knew that Scrivener was on top of his game. he was going to be the man to beat. It was written. It was on every single wall here at Warden Law that Angus Scrivener was going to be the man to beat this weekend. He had a bad start. That's why he's had to make his way through. And now time running out. There's one more lap after this.
Yep.
It's going to be the one lap to go board for Andy Powell, the Hunter Motorsport mechanic, and Angus Scrivener down the inside. And he makes the move stick very much in St. John's. And Andy Powell, I'm pretty sure Andy Powell has nothing in the toolbox to make an effect that he has. He has. As Scrivener has gone wide. As I said that, Andy Powell comes out and goes through and takes the lead back. Are we on the last lap, by the way?
No, we're not.
Oh,
no,
we've
got
you
one
sure?
more to go.
Really?
Yeah, for sure. We've got one more after this. Now, I know, Angus Scrivener's favourite corner right now. It's St John's. He's pulled an overtake off there twice over, but he didn't quite factor in Andy Powell's fight back through the second of the centre hairpin. So down towards the first corner, Scrivener all over the back of Andy Powell. Louis Large fancies a bit of this as well. And Louis Large is spotting a win potentially here if the two in front clean one another out. Surely Scrivener to the inside line at St John's. There's not the opportunity to do that this time around. Will Louis Large be late on the brakes? Round the outside perhaps at the first of the centres.
Down the inside was Andy Powell, driving defensively. He's only got a few corners to hang on to this lead. Can he do it? Into and out the chicane. If he drives defensively now, Johnny, he needs to cut across to the right. He does so. And he stays on the right into the hairpin. There they go, Scrivener. And Louis Large coming alongside Scrivener. And who's that? Alex Duncan getting in amongst it as well. First, second, third and fourth through the horseshoe. Now into the final turn at Paddock. It's going to be a drag race to the line. And it's Andy Powell who's going to hang on to it. From Angus Scrivener in second, Louis Large in third, and Alex Duncan a very close fourth indeed. What was the gap? 800ths of a second. 800th of a second. We then had 2/10 of a second to Louis Large, who then had 2/10 of a second to Alex Duncan. Well, as I was saying, that's not going to be as intense as the final.
Certainly not. I don't know quite how you can get more intense than that, but let's have a flavour of some of those overtakes, including this from Scrivener. St John's, second time he'd done it in the race, diving down the inside of Andy Powell, who clipped quite a lot of the curb. 2 corners later, Powell down the inside because Scrivener kind of overcooked the second of the centre hairpins, just a touch wide onto the concrete, and that's all that Andy Powell needed to get back in front.
You know what? Andy Powell's day job is working for Hunter Motorsport. He's a mechanic. He's a driver coach. So all those youngsters now that he's telling how to do this, they, now having seen how Andy drove there, Andy's just built his credibility for all his customers there. Yeah. And he's proved that he doesn't just, he doesn't just know how to talk about it. He can actually do it. And he did it in very fine style there against some very, very hot competition in the form of Angus Scrivener, Louis Large, and Alex Duncan. Fabulous. Pro Kart's out next.
We obviously focused on the 177s at the start of that race. We didn't really have time to feature them through the bulk of it after that, but I can tell you it was another win for Zach Bolton by a fairly convincing margin. So Bolton getting another win and maximum points haul as we look towards the final later on today. But as you say, Pro Kart's circulating now for juniors and seniors. Here's a very quick run through the grid. It's Jessica Alexander again on pole position in the 113 alongside Jake Richardson. The second row, Scott Tate and Danny Bean. Then it's Luke Tomlinson and David Brown. Isaac Needham and Amy Frame are next up. And on the fifth row, David Brewis and Zach Davison. Jacob Cardani, Matthew Hushby, Dominic Needham, and then the karts with the orange backing on their numbers. These are the juniors, and that's Rossi Costello ahead of Max Mannion, Joseph Williamson, Leon Wilson, and Oliver Watson. And they're getting into grid formation now, heading through the horseshoe, Joe.
Here we go then. The newly crowned endurance racing champion for 2023 on these karts. Jessica Alexander is our pole position driver. She will bring the field round the final turn and head down towards the starter. They look in nice orderly position. Have we been given the go? We have indeed. And Alexander down into second there as around the outside has gone Jake Richardson. And I saw something happen across the line there, and Jessica Alexander kind of gesticulated to Richardson that, I'm not going to fight you into the first turn. It is Richardson, isn't it? Yes, it is, the 133. Now, behind Jessica Alexander there on the 113 is Scott Tate. Now, Scott Tate, we know how quick Scott Tate is. We know how quick Danny Bean is. And Danny Bean, I think, is slotted in behind. Now then, out of the second of the centres, Jessica Alexander knows that 8 minutes and 1 lap is a long way, but Jake Richardson, you know what? Jake is no slouch on a pro kart around Warden Law, and he hangs on to that lead through the gasworks.
Alexander, though, with the inside line through gasworks itself, slightly better exit initially, but there wasn't the opportunity to get by into the horseshoe. That's a left-hander, so you need to be on that side of the track, as Jake Richardson was, so he'll head across the line at the end of the first 1.2 kilometres, just ahead of Jessica Alexander, working their way towards Brian's Bend. And Alexander, well, with plenty more speed, it would seem, through the first sequence of corners on this lap, but no chance to pull off an overtake. Scott Tate in the queue, and David Brown, Danny Bean likewise. Amy Frame will be one to watch, as well as she was earlier on. Three-wheeling it again into the first of the centre hairpins for Jake Richardson. Good early speed in this race.
Just give you a quick update on the junior classification. Rossi Costello leading after 1 lap. Oliver Watson in second. Max Mannion it was who came through in third. Then we had Joseph Williamson and Leon Wilson. Looks like he's gone out for a reason there. Leon pulling off there. Meanwhile, at the front of the seniors, it's getting a bit dicey, isn't it? It's getting very dicey indeed, as Jessica Alexander says, OK, Jake, all right, mate, you've had your moment of glory. Right, I'm coming through. But Scott Tate there in the yellow livery kart as Alexander comes down the inside. She's got the inside line, but Jake Richardson has not got anywhere by, and a little bit of bumping going on there. Commonplace in pro kart racing. There's absolutely nothing in it. And Scott Tate wants a bit of it as well, as he rests the front of his kart on the rear bumper of Richardson as they go through St John's on lap 3.
So yeah, a little bit of a bump through the first corner, but actually cope with that really well. There's another place change there as well, so that's Brown, is it making no? Scott Tate making ground in the 318. I can see the number panel nice and clearly on the back, but it's almost as if he's had previous numbers on the side. It's partially rubbed out. Anyway, definitely 318 into second position now to jump ahead of Jake Richardson. Not quite sure what Jake did wrong there, but he has lost a couple of places in about as many corners. And
Johnny, it's about momentum, isn't it? You
have mentioned that.
Look, I'm going to talk about momentum again, okay? Because it more so in a pro kart, in any kind of racing, whether it be, you're racing at Le Mans or Formula One, you lose momentum, and the knock-on effect, the ripple effect of that momentum can carry forward through many corners before you get back into that rhythm and back into picking up that momentum again. And that's exactly what we saw. And Scott Tate knew that. And Scott Tate knew that Jake Richardson, having had that first place taken from him, now was the time to pounce. And he had momentum to do that.
You ever watch the film Memento? Just to change the words slightly.
It's a bizarre movie.
It's backwards and forwards at the same time. It's a good movie. Anyway, 318, Scott Tate, with great momentum into second position, ahead of Jake Richardson now. David Brown and Danny Bean completing the top 5. Amy Frame's not that far away either, jiggling herself around in the seat, as so often she does, lying flat on the main straight. Otherwise, though, we've got drivers with heads down to try and gain those extra bits of kilometre per hour down. And some shuffling of the order there. That was Frame getting ahead of Luke Tomlinson on that lap. So Amy up to 6th position now to split the Danny Bean and Luke Tomlinson battle. As over the line goes Dominic Needham as well. So Rossi Costello in the juniors has a cushion now of a senior right behind. Costello gaining good ground on Oliver Watson and Max Mannion.
So we have crossed that timeline of half distance. And Jessica Alexander, having got into the lead, she's pulled out quite a gap now. 1.5 seconds to Scott Tate, who has Jake Richardson coming back at his rear bumper. Again, I'm not sure Richardson has got the pace to maybe try an overtake. We had a very lonely drive to second place, did Scott Tate, in the first heat. If he continues building that gap to Jake Richardson, it's going to be kind of a copy of the first heat. Through turn 1, slightly banked corner there to start the lap off, through the left-hander of Brian's Bend, and then into the first bit of the dogleg. The second tighter bit of the dogleg, trying to stay off the curbs there. Richardson used them effectively. Richardson not losing Scott Tate too much as they go into the first of the centres. Into the second bit, Scott Tate in second. And then behind these two for that third and fourth place is David Brown, just coming into shot there through the chicane.
Yeah, neat and tidy for all of those. Fair bit of curb at times, but just not too much as Jessica Alexander continues to build her lead over this Scott Tate and Jake Richardson battle for second and third. Then there's another gap back to David Brown and Danny Bean, who you will probably be able to see popping onto, there they are, just about onto the main start-finish straight. Tate with a bit more of a cushion, though, over Jake Richardson this time around. So Richardson started very well, but once the opening was gained by Alexander, then Scott Tate popped through as well. Maybe this is a hint of Richardson coming back again to try and nip second place in the closing stages.
Let's see if we can drop back to pick up the junior battle there, because there's a cracking little battle between Oliver Watson, Max Mannion, beginning to develop. They're just coming out of the dog leg now, Nick. I know you're communicating with our camera guys, and then into the first of the centres now. There it is. So that's the 811 numbered kart going down the inside. That's Joseph Williamson on what looks like Max Mannion, is it?
Yep.
Yep, it is, the number 90. This is a battle for what is third and fourth place in the junior class. And now we see Joseph Williamson, who has come all the way from Stanley in County Durham, which isn't far, to be honest, Johnny, and now finds himself in that third place behind Oliver Watson. Let's see what the gap is next time by between these two. I think it's about 1.2 seconds.
Stanley's a bit closer than Hull.
Yes, if Nick had said near Stanley, it'd have been quite right, really.
He wouldn't have been far off
He wouldn't have been
all.
far off. He wouldn't have been 2.5 hours to 3 hour drive across the Humber Bridge either.
No, there is that too. Yeah, it's a fair old journey. You'd have to pack some sandwich, but there will be no stops on that journey, though.
Absolutely not.
As they thread their way through the dogleg and now into St John's. So that is the number 5 of Oliver Watson, running second in the juniors. And then they've got Joseph Williamson and Matt Mannion a bit further behind. So actually Watson's in a frustrating place here. He's got nobody really to race with. Up ahead of him is Matthew Hushby from the senior class. And then, as mentioned, Rossi Costello up ahead of that. So Costello with this cushion of 2:15 from the senior class between he and the second place runner.
While we continue to focus on the junior class, we'll just try and pick up Rossi Costello, try and find where he is on the track. He's currently running on the number 75. They're second, so he's ahead of them. We're about to get the 1 lap to go board hung out to our overall leader, Jessica Alexander, who has now got a gap of 2.7 seconds to Scott Tate. We're just watching Oliver Watson continue on his penultimate lap as Jessica Alexander takes the 1 lap to go board. We'll try and find the leading junior kart.
Costello, I think.
Continue.
Car 75.
Towards the flag then.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is car 75. I think he's running a yellow number plate, actually.
Well, he's about to come across the line in the next few seconds. So we get a feeling for where... Yeah, there you go.
There
car
he is.
75
There.
in the green helmet.
There's Rossi Costello.
Leading the junior category. And as mentioned, it's a very decent lead as well. About 7 seconds over Oliver Watson. But Watson, Williamson, and particularly Williamson versus Mannion, yet to be decided for that third step on the podium. Jessica Alexander on the final lap, she's really turning on the style here. An absolute best through sector 1 and 2. Might even make it the perfect closing lap for Jessica Alexander, who takes the race win. And it is. It's the fastest lap of the race, and all 3 sectors the fastest as well.
She's just showing off now, isn't she? Let's stay with Rossi Costello, though, because he's our junior leader, about to become our junior winner, as he comes through the horseshoe then for the final time to take the win in 100% finishing record, as he took Heat 1 as well. And there's Rossi Costello there, and he acknowledges the checkered flag, pats his side pod. Very well done to Rossi Costello. So just to give you an overall rundown, the juniors finished Rossi Costello, Oliver Watson, Joseph Williamson, Max Mannion, Leon Wilson retired. The senior pro karts, Jessica Alexander finished with a gap of 4.5 seconds nearly from Scott Tate, Jake Richardson, David Brown, Danny B, Luke Tomlinson, Amy Frame, Isaac Needham, David Brewis, Jacob Cardani, and Zach Dawson. Matthew Houshby finished in 12th place overall. It's the last of our heats now. And that is the, in fact, no, that was the last of our heats. It's the first of our finals.
Yeah.
What am I talking about, Johnny? This is where it's all important, Johnny, because this is where there's a trophy up for grabs. And just to remind everybody, when the racing's completed, we've got to leave it about 30 minutes for the officials to ratify the race results, 30 minutes after the last race. And then we'll be having our trophy presentation in the pit lane. Down at the Karting Northeast pit lane, that is, not the collecting area pit lane. So the main pit lane, just underneath race control, will be where we're having our trophy presentation. So please head down there and come down and make it a bit of an event and a bit of a happy gathering to celebrate our race winners today. So far, so good, Johnny. We've had some intense racing, haven't we? And there hasn't even been a trophy up for grabs quite yet.
That's true. I don't really think you need to ask me that question. Absolutely superb so far. And it's the heats that are fascinating for me. Obviously, the finals are the main chunk of the day. But it's how you get to that grid for the finals, which is always so fascinating for me. You might watch a heat and have a dominant winner, and then you throw them all out again for a second heat and you have a completely different race. And, it's guessing which way the day's going to go next. And we're going to have some of the key players right at the front of the pack for some of those bigger grids later on. So these trophies that are handed out at the end of the day, I mean, it's not the Autumn Cup win yet because we have to have day 2 as well. But you have a sort of Saturday trophy.
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Okay.
We've also got a Sunday trophy.
Yeah.
So you win round 6 of the Warden Law Car Club today. You win round 7 of the Warden Law Car Clubs tomorrow. And then after we've given those trophies, we'll be awarding our Autumn Cup winners with those fantastic prizes as well.
And the trophies that are today and tomorrow, exclusively today and tomorrow, round 6 and 7, that's just on a race win, isn't it? Or is it on points as well? I suppose it probably isn't on points.
I just want to show everybody, that man there in front of our camera there that you can see was Dave Fletcher.
Yes.
Now, he is one of our scrutineers. He's checking bumper penalties, right? Mm-hmm. Now, Dave Fletcher is the man who's the reason I'm stood here talking about this.
Really?
Dave Fletcher took me to Rowra in the spring of 1986. And it was at that point seeing 100 nationals go through that chicane at Rowra. You've never been to Rowra yet, have you?
I haven't, no.
Oh, you need to come to Rowra. It's a great track. Not as great as Warden Law, but it's canny. It's good. Well, Dave Fletcher took me to my first kart race. And I thought, oh, there's Nick. Hello, Nick. He's really, really grieving that he's not being able to be heard. So Dave Fletcher took me for first kart race. And I thought, why am I bothering with this Formula Ford? So I went back home, put the Formula Ford up for sale, kept the van, sold the trailer, et voila. Many years of happy kart racing all over the country, a little bit in Europe. We did a lot, all for fun.
And another thing, according to Nick Damon, is as soon as you get into karting, you automatically have to become a scaffolder as well.
Apparently,
so
yes.
You've got a van already.
Scaffolders have vans, yeah.
Yes, and it's just a happy coincidence that you can then take your kart to the track at the weekend.
Let's take this opportunity as well to remind everybody that A&H Photography are here taking photographs of everybody, and their photographs will be available for purchase on the website, A&H Photography. It's easier to find them on the Warden Law Car Club Facebook link, to be honest. And Andrew and Helen here today. I've only seen Andrew, actually. Andrew, I can see you on the camera. Is Helen here as well? Yes or no?
Right in front of us.
Oh, she's there.
Right
there you are. Hello, Helen. So Helen's at turn 1. She's going to get all the action. Andrew is on the grid there. That's Andrew in the yellow top there. He's going to get all the action from the start.
It does say Andrew on the back of his high-vis jacket as well.
Does it really?
Well, it says Helen on the back of this one.
Oh, it says Helen on the back of hers.
So that's how we tell the difference.
That's very professional.
Isn't it, Joss?
That's how we tell the difference between you know.
We need some commentary high-vis jackets like that and say Johnny and Joe on the back.
That's so you remember who you are.
Generally, yes.
Here we go then, guys. Let's get the dads and mums and helpers race. And they're off. And heading towards the grid there. Wish I had names. We need numbers on your back, lads.
They've got the message from earlier today, though.
Who's it going to be then? Little bit less. Oh, no, everybody's just going all out for it. Get that defibrillator warmed up down there, will you guys? We might need it. Good job there's a paramedic down there. Oh, it's a race to the line. There they go.
Who's it going to be?
Who is it going to be?
Oh, he's backed out at the end.
It's the orange, the yellow high-vis. Andrew's got a nice picture of the winner.
Excellent.
Whether or not he's going to have the energy to be able to start his kids' karts, because I think he's got 3 kids or 2 kids in this, if I'm right. There's Dan Ashton with his yellow earmuffs. That's our clerk of the course there, everybody.
Wouldn't even entertain doing a run like that, surely, before a race.
No,
as he saunters onto the grid there, pretty late on.
Now, the reason why we had the dads, it looked like all dads, no mums in there, was because the Bambinos that were about to get off for their final, which is 8 minutes and 1 lap, just like the Heats, is because they're a standing start.
Yes.
And as you see there, the parents tending to their children who are between the ages of 6 and 8. Yes, incredible, isn't it? We're about to see them go off and start racing and just having their visors wiped and the like.
That's the equivalent of having your face wiped after you've had a tea or something, isn't it? You know, at the end of dinner time, your parents step in with a handkerchief or whatever, and it just reminded me of that, getting the visors nice and clean. Anyway, there is still a bit of lack of grip in certain places, and that's due to some dirt being pulled onto the road throughout the course of the day. Weather's been pretty rainy for the last week or so in this part of the world. We are blessed for the moment with some dry conditions today, and I think the forecast tomorrow looks okay too.
It's exactly the same,
Is
Johnny.
it?
It's going to be bright and clear skies. I mean, I know we've got a little bit of cloud here, but it's going to be absolutely gorgeous. It's cold. The ambient temperature is a little bit under 10 degrees. I think it's about 7 or 8. And if you're outdoors for any length of time when it's that chilly, then you do need a big coat. You are in the northeast of England, and just out there on the horizon is the North Sea. Here we go then. We're about to get underway. Sebastian Crawford on the pole with Abby J. Stubbs alongside, and they get off and into turn 1, and it looks like Sebastian Crawford has the lead. He's been very hard to beat all day as the rest of the field stream through turn 1 and get this final underway.
Really struggling to get off the line, though, was Albie J. Stubbs, sort of jockeying around in the seat there to try and get a little bit more forward momentum and allow the cold tyres, to grip as much as possible. But Sebastian Crawford has certainly got away well. Brady Atkin into second place, I reckon. Albie J. Stubbs, though, losing another spot from that. So probably Freddie Blackshaw up ahead and into third spot as they work their way out of the centre hairpin for the first time. It is Brady Atkin in second, Freddie Blackshaw third, Albie J. Stubbs, yes, in fourth position. And looking a bit faster than Freddie coming out of the chicane, but there was no way. Well, they were still overlapping actually into the braking area for Gasworks, but still Stubbs in behind. Here are the race leaders.
Yeah, these two have been pretty much the leaders all the way through the day, from time qualifying through the first heat and the second heat, and now into the final here. And Sebastian Crawford from Brady Atkin, Freddie Blackshaw in third, Albie J. Stubbs, I should say, Ethan Pearson. Then we got Arlo Gamble, Calvin Simon, Benjamin Siviar, Abel Hutton, Summer Upton, Sullivan Crawford, Tyler Gruffity through in 12th. And then the last of the runners, Verity Crawford and Phoebe Rogers, just again getting some great experience, the two youngsters at the back there, and just finding their way around this track.
Through the little bump that leads into the first of the pretty technical centre hairpins. They're not a very tight hairpin like Gasworks, but you still have to get them certainly right on the exit. The second of those is crucial, which then leads into the chicane. As Brady Atkin can't match the speed of Sebastian Crawford in the early stages. But again, even though Crawford sets off like a train at the early stages, have seen his pace just dip very slightly in the middle portion of the race. So all is not lost for Brady Atkin just yet. Can't let that be a distraction. Just concentrate on the next few corners as over the line they go.
That is a really great high-speed shot of Brady Atkin there. If Brady's parents, you can hear this, when you have a look at the live stream, you might want to take a still of that one with a blurred background. Looked fantastic. Looked like he was doing about 150 miles an hour there. He wasn't. He was probably doing about 40, which is quick enough when you're between 6 and 8 years old. That'll do. The question is, Johnny, can Albie LBJ Stubbs catch Brady Atkin and give us a race here, because Sebastian Crawford is kind of checked out. 1.6 seconds the gap. And if anything, LBJ Stubbs is indeed coming back at Brady Atkin. So we're about to have a bumper-to-bumper race for the second place overall.
Yeah, it wasn't a great start from LBJ from the outside row, and there seemed to be a distinct lack of grip there, or maybe just a little bit slow to react to the 5 red lights going out. But now LBJ Stubbs in the stride, definitely, and trying to find out where the 96 kart is slightly quicker than Brady Atkin. Not quite close enough to pounce just yet. It's also pretty intense further behind. Arlo Gamble just ahead of Calvin Simon and Ethan Pearson involved in that fight as well. Here we go. Stubbs to the inside line before they've got to the first corner, and that should be deal done. It is for LBJ Stubbs, getting a much better exit through Paddock and into second position.
That was all done on engine power along that straight, wasn't it? The engines were maxed out there as they got to turn 1, and Stubbs' motor just pulled him alongside Atkin. And now it's Atkin's turn to maybe come back at Stubbs into the left-hand part of the centre S's. And it's Stubbs in that yellow-nosed kart there, yellow livery. The red, white and blue kart of Brady Atkin follows through, and just dropping off the back bumper now of Stubbs is what we're seeing. And Stubbs, if anything, going to give themselves, Brady's going to give himself a bit of a cushion and kind of relax from that pressure of perhaps having Brady Atkin come back. Brady just slotting in behind, and I think, Johnny, with about 2/3 of a lap now, Stubbs has pulled out a gap there. That's going to be a bit of a cushion going forward for the last 3 minutes.
Still a cracking fight for 4th, 5th, 6th and downwards, though. There's 5 karts absolutely together as they cross the line. So Freddie Blackshaw ahead of Calman Simon, Ethan Pearson, Benjamin Schlievar and Abel Hutton. Well, Hutton's not really part of this, actually. The gap between number 78 and 17 possibly, well, it is pretty large, that one, something like 20-odd seconds. But unfortunately at the moment this isn't for a fight for the podium, but it is a fight for 4th position. And it's Arlo Gamble who just about has the measure over Freddie Blackshaw now. So Blackshaw's fallen behind Arlo Gamble and into the clutches of everyone else contained within this quintet. So they head out of the second centre hairpin. Occupying the middle of the road there is Arlo Gamble with the white helmet. And slicing up the inside almost there. They've got some back markers to deal with. But Blackshaw under pressure now from Calman Simon. And in fact, no, that was the back marker, I think, in strife at the gasworks. So white helmet of Gamble just ahead of Freddie Blackshaw, who's wanting at least one of these places back again, having fallen to 5th position.
Yeah, great battle as well for 4th and 5th, isn't it? I mean, it's the top 5 is where the battle is at. Meanwhile, just ahead of them there, as we continue to follow that train of Bambinos, just coming through the dog leg. It's the number 72, is that? Yep, yeah. Arlo Gamble. And then the number 28, Freddie Blackshaw, just dropping off the tail of Gamble as they continue along the short straight towards the first of the centre hairpins. We're inside the last 90 minutes of the day for the Bambinos. So the last, coming towards very quickly, the last minute of their race. Minute and 1 lap, that is, before we think about the checkered flag. Sebastian Crawford has been the man to beat, the boy to beat out there this afternoon. And it's been very difficult for anyone to stay on terms with Sebastian. LBJ Stubbs 4 seconds behind in second, but right on Stubbs' bumper is Brady Atkin.
Yeah, they've got back together to one another once again. After Stubbs had established himself in second position, Brady Atkin has found a second phase, and Atkin to the inside line into turn 1 will get the place back again from Stubbs. So late on the brakes, a change for second position as 23 slots ahead of number 96. And that was a tidy manoeuvre there. To be honest, I thought LBJ Stubbs had really cemented second position, but again, we talked about engine power, perhaps, getting him by 23 earlier on. I don't think that's fading for one moment, but maybe that was a lack of momentum, to say that word again, coming through Paddock, and you're exposed if you don't get a good run out of that final corner, as you've been making the point, Joe.
Yeah, and it'll be the one more lap after this one completed. So still quite a bit of time, considering these karts are lapping in the 1 minute 11s at the front of the field. And here we go. Are we going to see a challenge? No, because there's very little speed differential from the straight to the corner. They're side by side into the horseshoe almost. It's Stubbs from Atkin. Oh, sorry, Atkin from Stubbs is what I should say. It's the 23? Yeah, the 23. Now back ahead as they go towards the line. It'll be the 1 lap to go board. And this is where we saw Stubbs come back, isn't it? The power of Stubbs' motor seemingly able to get him alongside, and then into turn 1 he's got the ideal line, almost side by side, too wide as they settle down and slot in behind. Atkin now behind Stubbs as they are met with a kart pointing the wrong way into the dogleg. Massive reactions from the youngsters to avoid what would have been a very, very tricky incident there.
Sullivan Crawford, I think, 22, facing the wrong way, having had a spin perhaps on its own, and right in the middle of the road. Couldn't have been more awkwardly placed, but heads up driving. You can't at any point think this is a done deal, I suppose, and Sebastian Crawford may well have had to deal with that as well, who's quite a bit further ahead with nearly a 5-second lead. But nevertheless, got to have your wits about you until you see that checkered flag. Stubbs late on the brakes, Atkin not able to prize the opening. This is the final time, though, for Sebastian Crawford, who will be crossing the line very, very shortly. This feels like Sebastian's most comfortable win of the day. It's going to be significant, but what about the battling further around? Yeah, Crawford wins, and Stubbs will finish in second position ahead of Brady Atkin, having pulled off that manoeuvre again on purely engine power, perhaps, on the main straight. It is Arlo Gamble who finishes in fourth position ahead of Freddie Brackshaw and Calman Simon. Ethan Pearson and Benjamin Slivar a close 7th and 8th.
Cracking racing, Johnny, from the Bambinos.
Really good.
Absolutely cracking.
And Sebastian Crawford really showing how he was pushing on there and completing it. So 6 seconds clear in the end for Seb Crawford, ahead of Albie J. Stubbs and Brady Atkin, with Arlo Gamble the best of the rest, effectively. Gamble and Blackshaw crossed the line 0.07 of a second between each other, so that remained very close all the way to the finish. So that bodes rather well for this segment of finals late on today, on Saturday of the Warden Law Autumn Cup. We've got 6 more races to go, Joe, and these are all of the extended distance of 10 minutes plus 1 lap.
Yeah, and the next one out, Johnny, is another standing start. This time the Honda Cadets get to show us what they are worth. And again, once again, if the 2 heats are anything to go by, then we're about to be entertained massively. Are you entertained was the line, wasn't it? I think so. Here at Warden Law, the circuit lends itself to some great racing. We've got some very, very fast and some very technical parts of the track that it's very easy to lose out on if you make the slightest mistake. I mean, it was described. I'm trying to think of who described. It might have been Sam Pollitt, who said that the dogleg is the most demanding part of any track in the country.
I can believe that. I mean,
so
when I walked it this morning, you don't get a flavour at all of how tight a corner it is, the speed that you're arriving when you're standing in the corporate pit lane, as it's called, because it's over the other side there. And from a distance, you just think, they're just turning right. It's only when you stand on the corner itself, there's a big curb sort of calling you in. There's a lot of extra track which you don't use at all. But if you outbrake yourself thinking I can go through here faster, you'll easily end up out in the scenery there.
And with an adverse camber as well. The adverse camber can throw you in like a magnet.
So it's sort of trying to throw you off the road. And again, it's important exit because it runs into St John's, and that's a little bit of a straight. But it's important then to get to head through St John's with good mid-corner speed because you've got that straight between there and the first of the centres.
Right, we've got the Honda Cadets making their way around, and making their way around on the pole position is the newly crowned Honda Cadet British champion, Ryan White, on the number 47, recently clinched the Honda Cadet British Championship with some fantastic driving all year long. Alongside him is Ralphie Branscombe. These two are going to entertain, I can tell you, and not far behind them, if indeed in front of them, will be Thomas Potter and Toby Turner, who start on row 2. It's Morgan Cooney, not sure what happened to him at the start of Heat 2, but that's put Morgan Cooney behind and on the third row alongside Hugo McCluskey. Row 4 is Archie Garner and Riley Blakemore, and then we've got Harry Clark, Tristan Gilfillan, and rounding off the order is Jake Gibbon. We're already formed. Dan Ashton likes the look of that grid. He gives the go-ahead to race control. We should be getting the light sequence on any moment, and then we'll be going off from a standing start. And there they go. Off they go. And it looks like Ryan White has got the jump on Ralphie Branscombe. And who's that coming through? It's Toby Turner. Thomas Potter slotting in fourth, but round the outside of Branscombe has gone Toby Turner. But it's Ryan White who leads to the dogleg.
Yeah, Ryan getting a really good start and maintaining that momentum through the first corner ahead of Toby Turner and number 16, who's having a nibble on the rear of Ryan White as they head through St John's. Third place for Ralphie Branscombe. I'm guessing they've got to the bottom of that, what we thought was a technical issue, a mechanical problem. Oh, it's carnage behind, though, because there was contact that then led to a couple of spinning carts, which included Toby Turner and Ralphie Branscombe. The only one not to be involved with that as it continues into the chicane is Ryan White, who's got a dream start here. He's miles ahead of everybody else.
Okay, and cold tyres, isn't it, Johnny? The sun's dropping into the sky, and I think that was more about cold tyres of just not really... not having enough brakes to brake, and there Ralphie Branscombe just hitting the back end of the leader Ryan White. Ryan White's rear wheel was lifted off the ground, and Ryan White was lucky to get away with that and not be involved in that incident. That then involved the concertina effect, and could have cost, and it has indeed cost the race of a few of the front runners. Ryan White leads, Hugo McCluskey second, Riley Blakemore third, Morgan Cooney fourth, Ralphie Branscombe recovering to fifth, Archie Garner 6th, Thomas Potter and Toby Turner finding themselves down in 7th and 8th. And they've got Jake Gibb and Harry Clark. And it's Tristan Gilfillan who didn't hit the start.
I think it was Toby Turner who outbraked himself, basically, and piled into the back of Ryan White.
Really?
And then because the 16 slowed down, Branscombe had nowhere to go and clattered into the back, and the two of them ended up spinning. How Ryan White kept it on the straight and narrow, I've no idea, but his reward for doing so is nearly 2 seconds now over Hugo McCluskey.
Right then, Ryan White just coming out of the final turn now. If we can, we'll just get a grip of that one. And Hugo McCluskey on that second and third spot. Hugo McCluskey second, Riley Blakemore third. Ralphie Branscombe recovers to fourth, now ahead of Morgan Cooney. Thomas Potter now up to sixth ahead of Archie Garner. Toby Turner still in eighth as they cross the line. It's the number 4 there, the 04 of Hugo McCluskey, currently second now. The bright, luminous green helmet almost, showing really well in this as the sun begins to drop in the sky here at Warden Law. Got some great pictures, Johnny, and some beautiful lighting going on.
Yeah. Well, it's been the case since early this morning, a cracking sunrise, and it looks like the... prolonged, elongated sunset is, it feels like it's not that far away. It is only 3 o'clock, mind you, so there's at least another hour and a half to go before it starts to get properly dark, and we should be all done by just after, about 4:30 actually. All the finals will hopefully be completed. Hugo McCluskey might have a bit up his sleeve here. He's managed to gain 1/10 of a second. It needs to be more than that per lap, but 6 3/4 minutes still to go for Hugo. Maybe not all is lost. Riley Blakemore might be able to do a bit as well, although his last lap time was slower than McCluskey. Someone else to look out for is a recovering Ralphie Branscombe. Now, he's down there not because of a car issue like he had in the second heat, but more because of all that problem into the second centre hairpin at this point in the track where the 04 Hugo McCluskey is. Also, a fastest lap of the race from the 5th place runner, Morgan Cooney, will be one to watch.
Yeah, Morgan Cooney not happy with his second heat. I'm not sure what happened to him at the start. It's very much Ryan White at the front of this field, though. The like I say, the newly crowned British Honda Cadet champion, currently leading this first day, round 6 of the Warden Law Kart Championship, first day of the Autumn Cup weekend. And Ryan, who knows this place very well, bit of a story there, Johnny. I know we mentioned it earlier, but it's worth mentioning it again. His dad works up in Aberdeen, and they were only able to travel down last night. Arrived at his parents' where the cart and everything's kept. He was telling me that his van engine's packed up and his motorhome engine's packed up on him, so he's had to come down in a van or something like that. However, the big part of the story is that when he got here about 10 o'clock, he then set to work prepping the cart for the day. And the great thing is, there is a prime example of dad and lad karting.
Yes.
Because Ryan is run by his dad. They're not with a big team or anything. And for him to win the British Championship, that is just phenomenal and fantastic. And Paul White, Ryan's dad, worked on the kart till 2 a.m., then went to bed and got up at 6 to get down at the track. I think they live in just north of Newcastle, I think he was saying. I might be wrong on that one. But great effort from Paul and Ryan there to be racing here this weekend. And it's great to have them on board for the Autumn Cup. And right now, Ryan, looking very, very difficult to beat, with a gap going out to 2.7 seconds. Hugo McCluskey and personal best 58.91 for Ryan. However, look at that, Ralphie Branscombe now recovering to third, getting ahead of Riley Blakemore. Ralphie Branscombe 58.77, and that's the fastest lap of the race so far.
Yeah, he's 5 seconds and a bit behind Ryan White. So the first target is definitely closing the 2.5 seconds that separate Ralphie from Hugo McCluskey, the car we've been concentrating on for the last few laps. Again, the exit of the chicane looks a little now untidy, with a bit more dirt being brought onto the road all day, really. So that's one to be wary of. Here is Ralphie Branscombe then, in perhaps a repaired kart now, although he and his dad were scratching in their heads as to exactly what the problem was during Heat 2. Looks okay at the moment. I've been keeping an eye on his lap times, and again, that's a fastest lap of the race for Branscombe. So he's got a 2.5 second gap down to about half that now, 1.25 to Hugo McCluskey. And there was Hugo just jinking through shot out of dogleg in the green helmet. So that's the gap, second to third, definitely tumbling.
It is. It's coming down, isn't it? And you know what? With the longer final length of 10 minutes and one lap, for Ralphie's sake, that's given him a bit of additional time. I mean, he was wrapped up in that first lap incident, wasn't he? And at the Sennas, and he's had a lot to do, and it's given him a bit of time for a bit of recovery. At the moment, he's on the third. We'll see him on the third step of the podium in our trophy presentation this afternoon. At the moment, he's bringing that gap down to Hugo McCluskey, who's on the second step of the podium at the moment, and we're just inside the last 3 minutes of the day for the Honda Cadets.
Worth giving a mention to the Riley Blakemore-Morgan Cooney fight as well. There's only a tenth between those guys for 4th and 5th. But the podium finishers are the more important. Ryan White at the moment, no doubt that he is in the best spot, 3, nearly 4 seconds up the road. But he's not setting any purple times. That, on the other hand, is Ralphie Branscombe. Another purple timer, 58.3, maybe helping to be in the tow behind Hugo McCluskey. And how is Branscombe going to approach this then? Slotting to the inside line. He should have the inside line for the chicane and gets the move done very swiftly indeed on Hugo McCluskey. McCluskey, a quick look over the shoulder, but it was almost too late at that point. And Ralphie Branscombe's got a quick kart, has had all day. And perhaps not a surprise for him to have done that so quickly. The fight for 4th, 5th and now 6th place. Thomas Potter's joined that as well. But here was the moment Ralphie Branscombe got ahead of McCluskey.
Coming out of the second Sennas, it was all about having the grip, wasn't it? The grip and momentum, dare I say it again, without you guys ripping my head off. It was that's what got Ralphie Branscombe by him. Thank you very much. And there he says, thank you very much, and on his way. And he's, you know what, he hasn't really got the time, though, a minute and a half or so to catch Ryan White, who's got 4 seconds, Johnny. Yeah. He might be pulling fastest laps, but Ryan White is not hanging about. He's putting in personal best lap times that are literally mere hundredths of a second slower than Branscombe. So Branscombe, you know what I think? I think we've been robbed here with that first lap incident.
Unfortunately.
Because I think, we would have had Branscombe and Ryan White really, really going for it at the front.
Yeah, and it's not the first time that's happened, of course. Busy grid trying to sort themselves out and just the merest bit of contact. Going to look back at this fight then for just the positions outside the top 3. Riley Blakemore running in the 68 kart has a slim advantage. In fact, there may have been a place change now. It looks like Thomas Potter is ahead in the 38 as they work their way out of the horseshoe. There is Morgan Cooney in the number 80 kart as well. So they'll cross the line now. So, yeah, Potter in 4th, then Blakemore, Cooney, Turner and Garner all together as one. You could throw a blanket over them, and they're slotting by was Toby Turner, because, again, the Turner kart, a quick machine, it has been all day, but involved in the crash on the first lap when Turner was second at the time, but the contact with the then race leader rather put paid to that. And Turner now late on the brakes up the inside of the first of the Sennas, picks another one off. That is Riley Blakemore down a position.
We're getting towards, it's going to be touch and go, Johnny, whether we get the last lap board out. I think we are going to make it just by mere seconds. While we continue to watch that midfield battle ensue, we've got 3, 2, literally 1 second on the board there as Ryan White came through.
But it is called as the last lap.
We've called it, yeah, last lap. The timing screen is the one that counts. So last lap board has been put out to our race leader.
Yeah, Ryan White, 3.3 seconds in front of Ralphie Branscombe in kart 96. And there's building a 2.3 second lead now for Branscombe, who didn't go any faster than he's been already, but that's not to deny him of the fastest lap because it's still in his hands, a 58.3, ahead of Hugo McCluskey, Thomas Potter, and over the line that time around. As the race leader's now into the final sector, so we're going to be calling him across the line very shortly. But Toby Turner, Archie Garner, Riley Blakemore and Morgan Cooney are nose to tail. But the race winner will come out of the final corner over the line, and it's Ryan White who takes a convincing race win by over 3 seconds over a chasing Ralphie Branscombe, who definitely had more speed and given a few more laps might well have been able to close that gap. Possibly Ryan White was managing the gap anyway, well aware that Ralphie was at a safe distance. It's about the same margin back to Hugo McCluskey, who will complete the final podium today. Thomas Potter, Toby Turner and Archie Garner inseparable for much of that race, and they will finish in 4th, 5th and 6th places. So they're dicing in the midfield. Toby Turner on the inside line of Senna 1. And gesticulation from behind there. Riley Blakemore not entirely happy with that overtake, perhaps, but the door was left open and Toby Turner slotted through to eventually finish in 5th place.
Quite a dominant win then for Ryan White as he pulls into scrutineering. Ralphie Branscombe joins him in that first three grid slots in the parc fermé for the scrutineers to just check on. Hugo McCluskey will take 3rd place. I think we were robbed there, Johnny. I really do think we were robbed. I think that Branscombe had been not involved in that first lap incident, we might have had a bit of a cracker as ever, though. That's motor racing, isn't it? And as much as Branscombe will probably agree with me,
yeah.
Ryan White was left with only himself was going to cause him to lose that, and he's run by his dad, Paul. We've mentioned that the fact that Ryan's clinched the British Championship this year. It was going to be a big task to beat him today. And I think if anybody was going to do that, it was Ralphie Branscombe. So, you know what? We're going to do this all again tomorrow.
Well, that's true,
and
yeah.
Branscombe has a chance to, get back on terms. And then, the races for the Autumn Cup accolade after all. The winners of the Honda Cadets, a big thank you to RPM Engines. They've offered us the prize of an engine rebuild. And also, we've got, again, massive thanks to Adam Nichols from Red Graphics and Apollo Karts, whose karts are out there at the front of Pro Kart Racing. But Adam, with his Red Graphics company, has offered us the prize of a full sticker kit, brand new sticker kit for your kart if you win the Honda Cadets.
I don't really think Ralphie Branscombe did a great deal wrong on that opening lap moment.
It
was Toby Turner who misjudged his braking point, and when he then slapped the back of Ryan White's kart, that rather meant that the 16 was much, much slower for Ryan Branscombe to stop in time. Branscombe was going to decelerate at about the right sort of point into the second centre hairpin. But he then colliding with a much slower Toby Turner, pitched them both into a spin on the spot, and the carnage ensued after that. Warden Law Kart Club absolutely bathed in early evening sunshine now.
Yeah,
where better to be on a Saturday?
Not so much the park firm here, where we're
agreed
now, but I think if we once we get out onto the track, where our runners for the Micro Rotax final is, there it is, bathed in sunshine. Big congratulations to Matt Hunter and Paul Bainbridge, Matt the track owner, Paul Bainbridge the track manager, for putting on such a fabulous event. The track is looking outstanding as ever, as we've got the 4 Micromax runners out and about to take the start, are we? No, we've got a full start, so it gives us more of an opportunity to wax lyrical about how beautiful a track this is at Warden Law.
That's true. Go on then.
Yeah, so the sunshine, the autumnal nature of the trees and the shrubs there in the backdrop. Oh, look at that sunset coming across there. What beautiful lighting here. You know what? We're not just giving you a race meeting here. We're giving you art, everybody.
Was the autumnal nature of the trees organised specifically for the Autumn Cup? You know, have you gone around and sort of painted the trees very golden brown and copper?
We wouldn't hold the Autumn Cup in July.
Well, I would hope not.
A bit too green.
Indeed,
yes,
I would hope not.
So yes, that's why we have it in November.
Not entirely coincidental.
Sebastian Behrman is our pole position driver, leading the field round with Max Jolly alongside. Grayson Crawford and Luke Millward are on the second row. And then we've got Jack Moss, who is the 5th kart in the field.
There's only 4 there, though, Joe.
There is only 4.
We are missing Grayson Crawford.
Yes.
Yeah. And Grayson Crawford didn't... I remember Grayson had a problem in the earlier second heat as well. Hopefully this will be a race start this time around. No, we're going to be going again, I'm afraid.
I think because whoever that is, 33, Jack Moss, I think he's out of position, which is what Dan Ashton doesn't like.
Yes.
So you've got presumably 3 on the left and 1 on the right.
Presumably they've all got to imagine Grayson Crawford's kart is there and leave a gap.
Or
you have to fill the gap in karting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. As they come across the line, we've got 1 on driver's right in the grid hatchings, and then the other 3 are on the left-hand side of the track, and that's not quite working either. That's not balanced correctly. So maybe that will be sorted out.
You have got to fill the gap. Nick's pointing at the screen, which I'm not sure what he's trying to indicate. It's a car being pulled away. Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, you see, the problem here is that the 4th kart in line doesn't think that it can pull alongside to fill the second row.
That's right. He's actually in where he needs to be. However, because that gap isn't now filled, that kart needs to go right and that kart needs to go left. I'm pointing at the screen now, which doesn't work at all, does it, Nick?
Sebastian Behrman will have a car in behind now. That's Jack Moss, I think, slotting into position. So we've got 2 on the right, 2 on the left, and the green light is now displayed, or at least the 5 red lights extinguished, and it is a good getaway from Behrman, although, having said that, he sort of washes out in the middle of the corner and loses a position because of that. Again, cold tyres, slightly greasy track surface beneath, but it's more about getting everything up to temperature and whacking the curb there, Sebastian Behrman, which jumps the kart up into the air. So the race leader is number 38, Luke Millward, who's again got a really good getaway.
Cracking getaway, squeezed down the inside, made the gap happen for him, and he leads out of the centres for the first time. 10 minutes and 1 lap for the Micromaxes, and we've got 4 karts. Remember, Johnny, we had 4 karts in this one last time, and the 4 of them went hell for leather all the way to the flag. So I suspect that we might be seeing exactly the same. Winner of the Autumn Cup in this class wins a full entry and 2 race entries for the 2024 UKC Championship. So there's a lot to play for. It's got quite a monetary value to that. So all to play for as we complete 1 lap. And it's Millward, Behrman, Moss, Jolly. They're the 4. Side by side into turn 1. Is that Behrman?
Well, it's Jolly almost finding the inside line on Jack Moss. It is still Jolly at the back of the field, but Jolly jinks to the inside line there, and St John's nearly got 1, possibly 2, but then ran out of opportunity into that corner. So it's still the same order. They're threatening to change at any moment. Sebastian Behrman with the blue helmet, or the yellow and blue helmet, still in second position then, and following Luke Millward through the chicane.
Oh, if anything, they're tripping over one another as they go down the back curving straight, and it's Behrman there who managed to get the momentum out of the back chicane and pull alongside. He's made that happen, and he hangs on to that lead through the horseshoe. It'll be 2 laps completed this time by. They're already through Paddock, so we've got a bit of a change of lead there as they come across the line to complete 2 laps. And it's Sebastian Behrman, Luke Millward, Jack Moss, Max Jolly. And of course, we've lost Grayson Crawford side by side, Johnny.
Yeah.
And a change back.
It is a change back in the favour of Luke Millward. So up the inside of Behrman, and I think behind, and it's still Jack Moss ahead of Max Jolly. But I reckon they switch places as well on the exit of Brian's Bend. And then back again. So just as Heat 2 stands a good chance of being race of the day, with only 4 karts in this is right up there again in terms of entertainment value, because any one of these 4 seemed capable of taking the race win. But with Luke Millward back out front, he's been there a few times before, so this won't faze him. But this is almost one of those races, a bit like a Caterham race on the full-size circuits, that you don't want to be leading starting the final lap, because there's always then the opportunity for people to get by.
It's incredible. We've still got these 4 absolutely together. Incredible battles. And there's Behrman down the inside into turn 1 again. Behrman into the lead. This is where he came back at him, though, as Millward looks again. Not this time, though. Behrman's absolutely all over the back of Millward, I should say, is all over the back of Sebastian Behrman as they head towards the centres now. The sun beginning to drop, giving us fantastic and very different light to what we've had earlier in the day. As they come out of there, heading towards the chicane, Sebastian Behrman has hung on to this lead this time, and he looks pretty solid. And as I say that, back comes Millward. Back comes Millward towards the gasworks. 4 of them still together, nose to tail.
Yeah.
Incredible karting.
Yeah, that wasn't necessarily an error from Behrman, but it's meant that those places will change again at the horseshoe, because just slightly off the racing line coming out of the chicane, and it took until 2 or 3 corners later for the places to switch. But Behrman's going to be later on the brakes into the first corner, and he gets back ahead. Meanwhile, to the inside line of Jack Moss, here comes Max Jolly, but there's again no way through for the number 14 kart. So the white helmet of Jack Moss stays in 4th position. Thinking about a stab down the inside, any of them really, at St John's, apart from the race leader.
Oh, there goes Jolly, Johnny, down the inside. But Moss has momentum round the outside, and he's put himself in the position for the right-hander at centre 2. These 2 tripping over for 3rd and 4th have allowed the 1st and 2nd karts to just eke away now, as Behrman continues to lead. Millward, he's there, he's just waiting to pounce. What we're like for time, with plenty of time. We're at just on the half distance. So like you say, Johnny, do you want to lead into the first lap?
Into the final lap, you mean?
Into the final
Probably
lap.
not. No, I don't think you do. You want to be probably 2nd at the moment, because 3rd and 4th are a bit too far away. But I'm not counting Jack Moss and Max Jolly out of this yet, because the top 2 are still really jostling with one another and not going ultimately as quickly as possible. So here come the 3rd and the 4th place karts again to get back involved, and any one of them could certainly finish on the podium at this stage, and quite possibly for the race win as well. Sebastian Behrman must be thinking, what on earth do I need to do here, because I can't shake Luke Millward, and therefore because of that constant distraction, this is drawing Jack and Max in for 3rd and 4th positions.
I'm just thinking of ways that we can perhaps have a 4th step of the podium, a 4th step of the podium for whoever comes 4th, Johnny. That's what I would like. Seems unfair that one of these drivers is not going to be there and receive a trophy, because we've had some cracking racing. But hey, that's motor racing. You've got to finish in the first 3 to get on the podium. And here we go, Max Jolly trying all he can to have a go at Jack Moss. Max running for Under Motorsport, and Jack Moss with True Performance. They're the teams. Not quite sure who Behrman is with, just trying to see the livery of the kart, and likewise Luke Millward as well, because it's Behrman who leads into the centres, and Max Jolly down the inside again, but it's Jack Moss who's got the momentum. Max Jolly tries as the leaders there. Behrman in the blue and yellow helmet, Luke Millward in the orange and white overalls and the orange and black, or the orange, more orangey helmet. Through the gasworks then, 1st and 2nd, 3rd and 4th. they've broken apart from one another and having separate private battles.
Yeah. I'm just wondering whether now the gap is too great for Jack Moss and Max Jolly to get involved with. It depends, really. Bearman versus Millward. Millward had a long think about maybe pulling off a manoeuvre into the first corner. They hit Bryant's Bend, though, having to still be line astern. And again, the merest of glimpses to the inside line for Luke Millward, but really good mid-corner speed being carried by Sebastian Bearman, so there isn't the chance there. Jolly to the inside line. He likes that corner into the first of the centres, but then can't make it stick into the second one. It's the change of direction in the track where Jolly's inside line becomes the outside line for centre 2, and he just can't finish off the overtake.
This is very, very racy, though, and Bearman, with 2.5 minutes remaining, Bearman having to consider a defensive line as they go side by side into the horseshoe, and it looks like Millward has got the lead. He has indeed, as they transition then into the final turn at Paddock, and across the line it'll be elapsed completed in 2 minutes or so on the clock. Millward looking over his shoulder. When's Bearman going to come? He tries to squeeze, but very fair in just giving him the room, and Bearman, with the drag down to the first turn, Bearman just ekes himself in front before the turn in and will hang on to that. But Millward, this is great racing, isn't it? Because Bearman knows that Millward's got pace, Millward knows Bearman's got pace, and Millward seems to be just having to be very clever in choosing where he picks his moment to have a go and take the lead. He did it at the horseshoe last time. Let's see if he can do it here, because the horseshoe's very, very quickly going to be upon them.
Yeah, so Bearman still just about ahead of Luke Millward, switching positions since they crossed the line last. Still no change for Jack Moss versus Max Jolly. And, Millward, again, had an opportunity to get underneath at the horseshoe, but not quite enough speed to be able to do that. Again, a glance quickly to the third and fourth place cars. They're still in the same order, frustratingly for Max Jolly. Again, he knows where he is quicker than Jack Moss, but can't be quicker in the key areas to make it so that he can cement that position. Big hit of the curb there on the exit of the dogleg. Actually didn't hamper Sebastian Bearman too much into St John's. I thought the penalty would be more costly than that. Again, middle of the road for the number 37, and no way through for Millward.
Yes, time ticking by. There's going to be 2 more laps after this one. Yes, indeed, there will be. We've got plenty of time to get round as Sebastian Bearman continues to lead Luke Millward. Luke there finding himself with a gap, and he goes through it, does he? No, not quite, because the momentum there was with Bearman, and Bearman will lead out of the final turn, and it will be 10 laps completed with about 15 seconds or so, 17 seconds on the clock. There'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by, so Millward will see that. The thing is, everybody, the drivers know exactly how much time is left.
Finally, I was about to say Max Jolly is now in front of Jack Moss, and then once the overtake had been completed, Jack Moss has had a moment coming out of the first corner and spun out of the race, unfortunately, and Jack's out of the kart as well. He looks okay. He's going to try and drag it back to the road surface and at least rejoin to try and get points. Thinking about the whole of the weekend, of course. What about this? Sebastian Bearman, Luke Millward. We're not on the final lap yet, so we'll be going around at least one more time. Well, it will be one more time for Sebastian Bearman, who bolts his kart to the right-hand side of the circuit along that white line. It was here that Max Jolly got ahead of Jack Moss, and then across the line, Jolly in third. Moss then spinning afterwards, probably trying to make up that lost ground. So, last lap this time around, Bearman just about ahead of Luke Millward.
Oh, it's still got 1 lap of racing, though, and Millward looks very racy. We've seen how quick it can be in various parts of this track. They're into the dogleg now. Can he find a way down the inside? Will Bearman leave the door open, or will Bearman take the defensive line? He's taken the defensive line already at St John's. This is going to allow Millward alongside into the centres. They touch there as Bearman closed the door. And now Millward, and who's this coming up to in third place? Max Jolly. Will Max Jolly reap the benefits of these two in front of him, tripping over? It all remains to be seen as they exit the chicane for the final time and head down to the gasworks. It'll be Bearman right on the right-hand side of the track, or is it? Not quite. So not quite a defensive line. Millward has dropped off his tail, dropped off his bumper, and Max Jolly's right with Millward now. So it's a 3-car battle to the line. And it's Behrman who leads into the final turn, but Millward coming back, and he's right on his bumper with Max Jolly in third, and that's how they will finish. Sebastian Behrman finishes 13 hundredths of a second ahead of Luke Millward, who finishes 28 hundredths of a second ahead of Max Jolly. And a small consolation that Jack Moss regained the track and will finish in fourth place. So, it only takes 2 karts to make a race. We had 4 there.
We did.
And what a race it was.
Yeah, terrific stuff. I still say that the second heat of the day for these karts was better because of the longevity of their battling. They were nose to tail all 4 for pretty much all of the 8 minutes earlier on. But that separated out. They paired off, essentially. And Sebastian Behrman and Luke Millward gave us a stonking fight. And for a long time, Jack Moss had pulled up the drawbridge, if you like, to defend from Max Jolly lap after lap. Jolly eventually got through, and then unfortunately for Jack, he made that costly error in the dying stages. But Max Jolly, I was mightily impressed then with his speed once he'd wriggled free of Jack Moss to reel in the front 2, and a few more laps on that could have really troubled the eventual race winner and second place cars.
Great stuff as ever from all of our Rotax classes, and indeed the Honda engine classes also delivering very, very well. The Bambinos, we've had a cracking race from them as well. We're doing all this again tomorrow, the second day of the Warden Law Kart Club Autumn Cup, coming to you all live on Karting Live TV, starting again, once again at 10 a.m. and pretty much the same format as today's event. We are going into our Intermax final next as we just sort out the scrutineering aspect of the 4 karts that are finished with Micromax. We are getting towards recovering a kart from the infield. As the sun continues to drop in the sky, Johnny, we've got once again some beautiful lighting out there on the track as we're getting towards that race start and releasing the Intermax grid. Alex Goodson and Daniel Minto sharing the front row of the grid. Alex
that's going to be
Goodson
good.
On the pole position, isn't it just? It's a Hunter Motorsport. It's a Hunter Motorsport double act on the front of this Intermax field. Sebastian Clark spoils the Hunter Motorsport party with third place on the grid, as Hassan Khan is fourth. Blair Smith fifth and Anderson Fraser sixth. Then we've got Jonathan Furby and Thomas Jackson with James Frabicus and Zach Mackay rounding off the field of Intermax karts. The karts are out on track, already heading towards the back chicane. Twice, was it? And there we see the way that the drivers are really putting a lot of energy through the tyres, Johnny. Getting a bit of heat. The ambient temperature will be dropping as the sun drops. That means the track temperature drops. We can even have a bit of kind of condensation, like slipperiness created. I wouldn't say it's happening yet, but that can happen when we are racing in these colder autumnal temperatures.
Now, Fraser Anderson should be on this grid, but I don't think he's there. It's being shown as him still being in the assembly area and therefore presumably not able to join the grid. Otherwise, it is the full complement. And Alex Goodson, Daniel Minto, well, pick your winner from there. They're both starting on the front row in the same team colours, and there's a third teammate in behind as well. This is the official race start, all being given the go-ahead, and a good getaway for Goodson from pole position as they thread their way through Brian's Bend, and 26 ahead of 28 as Daniel Minto looks to the inside line at St John's, but there's no way through there. Maybe Minto, though, feeling that he shouldn't be wasting any time on this opening lap, whilst Alex Goodson is getting everything up to temperature, but Minto's in the same boat, and in behind is that Hassan Khan, up to third, in the number 18, in the same team colours as the leading duo.
Yeah, Hunter Motorsport 1, 2, 3 as Daniel Minto goes down the inside of Goodson, side by side around there, and Minto's made it happen. He's gotten ahead of Goodson. The 28 now ahead of the 26, started on second alongside, managed to stay on the tail of Alex Goodson, and now will show as the leader straight off the bat, and leading Lap number 1, Hasnan Khan in 3rd, Sebastian Clark, Blair Smith, Thomas Jackson, Jonathan Furby, James Fabricas, Zach Mackay, and we lost Anderson Fraser at the start. I'm not sure he even took the start.
He didn't. No, he wasn't on track, I'm afraid. So didn't leave the assembly area. As I suggested, that may be the case. I'm trying to remember whether Fraser had problems earlier on in the day. I think it's been a clean run, generally speaking, as here the Hunter Motorsport trio then arriving at the centre hairpins. See the G-force in action there as Daniel Minto's almost being hurled from the kart, but he just about hangs on.
He's got a very distinctive style, as Daniel. He kind of leans out of the kart.
Yes.
I've even witnessed Kai and Reese Hunter trying to sort of horn it out of Daniel, but he just feels comfortable doing that. And it's kind of like a bit of it looks to me as though it's a bit of muscle memory from him, that he relaxes into it and lets his body flow.
So it's not necessarily all the science and just the body being hurled through no choice of Minto. He's kind of going with the flow.
He's just letting it happen and go and doesn't fight it. And they've tried to kind of coach it out of him, but it doesn't deter him. It doesn't alter his speed. He's still very quick. And you know what? He's left it in the bag here, hasn't he? He's kept his powder dry. He's let Alex Goodson take the heats, and now here he is. Alex Goodson just waiting for his tyres to come on. They've only done 2 laps. It's from lap 3 onwards that we see where the setup is, and Alex Goodson there losing a little bit of momentum, was it, John?
I think it probably was a bit of momentum loss, yes. Just too much curb, really, compared to Minto, although I always think that's going to be more costly than it turns out to be, because Goodson was still right with Daniel in the braking area for the gasworks. So, and these karts can take a fair bit of abuse over the curbs. They don't get as unsettled as a full-size car might do, for instance. Just a little bit more over-rotation, though, for Daniel Minto, maybe at the first corner. He's neat and tidy, though, on the approach to Dogleg. And however they're doing it, the top 2 are definitely stepping away from their teammate Hasnan Khan, who in turn has got a gap of 7/10 of a second over Sebastian Clark in 4th position.
I'm not sure. Yes, he has. Yes, sorry, I was looking at a different battle there. Because there's quite a massive midfield battle going on between, I think, Blair Smith, Thomas Jackson and Jonathan Furby. I need to confirm that. But right now, the leaders coming together there at the Gasworks Airport in side-by-side action from Daniel Minto and Alex Goodson. Alex Goodson's tyres, they've switched on, haven't they? It's lap 3, coming towards the end of lap 3, into lap 4 now. And this is where the race is going to begin. 6 minutes or so remaining in this. And Daniel Minto has got a job on his hands because his teammate Alex Goodson, these 2 drivers I've seen drive round and round here in a practice day, just practicing what they're doing now. Well, boys, this is for real now. There's a trophy at stake and an even bigger trophy at stake going into tomorrow's event. And Goodson down the inside, the switchback by Minto. So no change. Even though Goodson led for a moment there, Minto got it back. I tell you what, I was going to mention what's up for grabs. It's a full season registration for the UKC and 2 race entries up for grabs. That's what these drivers are racing for. So it's going to be very, very intense.
Minto, again, that slight lack of speed approaching the centres came from, I think, riding the curb at Dogleg. And it all transpired into him actually seeing Alex Goodson coming, opening the door and going outside to then be tighter on the exit of the first centre hairpin and actually repay the favour almost as soon as Goodson struck. But Alex Goodson still looking maybe slightly the quicker of these 2, but that's one thing being quicker in the wheel tracks of another, but you've got to find the safe and most opportune moment to get by. So again, nothing between the teammates as they work their way through the second of the centre hairpins, and Daniel Minto, no chance he was going to leave the door open there on the approach to the chicane. They're nice and tight to the white line through along the back curve and into the braking area for Gasworks. Hasnan Khan wriggling free, really, from the 4th and 5th place fight, which is still very, very close between Sebastian Clark and Blair Smith. And then there's a bigger gap behind Blair to Thomas Jackson, Jonathan Furby, embroiled in their own scrap for the lower order positions in the top 10.
Well, we've had the half-time break. The sliced oranges have been devoured, and we're inside the second half of this Intermax final. And Daniel Minto continues to lead his teammate Alex Goodson around. We had a bit of a challenge from Goodson. He's not done yet, though. The drivers know exactly how much time is left. They've got a clock that's hard to miss when you come out of the final turn and come underneath the race control building with a gantry showing the clock, so the drivers know when to time their runs. Right now, Goodson challenging right on the bumper of Minto into the braking area for Gasworks, and very little difference in speed there. Hardly a dab of the brakes there to slow the karts down as we continue through the rest of the lap to complete what will be 7 laps. And across the line, what's the gap? It's 24 hundredths of a second. Hasnan Khan in third. Sebastian Clark just coming across the line side by side, it looked like, with Blair Smith. And these two coming side by side just behind the battle for the lead. The battle for what is 4th and 5th beginning to get very intense.
Yeah, that was Blair Smith on the outside line trying to jump ahead of Sebastian Clark. They are still in that order, though. Clark ahead of Smith, and then further behind, Jonathan Furby, the best of the rest, for 6th position, but Thomas Jackson's involved with that. James Fabricus and Zach Mackay. As now then, at the head of the order, that's a change, isn't it? Yes, Goodson's got ahead of Minto, I reckon, from the helmet colours. A 26 now leading kart 28. So that was all done, I reckon, at the Gasworks corner. I was keeping a close eye on whether there was an opportunity for Goodson to get through, and he manages to complete it a couple of corners from the end of that lap. Minto, though, is not going to take that easily, and Minto to the inside line at St John's, still staying very much in touch with Alex Goodson. They had a stonking fight in the second heat of the day earlier on, got straight out and shook one another's hands, and the immediate post-race conversation. Well, 2 extra minutes in this one and an extra lap. All is not lost for Daniel Minto.
No, not at all. And it was as if Alex Goodson was watching that clock and timing his run. Has he gone too early? We're going to find out, because will this extra 2 minutes, in addition to what we've seen in the heats, give Daniel Minto time to come back at him? Time will tell as they cross the line. The gap's 0.3 of a second, let's call that. As we come through turn 1 and into Brian's Bend, Goodson, Minto. This is a battle that we haven't been able to take our eyes off. Absolutely awesome running from these two. It's the Intermax final, and it's the Hunter Motorsport pair leading the battle round, with the third Hunter Motorsport driver currently on the 3rd step of the podium in the form of Hasnan Khan. There's a cracking battle going on for 4th with Blair Smith, Sebastian Clark, and then Jonathan Furby, James Fabricus, Zach Mackay and Thomas Jackson rounding off what is now a 9-kart field. Battle rages on at the front, though. And
unless you're Hasnan Khan, you've got someone to definitely fight with, but poor old Hasnan caught between this duo, who are just a bit too far up the road, and he hasn't been able to hang on to their coattails. But Hasnan is clear of the Blair Smith-Sebastian Clark fight, and that gap between Smith and Clark is just edging out to about a second now. So Blair Smith generally is solidifying 4th position now, ahead of Sebastian Clark. The gap further back to Jonathan Furby's 2 seconds, but then Furby with company, James Fabricus and Zach Mackay right on his boot lid. But Alex Goodson and Daniel Minto, still you can't separate these two. And even though Goodson's got ahead, he's not been able to pull away, pull an advantage over Daniel Minto. 17 seconds to go. They might be getting the last lap board this time around. We'll confirm that in 10 seconds' time. It's going to be tight.
It is going to be tight, Johnny. I think they are, I think we're going to look at the timing screen and say, there's no time on the clock. It will be last lap board. Here we go then. The fight for the trophy for round 6 of the Warden Law Car Club Championship has come down to this in Intermax. It's teammates Alex Goodson and Daniel Minto. Minto chasing him down right on his tail. He's going to present himself with a challenge, maybe getting towards the centres. Goodson down the inside has gone Minto. They are side by side, wheel to wheel, and it's Minto who has took the lead. He used a tin opener to make the gap, but Goodson's coming back at him. Not enough room at the chicane. Goodson needs to compose himself and have a run towards the Gasworks hairpin, but Minto will defend into the inside line. Goodson takes the wall wider line, comes right onto the bumper of Minto. Time is running out. Daniel Minto has made that move for the lead of the race, getting towards the final turn, and Goodson looking down the inside. It's going to be a drag race to the finish, but it's Minto who takes the win, and takes round 6 of the championship from his teammate Alex Goodson. Hasnan Khan makes it a 1-2-3 for Hunter Motorsport. Blair Smith comes through in 4th. Sebastian Clark 5th. Jonathan Furby 6th. James Fabricus in 7th. Zach Mackay 8th. Then Thomas Jackson rounds that off. Johnny Palmer.
What a battle. I mean, as soon as you said that these two were going to be starting from the front row, and interestingly, they're straight out of the cart. They don't want to engage with one another at all. And a really disconsolate Alex Goodson, feeling perhaps he made a mistake or allowed that door to open. He was sort of in despair as he crossed the line. I noticed his one hand came off the wheel, gesticulating to the pit wall. And whereas they had the conversation earlier on after Heat 2, Goodson just doesn't want any part of it and steps away. He'll be fine in time, of course, but sometimes you just have to deal with a last lap manoeuvre of Daniel Minto. There wasn't any contact. He was forced a little out wide, I suppose, on the exit of Senna 1, but that's then, as far as I read it, and I don't want to speak too soon, of course, but Daniel Minto's within his rights to an extent to give Goodson no space on the exit once he's to the inside line of Senna 1. And Daniel Minto does the business, knowing it was the final lap, of course, and that's key as well, to know how many laps there are to go when you're wanting to do that strike to the lead and giving your opponent no chance to fight back. Well, terrific stuff, a terrific race. I mean, it's it's still very early on in all of these people's careers, and you're going to have to take the rough with the smooth. But it's tough to watch.
And we just talk about what we see, Johnny, and it's not our job to make any kind of judgment on any kind of race moves.
Agreed.
At all.
What did you say, 30 minutes before we know for sure that these are the race results?
It's kind of 30 minutes for I mean, we'll have 30 minutes after this race will be the results will be published. It's just we can't go ahead with the trophy presentation. Just remind everybody that the trophy presentation will take place about half an hour or so after the last race, which is coming up in 3 races' time. We'll have that trophy presentation. Please come down, even if you're not getting a trophy. Please come down, make it an event, make it a bit of an occasion, make it a bit of a celebration for all the racing that's gone on today from all of our classes. It's been fantastic. It's been our pleasure to bring you it all live via Karting Live TV, and we will be back tomorrow to do it all again. And more of the same, please. If you thought the Intermax final was good, well, we've got, I think, 28 qualified for the Junior Rotax final that you can see just lining up there in readiness to get on. That man in the middle there is Bob Shipman. Now, Bob is part of the Pro Sport. He is Pro Sport, but he's been around this sport here at Warden Law for about 30 years now. And he's a big part of the scene. Takes part on the management group of the kart club. And he's Shipman Motorsport, that's what he says on his back. The karts are being released. It's Jack Thompson and Zach Turner to Hunter Motorsport 1-2 again, what we're seeing on the front row of the grid. Behind them on row 2 is Joe Anderson and Oliver Fabricus. Lincoln Bevan and Oliver White on row 3. We've then got Bella McConville and Zane Stout on row 4. Row 5 is Charlie Benson and Lloyd Palmer, with Oakley Garthwaite and Elliot Surtees on row 6. Row 7, Ollie Poon, James Philip Byrne finding himself down the order there after that second heat. Jamie Lumsden will start in 15th with Gregor Reid alongside, and then we've got Bella Brown, John J. Buchan, Jake Rufferty, Miles Roby, Oliver O'Donovan, Lewis Pearson, Sam Robson, Liam Watson, Harry Warby, Jacob Rump, and rounding off the field is Matthew Clark on row 14.
Who's going to win this then, Joe?
Oh, hard to say. Again, Jack Thompson, Zach Turner. We've seen them play. Take their time with making their moves. You can't discount you can't discount Joe Anderson or Oliver Fabricas, and you can't discount the drivers in maybe the top 5 rows. We've got a straggler that had a bit of a spin there, trying to warm their tyres. We might give them another one round. Yeah, Dan Ashton gives them the nod. Sorry, you confused me. I'm pretty sure there's a rule that you're not allowed to weave.
Yeah. A couple more ended up on the grass there.
Yeah, that's why you're not allowed to weave. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I did see a lot of weaving going on.
There was an awful lot of weaving going on. The danger is you don't know someone's alongside you if they're over your left or right shoulder, and you pile into them and spear them off onto the grass, and that happened for two of the tail enders there, who will have to make their positions back if they've lost places. I suppose the rule is on the big circuits, if you fall to the back, you're not allowed to retake your position on the grid, and they're running out of opportunity to do that because the dummy grid formation has to be completed by the exit of Gasworks.
Our cameramen today are Ash and Paul. Paul's on the top of the unit, Ash out there on Potter's Mound. Cutting the pictures for us today has been Nick Damon, cutting the pictures for Karting Live TV. A bit of a role change for Nick, and I'm pretty sure it's killing him not to be able to add comment to the commentary, because that's what he does. He's shaking his head. I know what he feels like inside. He did have a comment about waving, but he hasn't got a microphone, so he can't tell anybody, which is killing him. So he would go again then. Pole position man Jack Thompson leading the field round. We have got everybody caught up, so that's good news. The two lines form. Jack Thompson and Zach Turner on the front, Joe Anderson behind Jack Thompson, Oliver Fabricus behind Zach Turner, and we've got the number 16. Who's that then?
That's Joe Anderson. It's Joe Anderson who should be starting from the second row.
Oh, that is tragic.
And are we going to go for a race start this time around? We certainly are. And jumping from one side to the other is Zach Turner, fully sideways for Jack Thompson.
Big hit there for the 64.
That happened right in front of us.
Yeah, Oliver O'Donovan, I think he's going to have the wind knocked out of him there.
Yeah.
Speared off to the driver's left as they went into turn one. He's pulled into Park Ferme. He has winded himself. Hopefully he's okay.
Well, just give him a few moments, but it's more about sometimes the shock as well, because you don't expect a big hit to arrive. You can't adjust your body in time. There are at least 4 karts that should have started this race that have not. Joe Anderson included, and then Miles Roby, Oliver O'Donovan and Harry Warby. Sadly, none of those are in the race, but Zach Turner definitely is, and he was leading in the mid-phase. He will come across the line to lead the first lap, Joe.
Still is. Zach Turner ahead of his Hunter Motorsport teammate Jack Thompson, and pulled out a bit of a gap of 0.4 of a second. Thompson, though, coming back at him. In third place, though, that's developing into a battle as well. Lincoln Bevan, Oliver Fabricus, Charlie Benson up to 5th, Oliver White, Bella McConville 7th, Oakley Garthwaite up to 8th, Zane Stout down to 9th, Lloyd Palmer is the driver that rounds off the top 10, Elliot Surtees just outside of the top 10. As Turner, they're going to play a waiting game, aren't they? They're going to play a high-speed game of chess. We saw 200 Motorsport drivers just playing that waiting game, and now I think, Johnny, we're going to see a bit of the same with Zach Turner leading, Jack Thompson second.
Yeah, you don't want to give all your cards away, I suppose, in the early stages to mix my games there. Chess and cards, but you know what I'm saying. Cards close to chess, and here we go. Here's the first maybe idea of some pace into the first corner, but actually really good in that second lane from Zach Turner. He left his braking very slightly later than the attacking Jack Thompson. And the higher line through the first corner, then into Brian's Bend, benefiting Zach Turner, who's under massive pressure here from Jack Thompson, wanting to unsettle Zach and then pounce whilst the moment is right. And this is drawing in 2 more as well, Lincoln Bevan and Oliver Fabricus.
Well, I do know that those 2 drivers at the front desperately want to win the UKC season registration for 2024. It's a championship they've competed in before. It's a championship they want to compete in again. And it'll be a well-used prize. We've got a 4-car train now at the front of this junior Rotax field. The 99 leads of Zach Turner, Jack Thompson second, Lincoln Bevan and Oliver Fabricus coming into play now. And I think, was that a gesticulation from Jack Thompson there?
I thought it was a thumbs up, actually.
Yeah, I think what he was saying to Zach Turner is, we're going to have to work together and break free from these 2, or else we're going to trip over one another and these 2 are going to take it from us.
Yeah, so it must have been just at the point that Zach took a look over his shoulder, and Jack just putting the thumb up saying, come on, let's go and I'll follow you, because the problem for me now is I've got Lincoln Bevan all over the rear bumper and Oliver Fabricus about to maybe mop up any crumbs from the table as well, heading in his direction. I wouldn't discount Charlie Benson either, who was very sideways, almost backing it into the Gasworks hairpin there. But Benson just a few kart lengths away. If these 4 continue to slow one another down, though, he's going to be right with them.
Charlie's been a bit of a sleeper for me today. We saw him in the Paddock Show. We talked to Derek Hardy, who I've known for years, who's running him this weekend.
Yeah.
And Charlie just moving up from the one of the earlier categories, the younger categories, into junior road tax very recently. So he hasn't had that many junior road tax races. However, Duck to Water comes to mind as Charlie now, who's hasn't really featured in the top 5, and that's where we usually see Charlie. He's about to get involved. He's in the top 5 now. He's 5th, but he's behind with a little bit of a cushion to the first 4 karts in front of him. So we'll just see now. Now we see Zach Turner and Jack Thompson. They've stopped squabbling, haven't they?
Yeah.
We saw that gesticulation. Zach Turner knows what the memo is. The memo is, stop squabbling. I'm not going to try and pass you. We need to break away from Lincoln Bevan. And they haven't, because Lincoln Bevan has got the pace to stay with them. And the 3 of them, if anything, are breaking away from Oliver Fabricus, who's now coming under pressure from Charlie Benson. Keep an eye on that 5th kart, the red one there, in the picture, just out of the frame.
Well, I remember Charlie's first heat of the day, and he was at the back of, I think, basically a 7-car train. He eventually finished 10th, might have been 9th, but there was just no way through because he was caught up in a race with karts ahead of him that were about the same speed. He probably would have argued, well, I was quicker than some of them, but he just wasn't able to force his way by. But this time, a better qualifying because of the points earned in those heats. And he's right in the mixture now, Charlie Benson, with Oliver Fabricus in his way. I feel if Benson could get through, then he could definitely take the fight to the 3 that stand in front of him. But Fabricus, again, very fast on the approach to Gasworks. There's the Dayglow green helmet of Zach Turner, who hits the grid hatchings once again. And again, more over the shoulder looking because Jack Thompson's wish has almost come into reality now. He's got that breathing space over Lincoln Bevan in 3rd position. I agree with you, though, about Bevan actually matching the speed here, there, and most places. Certainly compared to Oliver Fabricus, these 3, as you would expect really in a final, have been the karts to beat today.
So with Charlie Benson about to join in with the leaders ahead of him, the question is, we're now just towards 4 minutes, so we're well inside the second half of this junior road tax final. UKC registration up for grabs with the joint scores from today and tomorrow. We'll wait to see how that pans out going into tomorrow afternoon. And if anything, Johnny, Jack Thompson just dropping off the rear bumper now of Zach Turner, and we've got Lincoln Bevan certainly quite easily keeping up with these 2 ahead of him. Charlie Benson, a little bit of a cushion to Charlie in 4th, just coming into the frame there. As we now see a 3-car battle about to become a 4-car battle, is it? Charlie breaking away from Oliver Fabricus behind. Oh, Jack Thompson getting all over the curbs there. He's going to come under threat from Bevan, if anything. Out towards the back chicane now. We're inside 3.5 minutes. So what these drivers are now thinking, Johnny, is time's running out. If I'm going to make a move, I'm going to have to make it certainly with about a minute to go. However, you're not just attacking, you're defending at the same time. It becomes a very complex process at high speed. Yeah. And look at Charlie Benson.
Yeah.
We might even see Charlie on the podium here. He knows this place well, Johnny.
Well, he was quick. The last lap around, Charlie was quicker than these 2 leaders. And Bevan more or less maxed his lap time. Let's just check it out this time around. It's a 51.9 for Charlie. And, yeah, the leaders are in the 52s. So there is time to be gained at the moment. I don't think Zach Turner's going as quickly as he would be in clear air because of the massive distraction from behind, Jack Thompson. Likewise, Thompson, probably the quicker of the 2 right now because he's sticking with the race leader. But frustratingly for him, he can't work out a way to get by. Lincoln Bevan, equally, is doing just fine at the moment. And it looks like he could be capable of getting by. But now Lincoln, far more threatened, I would wager, by Charlie Benson than he has been all race from Oliver Fabricus. So Benson is a real threat. There is no way, though, for him to get through as they head through Paddock for the 9th time.
And look at that, Johnny, the timing screen. Green. All of those front runners putting in personal best lap times. The fastest driver on the track, however, I've got to mention, Lloyd Palmer down in 10th. He's another Hunter driver, and he's just put in a 51.4 there, so a 10th quicker than anybody else. So fastest driver now in 10th place. However, he's not racing nose to tail for the lead of this race. He may have clear air in front of him. Still no change. Zach Turner Still not at the stage of the race where we need to defend, but we're inside the final 90 seconds. And here comes Oliver Fabregas as well. He's getting onto the tail of Charlie Benson. But still Zach Turner out of the final turn then. It's going to be 10 laps completed and just over a minute remaining. Jack Thompson right on his bumper. Oh, look at this. Zach Turner, defensive line. Oh, and he's got a bumper. He's got a bumper that's rubbing on his rear wheel now. That must have been a little bit of a nudge or something, and that bumper has come loose. That could be a mechanical flag. There's something, it's his exhaust. He's lost his exhaust. Oh, that is tragic. I'm not sure how that has even happened. That was nothing to do with any kind of contact.
It was the bumps, I think.
Yeah, that's just worked loose.
Yeah.
And that is tragedy for Zach Turner to lose from the front of this junior Rotax field. He's handed the lead. He's had to hand the lead over to his teammate Jack Thompson. And that really is a tragedy.
Well, we mentioned there were a few times when Zach had walloped the curb, maybe going, where was it? First corner perhaps, and then further around into St John's as well. And maybe just a bit too much curb abuse has shaken the very end of that exhaust loose. But a real shame, because he was definitely a contender to take this race win. And yet, it's all part of motorsport, I suppose, the odd mechanical drama, not exactly a failure. But I did think it was something separate from the rear bumper, and so it proved just the very end of the exhaust that, first of all, partially detached and then entirely fell off. And that kart still circulating, but at a much reduced speed. So now Jack Thompson from Lincoln Bevan in the white kart. Then it's Charlie Benson, who is promoted to a podium finish at this point in time. Can he make it even better than that? We're going to go on to the final lap this time around. Jack Thompson, the new race leader, occupying right in the middle of the road there to make sure that Bevan doesn't have the option of going underneath or to the high line. Benson in third, and Oliver Fabregas not to be discounted, running in fourth, although he takes loads of curb there coming out of dogleg.
Yes, and Jack Thompson knows where he has to defend here. He knows this track. And Charlie Benson through into second. Lincoln Bevan there left the door wide open. And Charlie Benson doesn't need to be asked twice to go through any doors that are left open. And now Jack Thompson comes under pressure now from Charlie Benson. And Jack will have to defend into the gasworks. He doesn't. He uses the optimum line into the horseshoe for the final time then. Here they come. Jack Thompson, Charlie Benson, Lincoln Bevan now in third as they come through the final turn. It's Jack Thompson who's going to take the win and head towards that UKC free registration that he wins. Charlie Benson delighted with second place, I can tell. Lincoln Bevan, he should be happy with third. However, he's not going to be because he left the door open and Charlie Benson went through it. That is a great race. But I tell you what, Zach Turner, my heart goes out to Zach Turner. He commanded that lead from the very start, and to have to retire his kart is just absolute tragic. Zach Turner drops to 19th overall, and you know what? A consolation would be for him to have a very good run tomorrow. We'll have to remain to be seen. Behind the top three, though, it was Oliver Fabregas who finished very close to those top three in fourth. Oliver White was fifth. Oakley Garfield was sixth. Then it was Lloyd Palmer, at some time being the fastest kart on the track. He finished in seventh. Zane Stout finished eighth. Bella McConville, it was ninth. And then rounding off the top 10 was James Philip Byrne.
So for Zach, when that happened, I mean, first of all, how often do you see that? A bit of an exhaust falling off. That must be very, very rare.
It is very rare, yeah.
And does that immediately mean a drop-off in power then for Zach? Or?
Yeah, well, it's tricky because you're not allowed to continue because of noise.
So, okay, all of a sudden the volume of the kart goes
yes,
up even with the helmet
changes,
on.
And, the other
so
thing
that was more him kind of getting out of it, thinking, I need to slow down here.
Yes, because without the exhaust creates back pressure on a two-stroke, which is vital to the way that the engine works and the way that the engine lubrication works. So if you change the exhaust, you're changing the mixture, because the exhaust gas that's leaving the cylinder keeps the mixture in.
Yes.
With that pressure, that back pressure. If that back pressure isn't there, then your new fuel air mixture, which is also your lubrication, is going to leave the cylinder too early. and not lubricate.
So that's starting to compromise the engine, actually.
That absolutely is, yeah. You can
Okay.
catastrophically destroy the engine if you continue.
Yeah, so quick thinking, despite major disappointment for Zach Turner, what can you do other than, I suppose, earlier on in the race, stay off the curbs, if that indeed was the cause of it. But then you're having to think, it's almost like in Formula One getting the radio message to say, pull over, the engine is in jeopardy, despite you being in a very good position. So poor old Zach Turner. He could have won that.
I just want to mention Lewis Pearson, who's a newcomer. This is only Lewis's, I think, it might be his first event, actually. Lewis Pearson there in the fluorescent overalls in Parc Ferme, just being congratulated by his dad. He's running with Louis Large's LRG team, and Lewis just finding his feet there in his first big meeting here with a grid of 28 karts. Lewis Pearson hopefully will have enjoyed his time. Right then, what we got next, Johnny? I need to catch my breath a bit, I think.
Can we have a lie down before we do the last two races? It is only two more to go, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Senior Rotax and the Pro Karts for senior and juniors. The floodlights have been on for quite some time now, as we are starting to lose the ambient light. It's just like being at Bahrain again last weekend. Slightly fewer floodlights here, but nevertheless, the same sort of tone.
Racing under the lights.
Indeed.
Absolutely. Angus Scrivener is on the pole position for the Senior Max 162s. Andy Powell is alongside him. Second row of the grid is Louis Large and Alex Duncan. And then we've got the third row of Max Kettle, who didn't. Oh, that was a tragedy for Max Kettle, gathering points for the championship. He starts alongside Martin Fisher, and it's Marcus King who rounds off the 162s. 177s, they are battling for the winner of the Autumn Cup in 177s, wins a full entry to the NKC Championship in 2024. Zach Bolton's on the pole. Mark Gillibrand making a bit of a comeback, finds himself on the front row of the grid going into the final. Be delighted with that. John Wilson also making a bit of a comeback after a bit of a layoff, is on the second row, with Stephen Mottram also making a bit of a comeback and looking towards 2024 to do a national series. And it's rounded off by Marty Gilfillan, who is the fifth kart in that. The 162s get underway, though. They are about to get released. And there, into the lead, has gone Scrivener. And who's that slotting into second place? It's Andy Powell, of course, the true performance driver there, not taking no for an answer and slotting in.
So Louis Large in fourth position, which is a place behind where he began. But when you start on the second row, you might be third, you might be fourth by the exit of the first corner. He's already, though, muscling himself alongside number 63, Alex Duncan, for that place back again. No way by, though, into the second of the centres. I think Louis maybe lost another position as well, tumbling to fifth place on the opening stages. Yes, he is.
Yeah, Max Kettle's gotten by him.
Yeah, and Kettle gets in front of Duncan as well. So Kettle late on the brakes there, making up for the disappointment earlier on in the day. Already into the top three, but it's going to be Angus Scrivener who completes the first lap in the lead from Andy Powell. And there's confirmation that Max Kettle got ahead of Louis Large and Alex Duncan. Large, though, now ahead of the second Scotsman in the race, Alex Duncan.
At 177s, Zach Bolton just about to cross. Oh, he has indeed crossed the line, leading Mark Gillibrand from John Wilson, and then Marty Gilfillan and Stephen Mottram having a cracking battle at the back of the field. But this is the battle we're going to focus on. Max Kettle with the former British champion Louis Large and current 177 O-plate holder on his bumper, the Sam Pollitt driver in the form of Max Kettle. He had a non-start in Heat 2. That hasn't deterred him from now putting that kart into what will be effectively a podium position place going forward for the next 8 and a bit minutes.
Over the line and back into the first corner, Angus Scrivener with a decent lead of 1.1 seconds now, although purple time's coming from Max Kettle. Green across the board as tyre temperature is pretty much there now. 2 laps completed. This is the first lap you can really push. The softer compound Mojo tyres for the 162s. 177, surprise, surprise, led by Zach Bolton and already by 1.3 seconds over Mark Gillibrand as Louis Large looks for a way underneath the 21 of Max Kettle. No way by, though, at this stage as Angus Scrivener is checking out. He certainly did this in the second heat of the day. He seemed to struggle to do that earlier on in the first heat. I think we've got the heats the right way round there. But Angus, this time, really in the groove, it would appear, and now has a 1.4 second advantage over Andy Powell.
Yeah, Andy Powell is being dropped by Angus Scrivener, who came into this weekend actually as the favourite. Now Andy, who is with the True Performance team this weekend, is about to come under pressure from not just Max Kettle but Louis Large behind Max Kettle. So this three-car battle for second place is the one that's going to change if anything's going to happen in this race. It's about to happen now, Johnny. We're inside of just 7 minutes. So there's a chunk of time as Louis Large gets onto the rear bumper of Max Kettle as well, heading down towards the gasworks, absolutely flat out, these drivers. You saw the way the karts were squirming on the brakes, Johnny. They're on the limit of the tyres' adhesion. And talking of tyres, remember, one set of tyres for the full 2 days, which is a little bit different to what we're normally looking at, as it's usually one set of tyres per day. But a decision was made to keep costs down for everybody, and I think it's been a very delightful reaction to that decision, and everybody was very supportive of the one set of tyres. But it does add in a bit of tyre management going certainly into tomorrow, and by this time tomorrow afternoon, those tyres, those Mojos especially, are going to be towards the end of their life.
And if you're not here at Warden Law this weekend, enjoying the live stream in other parts of the country and other parts of the world, as I know you have been, the temperature, you don't get a reflection of that on the camera, but that is really starting to drop now. I'm just remembering back to when we've got a nice heater in our commentary box, but this time at the track here yesterday, it was really quite chilly, and as soon as you lose the sun, then the track temperature itself is going to start to drop as well. So it's getting the tyre temp up as quickly as you can in the race and making it stay there, which is perhaps the more tricky thing to do, particularly when you're embroiled in a battle as these three are. Max Kettle ahead of Louis Large, ahead of Alex Duncan. Well, Alex Duncan just drifting away a little bit, but Andy Powell, the first of this trio, but not for the lead of the race. That's Angus Scrivener, remember, second, third and fourth, heading through the chicane now.
And the question of whether or not they can catch Scrivener, I think, has been answered by Angus Scrivener going purple in Sector 1, green in Sector 2, with a purple lap time the lap before. He's heading towards another fastest lap of the race so far. Everybody, however, Powell, Kettle and Large, putting in green sector times as well. So as much as this looks settled, Johnny, we've got 5 minutes of this to go. So it's anything but settled. And as we get towards the end of the final, I think we'll see some sort of change taking place. And I think they're playing a bit of a waiting game. I use the term high-speed chess. It kind of is. They're just waiting, letting the clock tick by, and just not taking too much out of the tyres. They don't want to go too early. That's Andy Powell into the back chicane there. He's the first of those three karts. Then that's Max Kettle in the orange livery kart, and then the LRG livery, the red and white livery of Louis Large's team. Louis Large himself running in fourth place behind these two.
This feels almost like a holding pattern at this stage for second, third
that's
and
a good
fourth.
Term, actually.
I know, I'm full
term.
of them, Joe.
Yeah.
None of this momentum and high-speed game of chess. You've got about two phrases. You need to get me on board a bit more, and I'll vary your vocabulary.
Holding pattern.
It's a holding pattern.
I'm going to write that down.
And then, in the closing laps, I think the mood will change, and those behind, like Max Kettle, like Louis Large, will just start to push a little harder. Here we go. Maybe it started early. Max Kettle slotting into second position ahead of Andy Powell, but Powell gets him back again before they thread their way through the chicane. And now the person on the back foot is Max Kettle, who didn't get a good run through that. And Louis Large up the inside at Gasworks gets third. Brilliant.
Brilliant. It just took that moved in by Max Kettle, and then he finds himself back in fourth place. It's not over yet, Johnny. Just over 3 minutes remaining. And now we've got Andy Powell, who did lose that second place momentarily to Max Kettle, but Louis Large has now got to keep Max Kettle behind him. This is great for Andy Powell. He knows that Louis Large is going to come under pressure from Max Kettle, so he's going to maybe sort of eke out. Now Louis Large is going to be gesticulating very shortly to Max Kettle. Let's work together and catch Andy again. Let's battle for second place. We haven't mentioned Angus Scrivener.
No.
He's 3 seconds up the road, and his last lap was purple.
And he's got the bit between his teeth as well, because he could be about to go even quicker this time around. Let's not negate or let's not overlook the 177s. I'd mentioned Not too long ago, Zach Bolton had a lead. Well, it's even greater now, 4.8 seconds over Mark Gillibrand. And John Wilson, right on his tail, actually. So second and third, far from decided in the 177s. Those karts with the green backing on the numbers.
Meanwhile, Andy Powell is being caught by Louis Large and Max Kettle. Max Kettle has not squabbled with Louis Large, and Louis Large has not had to defend, and hence they haven't lost sight of Andy Powell. 2 minutes on the clock, 2 minutes remaining. This is Andy Powell in second. Ahead of Andy Powell is Angus Scrivener. Another fastest lap by Scrivener, 49.6 from Angus, who really has been the class of this senior Rotax field. Very, very hard to beat. But this is the battle for second place. Second, third and fourth there. Andy Powell, Louis Large, Max Kettle. Max just lifting or putting the flap down on his radiator to get a bit of heat back in. It's I'm not quite sure whose engine Max is running, but we know Louis Large is on Nigel Horner's HRS engine, and we know Andy is on a Venator racing engine. Andy's with True Performance. And into the centre, we've got back markers going to come into the fourth, so they're getting in towards the back of the 177 field, and the first kart they'll come across is Marty Gilfillan and Stephen Mottram, who are having their own race, the race of their own here. We're inside the final minute, Johnny.
Zach Bolton's crossed the line in the lead of the 177s. Very close for the karts further behind there. As I'd mentioned, Gillibrand versus Wilson. It looks like they will both finish on the podium, but in which order? 40 seconds to go. So we're less than a lap time now as Louis Large to the inside line. And that's to clear some traffic. Large pressurising Andy Powell, and he's got the brake now on Max Kettle, so doesn't have to worry about anything going on behind, and can now start to turn the screw as Andy Powell maybe feeling a little threatened from Louis Large. He was sitting in his wheel tracks lap after lap, but now with the time, well, with nothing in the first column, we're down to change in the second column, and it'll be 0 when Angus Scrivener crosses the line next time around, and will be shown the last lap board. But it's all about who finishes second and third. Andy Powell versus Louis Large. A bit similar, really, to what in the 177s. Over the line goes Angus Scrivener.
Yeah, 1 lap to go, board shown. The battle for second place is hotting up, though. Louis Large continues to hound Andy Powell. Let's see if we can pick up Scrivener on his last lap, because he really has been very dominant in the racing this afternoon, and here he is about to take the flag and take the trophy for Senior Rotax 162. Zach Bolton likewise has been equally as dominant in the 177 class, and Zach Bolton continuing on his final lap of the race. Gasworks hairpin for the final time then, and then into the horseshoe. It's the green helmet of the Hunter Motorsport driver that will come through Paddock turn and then head down to the checkered flag. He punches the air. It's Andy Powell who will be delighted with second place. Louis Large will be happy with that third place and a podium position. Alex Duncan comes through in fourth. We've lost Max Kettle. Max Kettle pulled in on the previous lap. So the next driver through, as we pick up the 177 leader, the Zach Bolton fan club will be delighted. He's had an absolutely outstanding day in the 177 class. The NKC driver is on his way to gain and win an NKC entry for 2024 season. If he continues like this tomorrow, it's all he's got to do. And Zach Bolton acknowledges the flag in a very, very subdued manner and puts his hand in the air. So a race win and a final win. We'll see Zach at the trophy presentation on that top step.
Did he want a bit more of a fight through the course of the day, Zach Bolton, do you think?
I'm sure he'd be happy with that.
I mean, he'll be very happy with his day's achievements, but generally starting from the front of the pack and then establishing a very decent lead. But there's nothing to stop one or two others in the 177s from taking the fight to Zach Bolton in day 2 of the Autumn Cup here at the Warden Law Kart Club. And Louis Large now already putting a very tired kart, number 13, up on the trolley there to wheel it back to LRG, deep in conversation, as Louis it almost constantly is. You always know you're in the same room as Louis Large, I've found. I've only been aware of him for the last year and a half or so.
Louis is a good communicator.
Definitely.
He's good for a chat.
Yeah.
Talking of a good communicator, and someone who's good for a chat, is Jessica Alexander, our pole position driver for our Pro Kart race, our Pro Kart Final. Jess has been pretty dominant here. Jess was here last weekend for the 6 hours of Warden Law, which she won. She therefore clinched the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship. Alongside her on the grid is Scott Tate. It's going to be a pretty strong race at the front. David Brown and Jake Richardson are the drivers at the on the second row. Jake Richardson, or should I say Terence or Little Pork Chop, choose which one you want to use this race, as that apparently is his name. So
right.
Terence is on the fourth spot on the second row of the grid. Behind them, Luke Tomlinson and Amy Frame. The juniors, Rossi Costello, has had a cracking day, and so has Joseph Williamson, and they're going to be running off the back of this senior field. They seem to be nicely ordered, and we get the green flag for the final time, and we finish under the lights here at Warden Law as Scott takes the lead, and once again will lead this Pro Kart field round. It looks like Rossi Costello taking the lead of juniors, but once again Scott Tate it was Jake Richardson or Little Pork Chop who was leading the second heat, and Jessica Alexander just had to pick her way through and get by him. Now Alexander has got the form of Scott Tate, who takes the lead of the Pro Karts.
Yeah, so this won't worry Jessica at all. She's been in this situation before, dropping behind one or possibly two in an earlier heat and letting the length of the race. Here we go. Here she goes for a very early overtake and into the lead ahead of Scott Tate. Tidy manoeuvre on the brakes into Gasworks, but I was about to say, even if it went on to the second or the third lap, she's been in that situation many times before and won't let it worry her too much because the lap speed is there with her driving and in the kart as well. And now out front, I expect that lead to rather be built up over the next few laps over Scott Tate, who might be more concerned with Jake Richardson behind and David Brown and Luke Tomlinson running fourth and fifth as through St John's they go for the second time, Joe.
Yeah, it's been the Jessica Alexander Show's Pro Karts here at Warden Law. It was last weekend as well. She had a great run in the 6 hours of Warden Law. Behind those, Scott Tate and Jake Richardson, or should I say Little Pork Chop, is in third place. And Richardson looking like he wants to have a go at Scott Tate, it looks like. He wasn't able to do that in both of our heats, was it? Scott Tate had a bit of a lonely drive in both. Oh, he's coming through. There he is, squeezing his way through at the horseshoe and giving us a race. Go on, Terence. You're going to give us a race for second place. Can you chase after? Now then, there's the gesticulation. Terence says, let's go, let's catch Jess.
So Terence through the first corner with Scott Tate in behind. David Brown running in fourth position, and that's another thing. They want to edge away from David Brown as quickly as possible so that the 30 kart becomes less of a threat. Luke Tomlinson still sitting there in fifth position. Then there's a gap back to Amy Frame, who definitely has company. Jacob Cardani, Danny Bean, David Brewis, all in that gaggle. Oliver Watson out front in the juniors, ahead of Joseph Williamson. So Rossi Costello's not had a good start to...
No, I think he's only completed one.
Oh, beg your pardon, right, yes, and out of the race then.
I'm not sure he's out of the race. He's still showing that he's in, so
yeah,
he might have
right.
dropped right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yes, waiting for Rossi to head across the line for the second time. That doesn't mean that Rossi's out of the race, but yeah, a bit of a nightmare after such a good couple of heats.
I mean, that's a tragedy, isn't it? That he's dominated the heats and then comes into the final and has fallen out for some reason. There he is, just crossing the line now. So he's way at the back, just coming through there. The number 5 seems to have the pace, cracking pace from Rossi Costello. However, he's at the back of the junior field and has a lot of time to make up. He's almost a lap down, in fact.
Yeah, on the number 5, Oliver Watson. So if Watson gets in front, that really is final done. But you're asking a lot in the remaining 6.5 minutes to gather up what is basically a full lap time. So 56, 57 seconds or so. Wonder whether that's an issue with the kart, perhaps, although it's been behaving very well up until this point. There's the new second place kart then of Terence. Jake Richardson, as he's known on the entry list, and plenty of curb there. The kart really moving around as he caught the rumble strip to go onto the start-finish line, but staying well ahead of Scott Tate in third.
I'm intrigued why the team call him Little Pork Chop. I really am. We're going to have to find that out. I mean, we're indulging Apollo Karts here, Adam Nichols' team. We should, because Adam Nichols is a big supporter of the Pro Karts here, and Adam Nichols putting forward a prize for all of our Honda classes, the cadets, and both junior and senior Pro Karts, in the form of a brand new sticker kit to the winners of the Pro Kart categories and the Honda cadets. So here we go. Little Pork Chop in second place and holding off Scott Tate in very fine style here. So it's an Apollo Karts 1-2 at the moment, with Jessica Alexander extending that lead to 2.3 seconds. Fastest lap of the race with a 56.7. Just crossing the line now to complete 5 laps. Another purple lap time, 56.53. A green lap times from everybody behind her. So the Pro Karts are not slowing down, Johnny. They haven't plateaued yet. They are putting in fastest lap after fastest lap, with coming up to half. In fact, we've just ticked by half distance.
Well, remember at the end of Heat 2, Jessica Alexander actually set the fastest lap of the race on effectively well, it was the last lap. I was about to call it a slowing down lap, but I mean, she could have afforded to slow down because of the advantage she'd built up through the course of 8 minutes on that occasion, but still pushing like crazy into the closing stages and doing the same again. Purple all the way through this lap, which is lap 6. A lead of nearly 3 seconds over Jake and Scott. These karts under the lights here at Warden Law in the closing stages of day 1 for the 2023 Autumn Cup. Luke Tomlinson wanting to be involved with this, but he's got to get by David Brown first of all, and the gap between those two is a second. Oh, got the inside. Yeah. Scott Tate then. So starting now to feel he's running out of laps maybe and wanting to pounce to make sure he finishes second.
Yeah, I tell you what, Terence had to really go as fast as he could on the outside line through turn 1 there. Let's see what Scott Tate's got in his toolbox then. Into the first of the Sennas. It's Jake Richardson in second. That who we were referring to as Terence and Little Pork Chop. Scott Tate now, can he have another go at him? This is where he needs to get close up on him. So he gets that kart out onto the back stretch, which is a bit of a curve, into the Gasworks hairpin. And look how much of the track they use. A little bit of track and more as they go through the horseshoe. Now this is where Scott Tate had the momentum out of the corner. He carried that momentum all the way down the start-finish straight. I don't think he's close enough this time, Johnny, to mount a challenge like he did. He almost made it alongside, but no. Richardson has the corner. Shall we have a look at Oliver Watson, Nick? And shall we try and have a look at the leader of juniors? We'll try and keep an eye on where he is on track
Watson's
position.
Not far from completing the next lap. There he is across the line now, Oliver Watson. Car 5 into the first corner.
Just coming through Brian's Bend now. As Scott Tate dropping off the bumper, off the rear bumper of Jake Richardson. As I say that, Jake Richardson just clobbering the exit curb.
I think the thing about the attempted overtake from Scott Tate was he was almost out of control going into the first corner, so he didn't then quite have the finesse to be alongside Jake Richardson. So going to have to come from a long way back, because Richardson generally carries good speed into the first corner, but he didn't have such a good run coming out of the final corner. There is Oliver Watson then, through the ever-increasing gloominess here at Warden Law, although the floodlights are doing a good job.
That's a long. We've got the long shot from Paul's camera there, just going through the horseshoe and onto the start-finish straight. This is our junior leader. He's currently 13th overall, and just coming into view now into turn 1, just turning in there. He's got a bit of a gap, hasn't he? Just about 2 seconds on Joseph Williamson, and that's Joseph just coming into the frame there behind him. If we continue to monitor Oliver Watson, he's had a strong run. Rossi Costello, though, our heart goes out to Rossi Costello. Had a problem, dropped a lap down.
He's easily lapping more quickly than Ollie at this stage. Back to second and third in the seniors, by the way, because again, under huge pressure here is Jake Richardson from Scott Tate, who's literally pushing him through this sequence of corners, Brian's Bend and then into Dogleg. Both wanting to, or happy to leap over the curb, both on the entry to St John's and exit as well. Remember, these tyres will have to be used tomorrow too, but you can afford to abuse them perhaps a little bit more than you might have done in the heat.
The thing is, Johnny, there's not a problem with these tyres. These tyres are good for 6 and 12 hour race.
Oh, they're the same. They're an endurance tyre then, effectively.
Yeah, effectively the Maxxis tyre.
I remember you telling me that they don't run wets in this category,
yes.
but that will also be the reason why, perhaps, because they're so durable.
Yeah, the Pro Kart drivers have got no issue with tyre. It's only really the Rotax classes that are going to be stretching. We've got a change for second as Scott Tate has made it happen. 25 seconds on the clock. It'll be 2 more laps of racing. And can little Pork Chop come back at him? Can he do it? Scott Tate has timed that run too well. Chances are he's timed that run to perfection, has he, Johnny?
We'll wait and see. They'll get the last lap board at the end of this one, of course, and that reminded me, actually, the Scott Tate, or rather, sorry, the reply, Jake Richardson almost getting at the inside of the first corner, was like the overtake that Tate attempted a good 5 or so minutes ago, but he managed to do it out of the final corner and onto the main straight. But Richardson, little Pork Chop, is still carrying very good pace up towards Gasworks hairpin. There's no way through there. Jessica Alexander is about to cross the line for the penultimate time. There she goes. So that's 11 laps in the book and receives the last lap board. Tate still ahead of Richardson, just about.
He's got a cushion, hasn't he? He's got a cushion as Scott Tate. Jake Richardson, just there goes the cushion. He's right back on his bumper through Brian's Bend into the dogleg. Scott Tate is aware of where little Pork Chop is as they come out of there and head down to St John's. We're going to have to leave this in a moment and head towards Jessica Alexander to watch Jessica take the flag. But right now, Jake Richardson has Jake Richardson not quite having the momentum. And there is Jessica Alexander just making her way through the traffic to complete another race win here at Warden Law. Warden Law has been very good to Jessica Alexander, and Jessica Alexander has been literally the driver to beat. Pats her side pod. The Apollo Kart driver takes another victory and top step of the podium, and it'll be Scott Tate who splits the Apollo Kart drivers into first and third.
By
and a great drive from Scott. He really does know how to drive this track, and magic driving from these Pro Kart drivers. We wait for Oliver Watson to take the flag with Joseph Williamson not that far behind him, and Max Mannion not that far behind him too. So it'll be Oliver Watson who takes the junior category with Joseph Williamson in second place, Max Mannion in third, Leon Wilson in fourth, and a very unfortunate Rossi Costello rounding off the junior win. Or rounding off the junior field, I should say.
Yeah. Jacob Cardani with an error on that. It must have been Jacob who had this moment here at the first corner, which cost him dearly, and he dropped back behind the top two in the juniors. But it is Oliver Watson who wins in juniors.
So that rounds off day one of the Autumn Cup here at Warden Law. We're going to do it all again tomorrow. Thank you to Ash and Paul on the cameras. A big thank you to Nick Damon, who's been cutting the pictures for us. A massive thank you to my good friend Johnny Palmer. I hope he's enjoyed his first day. I know he's going to enjoy his second day. And a big thank you to everybody here at Warden Law Kart Club and here at the track at Warden Law. Great job, everybody. See you again in the morning.